What about just knowing the actual truth about where you actually live? Would that matter to you?
Yeah, it wouldn't matter to me. Actually, I'm
Okay,
new
there
to
you
this
go.
concept, so I'm not sure what you people are advocating. I'm just trying to debug what you have sent in the chat. Uh, if you could help me, if you could help me, if you could explain me the diagram that you have sent me.
Somebody else respond. I can barely hear that guy. I don't know what he said.
Okay, Jason. Yeah, I will help you out. Okay, so the radius of the Earth is measured to be 3,959 miles. Okay,
No,
so
it's
Yeah,
not.
what does that mean?
No, it's not measured.
Uh,
That's calculated.
I mean, it's calculated. My bad. My bad. So
Right,
what
right.
it
how to
means is
measure
that
them?
yeah. You are
Nobody
carrying on,
can
sorry.
measure a radius. Do you understand this? People try to measure the Earth to see if it is a globe with a radius. And every time they go out, they don't measure curvature.
Okay, let him speak, that Indian guy. Let him explain what this diagram says.
No, if Yoda can explain way better than
Yeah,
I can.
anybody can
Yeah.
explain me, because I'm new to this concept, so this is my first time interacting with somebody uh, who actually believes this. Anyone?
Okay, Jason, I'll tell you one thing.
Yeah.
When they claim that Earth is a sphere, right?
Yeah.
They say that the radius is like 3,959 miles. So from
Yeah.
the point that we are standing to the center of the core, that's what they claim. The radius is 3,959. Okay, so over the distance, this there's supposed to be a curvature. If it is a sphere, there's supposed to be a curvature, right?
Yeah.
So for every mile, there's like 0.67 feet, and every 10 miles there's like 66 feet of curvature. So what does that mean is that when you go look out in the horizon, and when you see like beyond if it is like the 10-mile radius, I mean the 10-mile distance, the object that you're seeing should not be visible. That object should be under 66 feet of curvature under the earth. Do you understand that?
Yeah. I do understand that.
Okay, so but we are seeing things way beyond that we are not supposed to see.
Okay, so but Earth is not a perfect sphere. It does have ups and downs.
Yeah, like they
Water.
do keep changing that.
Terrain. Do you know what is a terrain? I'll spell it in the chat. Terrain. Okay,
Yeah,
so
we know
Earth has,
terrain. We make observations over the ocean and over gigantic bodies of water.
so it's still same in the ocean. Like, uh, do we also see more in like far away in ocean as well?
Yeah.
How much far? And do you have any scientific evidence for that?
Yeah, we do.
Please share that in the chat,
Okay.
which explicitly mentions that uh, theoretically it should not be possible to view thing that far, but we do in actual we do see them.
Okay. Would you like to see I've got an idea.
Hmm.
I got some if you
Oh yeah, go
want.
ahead. I was gonna just do the oil rigs or something or the Utah, but
Yeah, I'll do the Dr. John D one because I got it right here in front of me. All right, look, I'll make this super
Alright.
simple and quick. Okay, so this
Mhm.
guy is viewing some windmill towers that are out in the ocean. Okay, can you
Okay.
see the GIF? Okay, this is out of a
Yeah.
full-length video, by the way. This is just a small clip out of the video. I'll share the video as
Okay.
well. Okay, so you can see the windmill towers.
Yeah.
Okay, so the windmill tower on the right, on the far right, when he zooms in, that's 11.2 miles away. Okay, you shouldn't
Okay.
be able to see the bottom 52 feet of that windmill tower. It should be hidden behind the horizon. That should be at 2.2 miles away or 2.3 miles away. Okay, so the horizon should be at 2.3 miles away. And then the bottom 52 foot of the windmill tower should be missing. but we can see the whole windmill tower, and we don't see any sign of the horizon that should be at 2.3 miles. Okay, so I'm going to put the math in the side chat.
Okay.
All right, so here's the math. Let's go over the math really quickly, okay? So the distance to the object is 11.2 miles. The eye height level, which is the height of the camera, that's 3.5 foot high. So he's just got his camera set up on a tripod at 3.5 foot height. That means that on a globe, the distance to the horizon would be 2.29 miles away. And the object obscured part, right, which means how much should be hidden of the 11.2 mile windmill tower should be 52 foot. Okay, 52 foot, that's like a 5-story building. Okay, that's how
Okay.
much of the bottom of the windmill tower would have to be missing.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, we can see a boat beyond the windmill towers as well, right? That boat should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Shouldn't be able to see it at all, right?
Okay.
The
So
main thing go ahead.
yeah, sure. You speak.
Well, no, do you understand it? I mean, do you want to ask any questions
I'm
about it?
debugging. I'm debugging that calculation right now. So you
Oh,
say that
okay.
that windmill is 11.2 miles far,
Yeah, it is. It's called
and
Rampion Windmill Tower. Okay, so you can see 6 windmill towers. The one on the left is 8 miles away, and then each one to the right is a little bit further away. Okay, so
what
the
is
one on the
eyesight level?
3.5 foot.
No, what does that mean? Eyesight level.
Oh, that's the height of the camera.
Okay. Distance to the horizon.
2.29 miles.
What does that mean actually?
It means that, okay, all right, so let me put a diagram in the side chat to explain it in the most simple form. Okay, so if you live on a globe, the horizon would be the maximum distance that you can see
Yeah.
based on the height of the observer. Okay, so
Yeah.
if you have a look at the diagram here, just have a read of that, and that will explain what the horizon should be, right? You shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon. Okay, it's the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet.
Okay.
It's a byproduct of the curvature of the globe,
Okay.
according to the globe
So
side.
okay, so you are saying 52 foot, 52 foot. It should show above 52 foot. The windmills.
52. Yeah, 52
Yeah.
feet of the bottom of the windmill tower should be hidden behind the horizon, and the horizon should be at 2.3 miles. Okay, 2.3 miles is like 1/3 of the way to the oil plat, to the 1/3 of the
Okay.
way to the windmills, even the
So
closest windmill.
why are you not accounting the? Do you know that Earth is slightly squished at the poles and
Yeah.
wider
So,
at the equator?
gotcha.
So like the Earth equator bulges due to rotation, and the ocean
Yeah.
follows gravity. So its surface takes the same shape as the Earth's
Okay.
gravity
Yeah.
field.
All right.
This means that
No, I
Earth's
It's
understand.
supposed
surface
to
is not
squish.
perfectly square.
Okay, so the answer to that is that according to the globe side, right, it's just a tiny difference at the equator than at the poles. So it's only 14, I think 14-mile difference at the equator than at the poles or something like that. It's such a small amount that over this distance, it doesn't make a difference to the distance to the horizon. Okay, so they say
Yeah.
that the Earth is almost a perfect sphere. It's only 0.33% off being a perfect sphere. Such a tiny amount that even universities don't take it into consideration when they're doing curvature calculations, right?
Yeah,
I
it's
can
21
post.
kilometers to be precise.
What's that?
Yeah, it's 21 kilometers to be precise. For example, the
Yes,
equatorial radius is
e-
6378, and the polar
exactly. So
radius
when
is
you're talking
357.
about such a large radius, right? So over this short distance of just 10 miles, 11 miles, it's irrelevant, right? It's just going to change the distance to the horizon by the tiniest little bit that you wouldn't even need to take it into account.
Okay, so I I think what you have sent me in the chat do suggest that It might not be like calculated perfectly, but
It's negligible.
this is
Okay, the difference is negligible. 1/3 of 1% difference
hey, don't
between
shout.
the
Why are you
polar
shouting?
radius and the equatorial radius
Why are you shouting?
because you don't seem to want to listen.
No, I was talking to the other guy, so I'm talking. Please don't let it be a one conversation.
Well, what Master Yoda said is correct, right? It's such a small difference that we don't have to worry about it because we're seeing thousands and thousands of percent further than you should be seeing on a globe.
Who
Okay,
the hell
so
said that? I'm not listening.
let's use
I
them.
was
Hold on a
saying.
second. Can you hear me? Can you hear me talking?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just base it off the maximum radius of the globe. Okay, I think that's what, 3969 miles?
I didn't disagree to you. I said I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, so let's just continue the
So why
conversation.
I'm
It's
not
fine.
sure why you were like saying I'm not listening. I just said that what you have sent me in the chat does support your views. I'm not
Give
sure
him
why the
fourth
hell
option.
this person was getting rude with me. I never.
Bro, nobody
I
was
don't
rude
want
to you,
to
bro.
actually.
It's
I don't want
nobody
to
was
actually
rude to you.
engage with people.
All right. If you'd
Such
rather
people.
complain and not have a conversation, we can move on to someone else.
I'll talk to only one person. The one who was I was talking to in the first place. Who was that? The person
So,
who
my
sent me
friend,
the
I'd
chat.
like to disabuse you of this notion here because this is a
Hey.
panel discussion. This is not a one-on-one discussion here. So you're going to have different people from different points of view jump in and say things, and so this is not a one-on-one discussion. So let me disabuse you of that notion, my friend.
All right, so
Right.
look, let's do this. Let's do this. You were originally talking to Master Yoda, right? So just
Yeah.
continue talking to Master Yoda, right? I'll go on mute
Yeah.
and we can just continue that conversation.
Even if somebody else wants to speak, then they should not assume as if I'm disagreeing with them. Just like the person did. Okay. Who was that person? Let me see.
That was me.
Okay, so let's come back to the topic. What you have sent me in the chat does prove, apparently, that the calculated radius is like it is not perfect. All right, that is what you're trying to say.
Right. But what is contention is the degree of error. You seem to
You
think
tell
it's
me.
much bigger than it really is claimed to be. It's negligible, statistically negligible difference between the equatorial radius and the polar radius. Do you know what I mean
Yeah,
by that?
yeah, it's very negligible. 21 kilometers. I'm not sticking to that point. I'm just saying that the windmill case, what you have sent me, the windmill case. I apparently it seems what you're saying is true. So what next?
Well, what DJ was trying to explain to you is that we have observations that would make the Earth have a radius of not 4,000 miles, not 10,000 miles, 93,000 miles or further.
Really?
Yes, yes.
Okay, that might be true. But still, do you like so Earth would be still a sphere with 93,000 miles radius?
Yeah. Do you have any idea how many times bigger the globe would be if that's the case?
No, I don't have. Can you tell me like I guess nine times bigger than like 9 times bigger, 9x maybe.
It would be 1/3 the distance to the moon.
So yeah, that is actually okay. Okay.
Yeah, which means NASA's lying about their moon mission.
Yeah, they have been lying. Like there have been no substantial evidence that it was a successful mission.
Yeah, which means India's Chandrayaan space mission is also a lie.
Maybe.
It
I'm
has
not
to
from
be.
India, by the way. I'm from Pakistan, so
Yep.
I don't know.
That was one of the more recent moon expeditions.
Yeah, Indians are scamming everywhere, so they might be scamming people here as well.
So, what does this mean?
This means that Earth might be 93,000 miles in radius.
It changes everything, doesn't it?
Holy
How much more?
smokes!
Okay,
How
I
much
have a
more
question.
land do you think there is? How much more
Can I ask,
ocean?
like 9x? I have told you 8 to 9 times more ocean. Can I ask you one thing, by the way? I have just clicked a question in my mind.
Sure.
Yeah, but like, have you been on an airplane? Where like airline flight time, like when we travel from uh North America to like for example Pakistan, it takes a few hours, okay, and the speed of the aircraft is a fact. It can be tracked by anyone. So doesn't that make it true that United States of America is is just 7,000 away from Pakistan, not more than that. Like, if we were to believe Earth's radius is 93,000 miles, then apparently, if current distance from Pakistan to United States is 7,000 miles, it would be 23,000 miles, right?
No, it could still be whatever it is, but that distance is also a calculated distance. Nobody knows what it truly is with the measurement.
But do you know you can measure the speed of an aircraft from the ground, while like you can view an aircraft and you can measure its speed.
Yeah, how does it get a ground speed versus the airspeed?
No, I'm saying we can measure the speed of an airplane just by being on the ground.
Sure, but the whole way?
We can take the average.
Yeah, that's right. It's all calculated. Nobody's measured exactly how fast planes are going. These are
Okay, so
just estimates.
you are trying to say that planes move much faster than they claim?
No, I'm saying that we don't know if Pakistan is really 7,000 miles away. It could be 6,000 miles away. It could be 8,000 miles away. Maybe 7,000 miles away is a good enough average.
hmm Okay, that might be true. Like, but yeah, I'm not. Okay, so what do you think? Like, if Earth is 93,000 miles, where is like uh, what as so do you also believe that the current map that we have of the Earth is also fake?
It has to be,
Okay.
right?
Okay, so
You need to check
This
yourself a bit there, Jason, because you're like cementing in your head that there's a 93,000 mile radius when actually what it tells you is you don't have a radius. You don't have a known radius. You don't have a ball. You just have a planar surface with a changing limit of view based on the optic. So you're trying to reify the ground, the surface, into a shape or a
mm,
size, which you can't do.
But is
okay,
he
so
independently doing this, or is it solidified in academia? There is a big
No,
difference.
he's just
If he's just
because Amish
sounds
has
like he's
told
just
him.
cowboying up and saying, "Hey, the Earth is way bigger than what everybody's saying it is," but independently, he
Oh,
doesn't
I
I'm
have
offered
like
this
a
to him.
academic
I'm not
resource.
saying
It's
that.
because Amish has shown him an observation. Well, I don't know. I'm joining halfway through, but it sounds like Amish has shown him an observation, which is showing him that what we're observing goes far beyond the claimed geometric radius of the ball. But
Does he
now
agree
he's
with that?
taken that number. But now he's
No, I
taken
don't.
that number and
I'm
he's
in the
saying,
middle.
he's
I'm
Hey,
just
saying,
new to this
well, now
concept.
that the Earth
guys,
is
I
this
think you're
big,
taking Yoder away from his point. I think both of you might want to defer back to Yoder because he was trying to make a point to our friend here.
Yeah, relax, dude. We're getting context, and that's what me and Cyclone are doing. So if you don't mind, please don't butt in and do that. We're
yeah,
getting context, so we're coming in midway. So if you don't mind.
because now it sounds like Jason's talking about, well, how does this work on a 93,000 mile radius ball? And he's continuing along that track rather than
Yeah,
realizing it just means he doesn't have a ball to begin
Mhm.
with.
I was about to tell him we've got observations that put the radius at over 270,000 miles.
Yeah, so
I
that's
get
what you
it.
need
And
to
lead,
get.
All
and
right.
lead to the point which one of these is the true one, because every time people try to measure the Earth, it doesn't comport to the globe. And that was my initial claim in the beginning.
Okay, so have you
Hmm.
ever studied how Earth's radius was calculated back then?
Yeah, it was construed by people looking at the stars and imagining a celestial sphere. Have you heard of a
No, no,
celestial sphere?
there was a person, I'll share a video, and that is
Yeah,
how
Jason, tell us all about it. Tell us how it was measured.
I'll revise it. Wait a second. I just saw I saw a video a week ago in which it was a reel. He was telling how I don't know who was
He
that
measured
person.
a radius.
Yeah, in ancient times,
In ancient
just
times, they
using the
measured
speed of
from the
light.
surface. They measured from the surface of the Earth to the center of an imagined ball Earth. Is what you're saying?
I'll share you. Wait a second.
Well, we already know what you're going to say, but you should brush up if you're going to believe in it.
I'm not sure why the fuck you people are so aggressive toward
Relax,
me.
dude.
I'm
Hey,
new
well, I'm not
to
being
Relax.
this thing.
Just
aggressive.
calm
I'm just
down.
telling you. We
Just
already know.
relax.
We
Why are you
already know
getting
the
so triggered?
story.
I
I
have
just want to
already
know if you
agreed
know.
to you people. I'm
I
not
want to
sure
know if
why
you
the
know
fuck
it.
are you.
Yeah,
Uh,
dude, you seem to be triggered. Just relax. He's just asking questions. There's nothing
yeah,
Yeah.
wrong
I'm
with
new to
that.
this concept.
We
I
know
never
you're going
knew
to bring up
you.
Eratosthenes. I was going to give you a history lesson that goes back further than Eratosthenes. But since you
Don't
seem
get
to know
triggered.
better,
I'm
you
new
can
to
go
this
ahead and
concept.
educate us on the matter.
Yeah.
Uh,
First, he has to
so,
realize that he doesn't know, and in order to do that, he has to go through it. So go on, Jason.
yeah, as I said earlier, I'm just new to this concept. Today is the first day in my life I have been exposed to this concept. So
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
fine. That's
sure
fine.
why
No,
they
that's fine. I
uh,
understand that.
why
But
are they
you're
getting
because
triggered.
you just said a guy measured a radius of a ball.
Yeah,
So
I'll
that's a
share.
claim.
Wait, I'm not
So
saying
that's
he
what we
did
want to.
right. I'm just telling you how he did it. What do you have to say about that? I'm just searching who was that person.
Yeah, so that's what you need to look into because someone's telling
Yeah,
you
yeah,
that they've measured it. So now you need to look
yeah. But
into that and say, well,
I
what
never
did they
said that.
measure?
I never said that what he measured was correct.
Right, what did he
I'm just
measure?
asking for your views on that thing.
Okay, well, that's what did he measure?
Let me search.
How long was he?
Okay,
How long
so
has he been? Hold on, Jason. How long has he been in here, guys? For more context, has he been like only 30 minutes or?
Yeah, about
30
30
minutes.
minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went over the John D long distance observation, and that's pretty
Mhm.
much all that's we've spoken about with him.
And I do agree with that minimal thing. So I don't
Okay.
know why the fuck somebody's getting triggered.
You're trying
What?
to
You're the only
shoehorn
one
John
getting
Dee's
triggered.
observation into your globe, and it doesn't fit. Because John Dee's observation requires a radius at least of 93,000 miles.
So
Well, let's
I
just clarify.
have not denied what you're saying. I didn't say you are wrong. I'm just asking
Yeah,
question. I'm
no
just
one's triggered,
learning.
dude. We're just
No,
asking
there was a
you
person getting
to
triggered.
understand.
He was shouting
That's
at me.
right, dude.
I don't think anyone
Just
was, but we're just going through this claim that you made that someone has measured a radius. If
Yeah,
they
yeah,
have or they haven't,
yeah.
what did they
I
do? What did they measure?
I'll share that video.
Because this is what you
Okay.
start needing to do. You need to start listening to what they're claiming and checking it out.
Yeah, because I saw it a week ago, so I'm searching that video. Okay, so he was a Greek person and he measured the circumference of the Earth. I'll share that video in the chat.
Okay, but make sure you've read and understood it so you can talk about it, so that you understand what they're claiming he did.
Yeah, I do. As I said, I'm not that expert, but I do understand what that
Okay,
person did.
what do you think he did?
Okay, so he used he used basic principles of speed of light, and he used a wheel type of thing
The speed
with
of light.
some slits in it.
How did a guy from ancient Greece know the speed of light?
No, I'll share the video. It will explain everything. I don't have enough vocabulary to explain you that. Wait.
Well, you were trying to explain it, so it doesn't require that much complex vocabulary. I can hear your English and tell that you have enough English to repeat or tell us what you think he did.
Could you say that again, please? I just switched
What
from my phone to
was
phone.
measured in reality?
Okay, I'll see that video. I've shared the video. You can also see.
Oh my god!
So he used
Dude,
different angles. Like he placed a pole, and he calculated the angles that the shadow and the pole had.
right, so he's measuring
You can see
shadows
the video. That
and
will explain
angles.
you better.
So how would that tell him that he lives on a ball of a certain size?
I'm not sure about that. I'm just asking your views. How is that not
Yeah,
correct?
he didn't measure the ball. He assumed it, and then he calculated the angles he's getting from those shadows, and he used the assumption that the Earth was a ball, and he turned it into a circle, basically.
Okay. So yeah.
But the thing is, with that, you can assume a ball, or you could assume flat, and it works either way, depending on what assumptions you make about the surface and the distance to the sun, the angles that the light rays are coming in, parallel or divergent. So it doesn't.
Okay.
It's not a measurement. It's not a measurement of a radius, though, is it?
It's
not a measurement of a
measurement of
circumference.
circumference. Yeah.
He's measuring angles, which are straight lines, not curves. So the use of angles alone would tell you that he's measuring from a flat surface, not a curved one.
Okay. So okay, I was just asking. Yeah, I was looking for your views on this. So I've got what you have to say. So can I ask you one thing? I'm really confused somewhere. Like as a flat Earth person, do you believe Earth is like, what shape do you have of Earth in mind?
We're not claiming a shape, right? Flat is not a shape. It's just a description of the
Okay.
surface. So we do know
So
that it
what?
can't be ball shaped because that would require curvature, but we're not saying it's a circle, it's a square, it's a triangle. We don't know.
Okay. So can it be a sphere with 93,000 miles radius?
No. Well, not
No.
unless anyone can measure some curvature commensurate to that, which they can't. So there's no curvature. So whatever it is, it's not a curved shape as far as can be measured.
Okay.
It's also not
What?
an object that floats in outer space.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
Mm,
exactly. This is something you need to understand.
okay. As I said earlier, I'm new to this concept, so I'm just trying to learn.
It's more like you're in a giant building. It's not moving anywhere.
Okay, so
Yeah.
can I ask you one more thing? What if uh, why people don't place windmills at different distances, like for example 11 meters, 11
Yeah. Can I?
miles, and then to 15 miles, and then to 20 miles, and see if the bottom is hiding at
Yeah,
some
Hold on.
that's
distance.
what people
Hold
are
on, Jason.
doing.
Can I? Hold on, Cyclone. Let me just add one thing before you guys continue. You have to
Yeah.
realize when they're asking you questions right now, you want to ask all your questions about why they're not doing something to make it better so that they can identify if the Earth is a globe. But those questions you should be asking yourself, because the Earth isn't identified as a globe, but you seem to think that there is. So what
No, you
the gentlemen
assuming.
are going to
I'm not. You assuming out of nowhere.
right.
I'm just
So,
learning, and I didn't ever said that Earth is round. I'm just
Well, just
right.
asking
quickly
questions.
on your point about why aren't people putting things out in the distance and testing to see whether or not there's
No,
curvature?
no.
They are.
I'll rephrase it. Maybe you got it wrong. I'm saying, what if we place like 5 windmills, first at 11 miles, then at 20 miles, and then at 30 miles, and then at 40 miles. Maybe we could see the curvature. We could see
Yeah, that's
the
exactly what I
bottom of
said
the.
that you said. I understood what you were saying. And
Mm,
that's what I'm telling you is people are doing this. They're called flat earthers because the only people that are actually going out and testing to see if there is curvature by referencing distance markers, like you said,
yeah.
end up realizing that the surface is flat and there's no curve.
Oh,
So they become
really?
Yep.
flat earthers. That's
Yes,
why we're here.
Oh,
that's
nice.
true.
Okay, so are there any like documentaries or any evidence for that? Like
Yeah,
people who
there's
have
loads.
done
If I could
studies. Can you share them in
recommend,
the chat?
if DJ's here and DJ's available, DJ, do you want to take him through a long distance observation or two? I know you already did, but maybe he didn't really understand the gravity
Yeah,
of it
just
when he.
really quickly. Sure, I'll just be quick as well. Okay, so the observation that I showed you earlier, it does show different distance windmill towers. Okay, so if you have a look in the side chat, windmill tower 1, that's at 8 miles. Okay, and then windmill tower 2 is like, say, 9 miles.
Yeah.
DJ, you broke up.
Okay, I have to go somewhere. Is it okay if I come after like 30 minutes or 20 minutes?
Yeah,
Yeah, we're
someone will
here.
send you a link
Yes, sorry,
to
my.
the home server in your DMs, or click on the YouTube bot at the top. Join our home server as well because there's loads of information and resources there that you can look at. But yeah,
Okay.
join back. We're here 24/7. We're also on YouTube 24/7. So look us up. And
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
come anytime. People are here.
Yeah, sure. By the way, why do you think I'm not uh, why would somebody hide the actual
Well,
uh,
before we go
actual
to that, if you're gonna hang out for that, you should hang out for DJ's long distance observation because he's
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
show
sure,
you
Yeah.
sure.
exactly what you were saying.
Okay, I'll
People
come
should
after
be
30
doing.
minutes, okay?
All
Okay,
right, see you
sounds
I
then,
good.
man.
I hope he's back in 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm here.
Nice.
My phone, my hotspot died. That's all.
Okay, okay. I have to go actually somewhere, so I'll come back in 30 minutes.
I will see you when we return, man.
Yeah, I'm quite amazed and actually impressed by this new thing. So I'll come back and learn more.
That's great.
Good man. All right. Well, I'm
Great.
going to dip off as well, back on the listening mode. But good to hear you guys, DJ, AV,
You too.
Yoda.
Cyclone, what's
Catch
up,
you
man?
about.
Awesome. Good to see you, man.
Okay, okay. Great, great. Thanks.
Dude, we're starting like a big flat Earth movement in India. It seems.
Well, it just seemed like, he ran with Dr. John G's, demonstration. So he's taking that and just saying, well, it's obviously pointing out that the earth is just too big. Like, dude.
Yeah, I pinned him to that, Miggy. I pinned him to that on purpose because I had a plan.
Yeah, but he leaned
And
into it. It was just like,
I wanted him to, because then I was going to present other observations that contradicted.
that's great. But I'm
Yep.
surprised you didn't be like, whoa, that can't work. Like, or say something that kind of sparked his interest. But it does. He didn't really know anything about the topic, which most people coming into this are gonna think that anything that you do anyway is gonna point that the Earth is just a globe anyway. It's like flat on locally. So, but it's like far exceeding it on the measurement side. So if you're measuring a globe with using Dr. John D, like as you pointed out, is going to be way too big for it to be the globe that they're saying that it is.
Yeah,
That
and if you
was
think it's hard enough to measure curvature on the globe, and try measuring curvature on a 93,000 mile radius globe.
good
I mean,
luck.
that's effectively flat. You know what? Maybe that's what it is, guys.
You run with that one, yeah. But then they'd have to go against academia then, because then there's a whole new giant globe Earth that's not been proposed. Like
It almost makes no difference to me either way.
Well, if it's measured as flat and it looks flat, like, and it's actually a ball, like,
Yeah, the point is it turns out to be extremely big, so much bigger than they thought it was, that it's so much flatter than they thought it was. And that too
That would
is
be
also a house
interesting.
of cards. It's easy to knock everything down.
He started at the very end to get a little triggered. Like he was just upset about it. And, you know, you give a couple of attempts to reel it back in. And if it doesn't, then, you know, he just goes into that cognitive dissonance state. We got a lot of other people in here like Bombi, Dagroot. Who's that? Minhaj, welcome. Mo, Owl. If you guys were listening to the conversation, there's an event that just started, so you can open your mic and have a discussion about whether or not you can tell us if the Earth is a globe or not.
All right, I have a question for somebody who believes in the flat Earth theory.
Go ahead, man.
It's a really basic one. Like, so how do you guys explain the season changing thing in flat Earth?
Yeah, back.
How do we explain the seasons changing?
Yeah.
Well, think about the explanation for the Earth being a globe. What do they say is happening?
Well, the Earth kind of rotates around the sun, so when we can, sorry. So it's like when you see the Earth rotates around the sun, right? So when at certain angle, because we get a little to the sun's heat that the summer comes in. My mom's calling her.
Okay. Oh, your mom's calling you. I think his mom started calling him, so he dipped out.
I'm Jason.
Right.
I'm back.
All right, we'll kind of wrap it up with this guy, see if he wants to finish up, Jason, and then maybe you can come in.
Yeah, sure.
Because he was asking about seasons. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
you
sure.
left.
No, sure. Let him speak.
But I think his mom called him at the same time, so he got cut off.
I can wait.
So,
I can wait. No worries.
all right. But before I don't know if you got some time. I'm gonna just call out to the room if anybody else wants to come in because Minhaj was going on about seasons. But this is important for you guys if you're trying to figure things out. And there's an explanation for the Earth being a globe. He's back.
I posted seasons for you at 9:27. If you watch it, you'll see where the snow starts and where the snow ends. You see it's in that big part of the analemma. The small parts of summer.
What?
Yeah, so the explanation for the Earth being a globe and like how you were telling me that seasons happen.
Yeah.
You were describing a relationship that the sun has with the Earth, yes?
Yes.
Okay, that's exactly the same type of relationship for flat Earth. It's a relationship that your geographic location where you are on the Earth has with the sun. Yeah. It's the same thing.
Now hold on, how it can be the same thing there? Like
no, not the yeah, no, I get you. It's not the model that's the same. It's the relationship between your location and the sun. So, for example, I'm going to give you an example, right? Professor Triangle has shown you like a GIF that's in the text chat, GIF, if you want to call it that. Do you see that GIF?
Oh, hold on, in the chat.
Yes.
Professor Triangle, huh? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's at 27 minutes after the hour. You just recently posted it. You see it?
Yep.
And that's just depicting like a cyclical pattern that the sun has throughout the year. That's the person was taking like the corner of the house like the shadow as it moves. So throughout the year.
Like how do you visualize it? And also, why the
Like that. Just like that. Just the way that you see that it shows, like he's taken it. The photograph that he's taken is probably throughout the whole year. He's taking one
Yeah,
picture, and as the year progresses, he's just taking another picture and another picture, and then he's putting all the pictures together, and it
right.
forms like a pattern. Do you see the pattern that it forms
Yep, I
on the
do.
ground? Okay, that same pattern forms in the sky. You can take the picture of the sun. It's called a solar analemma. And what happens is throughout the year, as the sun arcs across the sky, it does like move. It moves to a different location at solar noon. So noontime, every day, the sun's going to be at almost a different position than it was the day before, and it does so in a pattern. So its proximity to your geographic location in the sky seems to move, and so it forms this pattern in the sky. If you were to take a picture of the sun at noon every day, it does
Yeah.
this like figure of eight pattern. It just depends where you are, right? Because if you go more north or more south, you won't see the pattern like that.
All right. So, do you guys think that the equator line does not exist?
No. I want to stick to this point right now, if we can.
Yeah.
So the
Okay.
answer for like what causes the seasons would be the
Yeah.
sun's proximity to your geographic location. So how far away does it look like in the sky? Like what angle is it at? So that changes over the year. So if you were to think about the Earth as a globe, you could construct a model that looks like what you could have an explanation to the sun changing its position in the sky, just the same. But what we're saying is all we see, the observation of the sun moving across the sky, is its different location or in the sky, like in degrees away from your proximity, like where your location is, where you were on the Earth. So the
All right.
answer
All
is
right.
almost identical, except for the fact that we're not saying that there's a model attached to it, as far as like what the Earth is.
All right. All right. So, regarding this, so I have another question. Is that, in
Okay.
the globe Earth theory, the explanation of we, like the Earth roaming around the sun, is basically the gravity, right? So, like in flat Earth theory, how does the sun revolves around or revolves on our sky?
Yeah.
Like how it
As
doesn't
in
fall?
what is making the sun move across the sky? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. What powers the mechanic of the sun to make it do what it does, move across the sky, is unknown. We just see it. We're observing it move across the sky. The answer for flat Earth is it's unknown. There is no way that we can tell what's powering the sun to do what it does as it moves across the sky. There's no answer to that.
There's no answer to that. I see.
No. The explanation, however, of the sun being in the center of our solar system is also unknown. There's an explanation, but it's just telling you a story. It's not giving you a
No,
definitive
it's still
conclusion.
that still does make sense though. Like the whole gravity
No,
thing, it does kind of.
yeah, it seems to, but there's no way that you can test or verify that story for its
Well, I mean, it's
veracity
practically
of the claim.
impossible to it's practically impossible to test it because yeah, it's so huge, and
Well,
also
yeah. Let's hold on, Minaj. It's not
okay.
only not practical. It's impossible. As in, like, it's not. It's only think about if you thought of an idea, and you said my idea is the reason why the sun is doing what it's doing, and it's in the center. Like no one could test your idea because it's your idea. It's in your head.
Yeah.
Like I can't test something that you thought of in your head unless I'm able to in the physical world outside go and do something about it. So I can't test something that you thought of unless it's something that is practical. So it's not practical to think that the sun's in the center if I can't test it. Do you understand? There seems to be an issue with the mainstream academic explanation and your ability to
All
test
right.
that information.
So no. Okay. So the thing is, if you think that since it's not practical enough, that you do not believe it. But then, is it really practical that the sun is just roaming around freely on our in a sky? Like,
Well, I
you
mean,
said,
that's
that's
what we
way
observe.
more,
Yeah, we only
that's
observe, like, we're going based on observation. The only thing we can do is see something happening in the sky and document the phenomena. So our observations are the reasons why people have explanations. So we don't, like, there's no way that you could test what powers the sun to do what it does in the motions. You can just document the motions. So we don't have like the cause for the effect. We see the effect, we see it do what it does, we see all kinds of phenomena in the sky. But as far as like us knowing the cause for the effect, we do not know. No one does. The only thing we have are explanations. And the side of flat Earth, we don't want to give people something as an explanation to satisfy what's going on in the sky if they cannot test it. So in other words, we got away from the Earth being a globe in the paradigm because all they had were explanations. And people seem to be satisfied with those things, right? Like you might right now say, it makes sense in my mind if I know that there's, gravitational forces that make us revolve around the sun. That seems to be like something you like to hear. However, it's not something you can test, nor I or anyone else. So this
well,
information, go ahead.
then basically you're saying is that like up until we can practically test it, up until then, you'll believe in the flat Earth theory, right?
No, see, the issue is, I know that you're open to test it, but you didn't realize that asking that question about flat Earth to test what we're saying, you're not testing what the globe is telling you. So that's the other issue. You've never actually like went out to see if they're saying that gravity is the reason why that we're revolving around the sun, because the sun in the center is kind of keeping all the planets in orbit. Yes.
Yes.
Right. How can we test this? So this is kind of like an internal critique for you and everyone who's listening. How would we be able to test the information they're telling us about an explanation about what the sun is as a solar system? How could we test this?
Well, we cannot test it because I mean, if you have your materials, then you can test it somewhat. Like if you have a long earth fabric, if you have some balls that you can use as a replica of Earth and Sun, then if you let's say there's a cloth and you keep the sun like a huge ball in the middle, then you'll see a curvature there, and if you roll a ball around it, then it will give a few rounds. Yeah, if you're saying that the literal test of how at least you want to observe from your own eyes that how the world is um, going around the sun, then I mean it's not possible, right?
Yeah, I
because
agree.
you guys kind of do not
I agree.
believe in the satellites either.
Well, no. Wait a minute. Wait. No. You can't go to you guys don't believe. No, your critique was going great until you said you guys don't believe in satellites. Now
Alright,
you're
sorry.
putting.
No, okay. I'm
Hold
sorry
on,
for my wording, but
Minhaj,
I just could not find one. Yeah.
Yeah, Minhaj. What I was trying to mention to you when you were talking about the sheet, when you roll the ball and you have a bigger ball in the center and you have all these
Yeah.
smaller balls and you roll it around the bigger one, what you're going to
Yeah.
see is some of the balls roll around the big one, right? That's what you
Yeah.
see. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, that very thing that they're showing you is something you never observe, ever. You never see that.
I mean, it's kind of impossible to observe from sitting here in the
I
Earth.
agree. I agree, but that's the thing though. They're giving you another story that you can't verify. You never see that example of a bigger ball, little balls going around that bigger ball. You never see that. Ever.
All right, so all right. I think we're just going on a loop, so let's move on. I want to
No,
ask another
wait.
question.
No. This is we can't. So the reason why I don't like to move on so quickly is because your mind needs to absorb the fact that observation has to be in a practical world. When you go outside, you cannot say that something that was given to you as an example is analogous to something you go outside and witness. So like if I go outside and I see the sun, I'm not going to see that example of the person showing me the sheet and the big ball and the little balls going around that big ball, I do not witness this. I do not witness this. So this is a problem. This is what I'm showing you all the problems that your mind has to think about. You have to overcome the fact that they're giving you an example of something that you've never observed. Nobody has.
But no, listen, the thing that works for me is that, like, at least, theoretically, it kind of makes sense to me. But however, sun, roaming around over our head, however, it's not falling in our Earth. It's more suspicious than like the whole globe Earth theory.
Well, I mean, you're trying to think of something that makes the most sense. That's what you're telling me right now. It makes more sense in a heliocentric paradigm than it does for a flat Earth paradigm, is what you're telling me. But the flat Earth has not given you an example of what's giving the sun to do what it does in the sky. So there could be an answer there that we're not able to understand. This is what the issue is. You're trying to say that we're not telling you what's powering the sun to move across the sky. Therefore, the guys who are telling you what's powering the sun to, look like it's moving across the sky is because the Earth is in motion. This is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Now, the issue there is that you've agreed that you're only going with the one that's telling you an explanation and not giving you a practical, real way to see an observation.
No,
You
'cause
do
see,
not.
I mean, after all, the scientists, they're also human, they're not supermans that can,
That's great.
like, hey, like, practically it's not really possible for them to show me that how it's
Okay.
working. I mean, so yeah,
But that's what we call, like, in this particular arena, we call that a concession. A concession is when they admit that there's no way, that there's a possible way that you could practically, like, test and verify this thing that you're saying would be the explanation that you agree with. So you, on the other hand, would have an explanation that you think sounds good, and you're going with that. But everybody that's in here right now was tired of hearing explanations. We wanted to know, because we're being told about the Earth being a globe and the planets and the solar system and the galaxy and all the other things that are in this, universe. And there's no way to test and verify this. That's where we're at here in this room. The reason why we stopped, like, just, agreeing with just a good explanation is because our life always, at this point right now, has to deal with more being skeptical about information and reviewing. We have to review what we've been told, which is what you should be doing. Like, review everything you've been told and see what out of all those things you can tell me is an absolute fact, is true. And you're going to find out everything to deal with the globe. There is no way to test and verify these things. It's all in your imagination. Like the ball that you had in the center with the rubber sheet and you throw little balls around it, that exists in your head because you don't see that outside. You do not witness this. So you can
like,
tell me
however,
examples that you can do, but go ahead.
Like, hey, but like, it's not practically possible, right? If you want to see it, like, probably we have to wait 1,000 years or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Up until, or if we go to the rocket, go to the space with the rocket. Like, and it's not possible for everybody, so it's just like,
yeah. But what does that make everybody that, let's say there are only a few people that can go on a rocket. Everybody else are believing the story. The ones who say they can go on a rocket and come back and tell you the story, then those are the ones who know. But the only ones who are believing are everybody else on Earth that don't have access to a rocket. So you just made a case for everybody being a believer. And those who went are the only ones that know.
It's not like, if you think, no, I understood your point, is that you will not believe something up until you yourself, like, sees it, something like that, right?
Well, you can test it yourself. Like, most of the things about the globe are relegated to only a select few. Like, oh, we have astronauts that went to the moon and all this kind of things. But the only thing you can do is just believe those guys. You can't test it for yourself. But that's where we're at here. We're at the place where people want to test things for themselves. But nothing of the globe, the size of the Earth, or the dimensions, how big it is, or if it's spinning or if it's in the vacuum of space, none of those things can be tested. So we're left with a belief system. In all reality, that's all you have right now. Like, we're looking at all these things. So even, I mean, I don't know if you can think of one thing that you can practically do to verify that the Earth is a globe, that you can actually test and find out and say, hey, I know it's a globe because of this. Could you think of one thing?
There were some tests that I have read a long time ago, however, I forgot. Otherwise, I would have kind of tell you that, yeah, there are some ways you can verify it.
Okay. Do you think of one right now? Like what we can do?
Right now, no, you kind of have to move on. It's like, well, like, so there was this, I think, one test with one guy. So there was this one long ass river, and it's like, if the Earth is round, and if like I cannot really explain it. It's been a long time since I have seen it. So yeah, I do not have that quite the full version in my mind. However, I do have another question that I'd like to ask is that do you
You
think
can ask
that
any question you like, man. And the
yeah,
only thing I'm showing you right now is the fact that
yeah.
you may
So
think that there's some test that you can do. It's just there isn't one, man.
there are some
But
tests. Yeah, I'm positive about it. It's like obviously if the Earth is closed, then there are some tests you can do here on the Earth. However, yeah, I just like
okay.
cannot give you the details right now because I have to look at it and then I'll have to tell you. But anyway, before that,
Okay.
the question I
Okay.
was going through. So do you guys? I mean, sorry. So do you think that the equator line exists or not?
The equator line. What do
Yeah,
you think it is? What is the equator line?
the equator line, where like
Hmm.
the sun is basically straight above your head.
The sun is straight above your head.
Yeah, it's like if you let's say if we go to Ecuador and
Okay.
you, like go exact place where the equator line is supposed to be, and if you look at above your head, then you'll see the sun is directly
Okay.
hitting on your head. Like yeah, you barely
Okay.
can even see your shadows.
So where's the equator located?
Oh, there are many countries like Ecuador, the
No,
country.
well, yeah, not the ground position. Well, how do we know where the equator? Let's say you had a cloudy sky for
Yeah,
about 2 months. 2 months. How will
yeah,
we know where it is?
bro. After 2 months, you'll know. Like yeah, you
No,
cannot.
no, no, not not after 2 months. I'm talking about within the 2 months. How would you be able to find out? Let's say you only had like a month to explore a certain area, and they said
I
this
would
is
not
the
be
equator.
no, no. Yeah, I would not be able to find out.
Why?
Well, because if you want to see the equator line, or if you want to observe the equator line on Earth, then you need the help of sun, though.
So the sun needs to be present.
Yeah,
So the equator is not the equator line is the idea that a line is just a concept, but the equator is not on the ground; it's in the sky. Yes.
the equator line. There's no practical place for the equator line, should I say? It's like
So it's in the sky, right? Like it's known, like location would be in the sky. Like if you say, "Hey,
it,
the equator's on the ground. It's right here in this location." That's just a ground position. But you don't have a ground position unless you reference the sun, right?
yeah,
Okay, the sun is where it's giving you its location. So
yeah,
if the sun is like 90 degrees above your head, like right above you,
yeah,
then you would say below you is the equator.
yeah.
Okay. So the sun gives you the position, not the ground. So
Well, the
the
equator line
equator
is
is not
yeah, it is
the
based on the
sorry.
sun. Yeah, it is based
Yes,
on sun.
right.
Yeah,
Right. So we're getting down to the realization that people are talking about things that are in the sky to give us the information of where on the ground is the equator, not that the ground position is the equator, because that you don't know the ground position until you know that the celestials are in the position that they are to give you an indication of where you would say the equator is. So the equator is not on the ground. I
as
mean,
I said,
its
the
ground position
equator.
is, but it's referencing the sun. The sun is
Yeah,
where you'd say, yeah,
yeah, I got it. So like,
okay.
what I was just asking is that like, so yeah, it is entirely based on sun. But however, just because it is based on sun doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, right?
No, we didn't say that it didn't exist. It's just it's not existing as a line on the ground. Because
It
if
is
you
not
don't see the sun,
I never
yeah, if you
thought
don't see the
about
sun,
as
then
it. Yeah, no, I
well,
never thought that it was a line in the land. No,
yeah,
I'm
no,
also like
I'm only giving an example because people say I'm traveling to the equator. They're traveling to a ground position that they're calling equator in reference that the sun is, or excuse me, that they're referencing because of the sun. But it's not
well, they
because
just
there's a
simplify it. It's like not always they can
okay.
mention the whole theory and then
No,
say that
I
yeah, I'm
want
going
to
there.
clear this up because there's a lot of people who think that the equator is the actual location that they can go to, and it's a place in the sky that's been marked as the place where the sun is in between the tropics, the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. So they would be located right in the center of those.
All right.
It's this. I don't know if you've heard of the celestial sphere, but that's what we're actually talking about at this moment right now. Have you heard of that term, celestial
Getting a
sphere?
call. Hold on.
Go ahead. You got a phone call. Interesting. I don't know where he's going with that, but I think he's just giving people the idea that obviously, you know, where the equator is and where that is in the sky. It's not on the ground. I mean, the ground position, you could say you've arrived at the ground position of the equator because the equator would be in the sky where the sun's 90 degrees from your location. Yeah. Seems like it. Trying to see if meanwhile Minhaj is taking his call. Is there anybody else meanwhile he's doing that? You want to come in and ask some questions, perhaps challenge yourself if you think the earth is a globe? Oh, he's back.
Yeah, hello.
All right. So what
Yeah.
was your what was the where did you want to go with that? I don't know what your point you were trying to get to.
I want to take is that like so how does the I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but the country that are supposed to be under the equator line or on the equator line, they do not usually get winter. It's like always
Okay.
either like take Indonesia for example. They
Yeah.
only have summer and monsoon. They only have these two seasons. So how can you explain that?
Well, the sun is moving between the tropics, and so because of that, they're not going to receive the winter type weather because the sun is never far enough away from their geographic location. It's in a repeating cycle, so the cycle that it repeats on between the tropics will always be north or south of their geographic location, but never far enough to be considered, you know, where it would have the effect of a winter. You know, I mean, well, their winter would just be like you said, monsoon and
Yeah.
and dry. So there's not going to be like the idea that they're going to experience what people in the northern portions of Earth would experience, or far south, either way. But that's still the same. Like we were talking about seasons. I don't know. It's not going to tell us what the shape of the Earth is. It doesn't give us an indication of that. It just tells us that the proximity of the sun in the as an angle in the sky is at a different angle. So the angle needs to reach a certain specific part in the sky for it to be like the climate to change as far as like what we'd say like these colder northern or southern latitudes.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, you couldn't say that if you're in somewhere like in Ecuador, or like you said, you're referencing somewhere in
Indonesia. Yeah.
So if you're doing that, if you're saying the sun it has a pattern where it doesn't move too far away from me in an angle in the sky, like then you would never witness, you know, winter like the way people in the north or the south have. But that's fine. The only thing we're doing right now is just looking at the sun, observing its pattern in the sky, and documenting down like how far away at an angle it is from your geographic location. So you could see the sun, but that's the only thing you can tell. You can't get information if the Earth is a specific shape. That's not what. I don't think anybody's doing that. Do you?
No. Well, then like also, don't you find it's another question, by the way. So don't you find it a little weird that all the planets we have around us is round? We, however, are just flat.
Well, think about it like this. What similarities can you tell me both of the things in the sky and the ground have to do? Like compare. I want you to compare one thing. Just name one thing that is like we have here that you can see in your physical world. Compare it to something up there. Name one similarity.
One similarity. They have sunlight, I think. Yeah, they have
They
sunlight.
have what?
We also have sunlight.
How,
Sunlight.
they have sunlight. How do you know that?
Yeah. Well,
we get sunlight. We know that. We get sunlight. But how do you know they get
no,
sunlight?
see, okay. If you get a telescope, and if they're not receiving sunlight, then how are you even able to see them?
Well, that's not the question for us. The question to you, or no, excuse me, not for the people here, the flat Earth. The question for the people who think that the Earth is a globe. If you're saying that that's sunlight on those things, how do you know this?
Because, like, bro, so how? Okay, let's say.
What do you mean,
if
bro?
there's no
Like,
sunlight,
I'm asking
no,
a specific question.
yeah,
Like, you either you can tell me
okay,
how
so
you know or you don't know. Like, that's
okay. I know it because for one thing, for you to be able to see one thing, there has to be light in it. So when
okay.
in the night we take out our telescope and we look at the sky, if their surface is not receiving sunlight, then we will not be able to see it.
Well,
But
how do
we
you
are
know
able
it's
to see
not?
that.
How do you know it's not coming from another source?
Like what?
I don't
If
know.
there's no bro.
Let's
Okay,
put it this way. Let's put it this way. You've never asked a question, so you don't really know how to come about giving an answer. So if it's not the sun, if there's another thing giving its power to give it light, how would you know this?
How, like, isn't that what we're calling the sun? I mean, let's say, yeah,
Well, the
they
sun.
have their own sun or something.
No, I'm asking. How do you know it's sunlight? Scientifically, how would you be able to validate it's sunlight?
It's like, okay, I do understand your point. Is that because you think the sun is limited to us? That's why. I was
Well,
saying that
yeah.
they
No, wait a
have
minute. Wait. Yeah, you could say that. I'm not denying that. You could say that we're maybe thinking that, but there's people think different things, right? Some people think it could be the sunlight, right? What I'm asking for is that in either case, how can we validate that it's sunlight?
All right,
I just want to
then we
know
will
how it's
be
been validated.
okay. Then why are we not be able to spot that source? If there's a source out there
Yeah. I get you.
yeah,
Why can't we know?
individually.
Why can't we observe the actual source of the light? That's the question for science, isn't it? So if we're not able
Well,
to
then science
determine,
has answered it. Like, science
no, it
already
has
has
not.
answered it. But
No, it has not, because they're giving you explanations, and the thing that you can't do is test and validate those explanations. So let's say they say science has given us that it's sunlight. Let's put it this way, right? Science told us it's sunlight. How do we know? How did science validate that is sunlight? How did they validate?
how did they validate?
Yes.
Like, do you believe in telescope? Sorry, do you believe in
No.
satellites?
Satellites, telescopes, no. If you're trying to tell me there's scientific validation, I want to know the method by which they know that the light on those planets that you consider planets, how do you know it's sunlight?
Well, then you have to look it through my way. Is that, like, I'm thinking the sun is
I
not
know
a
that.
one
But
small ball.
that's the thing though, Minhaj. I have to see it from a perspective of an explanation, through the lens of an explanation. But what if I don't want to have an explanation and I just want to validate what light that is? How could I do this?
But you cannot just validate out of the blue. Like, if you ask something, and if you want to know their answer, then you kind of have to look. You kind of have to put yourself on their shoe to see
Right.
what
So then
they
I
are
have
doing.
to. You're correct. I have to take on the worldview that they're giving me. So in other words, I have to think about it like they're telling me to think about it. So they're telling me how to think about the universe. So they're saying, okay, That light you see, it's coming from the sun. And then I would have to take that on and say, okay, I believe you. Or if I wanted to challenge them, I could say, how do you know that light is coming from the sun and not another source? I'd have to abandon their specific explanation to think about it a different way.
All right.
You understand?
Then, yeah, okay. Let's say that you said this, like, I refuse your opinion or I refuse your answer.
Your explanation.
But
Yeah.
then if they ask you, then how do you explain the light source that is available, but we are not able to spot? And how is that light source is like, giving
Right. Okay.
the light
So
to
now we're
individual
getting,
planets?
this is important, right? For you, we're getting into
Yeah.
the realm of replacement theology. So you're right now thinking, if it's not the sun, what do you have to offer instead of that? And what if I was
Yeah.
to tell you, that I don't need to offer a replacement for what they're telling me? What if I was to tell you that? What if I can live in a world where I don't have to give an explanation to everything? What if I can just say, I see light on those things that you call planets. I see it. I'm not denying that. But what I'm
Yeah.
telling you is that I don't have to have an explanation to the idea. In other words, my worldview, I can see those things and they do have light, but I don't have to tell you what kind of light, whether it's sunlight, whether it's, bioluminescence or whatever. I know that's not that, because that's a different category. But I'm telling you, it doesn't have to be explained by only the light, the type of light that you think it is. Because at the end of the day, Minhaj, I can't validate scientifically what light that is. Neither can they, as you explained. So I'd have to put myself in their shoes and go along with their story to then think about it like the way you have right now.
But then if they ask you for the answer, you do not have the answer for them though.
Yeah. I don't need one. Why would I need an answer to something I cannot validate, Minhaj?
Because you see, the whole science, why the science are always searching around, is that like we have the curiosity to know how the world works.
Of course,
However,
of
I think
course. No, and I don't deny that. I agree with you on that. Yes, that's true.
yes, but like I think you do not have the desire to know, because as you're constantly saying is that
No, it's not about the desire, Minhaj. It's about the ability. So the desire has to match the ability. So let's say I want to know if the sun or the moon or whatever, what kind of light that I'm going to investigate. And if I know that the planets have light, that I'm going to look into what type of light. My desire to know that has to match my ability to discover it. So I have to have the ability to investigate this. If I do not have the ability, I cannot test and validate that light is the exact thing that I think it is. Even though, let me put it to you this way, even though it makes a lot of sense, right? Because you got one big bright ball of light, and all these little things could have, reflected light on it. Even though that, even though that makes sense, I have to test and validate my ideas of what light is, that light I see is. Does that make sense? I don't. Yeah, it makes sense. You got a bright ball of light, an energy source, and I could say that it could be sunlight, but that's not. I'm not denying the fact that that's what it could be. Okay, I'm not. Don't go there with that. Not me saying that. What I'm saying is, I need to test and validate to make sure that I'm not just saying a story. Because if it was a different kind of light, and I'm only telling you it's sunlight, then I'm wrong. Am I? Am I not?
Yeah,
I could be
all right,
wrong.
all right. So okay, so there's this one thing, as you said, that it's about ability. So as you see already that we have our smartphone, right? Like we have our camera in the smartphone, right? Like we can take photos, we can shoot videos and stuff. Okay, this one thing. Then we also have trains. We also have airplanes that literally can take you from one country to another. So how impossible it is for us human beings who already has discovered these things to make l- a vehicle, a sky vehicle that has camera attached on it and throw it on the sky to see what's out there. It's not really out of our ability. It is inside our ability, right?
Yeah, well, we're gonna now assume that up there is a specific type of environment. Going this direction that you're going, that's what we're gonna assume. that up there is a specific type of environment, like the vacuum of space.
Yeah.
Okay, but prior to rocket technology, how did we start to figure out what things were and investigate, right? We have to, like you said, with science, test and validate things that are around us. And as we go up in higher in elevation or altitude, we understand that the air is different, as you start going up. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a certain limit to where we can test and validate. Did you know this?
Like?
Well, think about it. What is the limit to as far as we can test and validate? As far as like the earth, the air that we breathe and how much of it there is above us. And as you go higher in elevation or altitude, the conditions change. What is the extent about which we can test and validate? I don't know. You probably don't know this, and I'm asking this because of that.
I'm actually not getting your question at first. Like,
so as we go up in altitude, the air changes. It's not the same that we have the breathable air that we have on the surface, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How do we know at what limit or what type of air pressure we have going up?
Well, okay, if you like want to ask this, then I have to say that there are people who has gone to space.
No, yeah, there's an explanation to that. What I'm asking for is the air pressure going up. How do we know we've tested the air pressure going up? What is the test that validates the air pressure is lower when you go up?
Like, if you're asking that, how can we prove you sitting from your own home and me sitting from my own home, then it's not possible.
Yeah, no, it is. You can test the air pressure where you are at right now. It's possible.
I can, but like, I like as you were saying that to verify this information, like whether the air gets changed or not over the sky, I have to go over the sky to see it, or something like that.
Yeah, no, what I'm asking for though is the method by which people have said that they can test air pressure above your head. Which are the methods that they can test and verify that the air does change? It gets lower in pressure as it goes up.
Well, I don't know. They probably have some machines.
Okay. They probably have some machines. So you don't really know. So as you go up, there's a specific altitude that you're going to reach where you cannot do any more tests. Now I'm telling you this because go ahead.
I mean,
you have something to say?
As they claim that they have been to the moon, so me as a believer of the moon thing, so to me it's kind of clear that they did explore a lot of stuff.
I know, but before they got to the moon, they have to at least find out what they're dealing with. Yes.
Yes.
You can't send people in an environment that you haven't tested for, or at least validated that it's a specific thing that you think it is, right? You have to at least know that much, what you're sending people into.
Yeah, I mean,
they're not going to go
didn't
blindly.
just, they didn't just.
They're not going to go blindly into that environment.
They did not. They didn't just go to the. They didn't just like
Okay, let's just right. Let's just establish that, Minaj. Let's just establish that. So if we're saying they're going to an environment and they figured it out, I'm only asking you to think about it. How did they figure out what that environment is like? So I'm telling you, and I was going to, that there's only a specific altitude according to what we know right now in academia that you can test and measure the air pressure from.
Yeah.
So in the globe Earth, right, there's certain levels to the atmosphere, altitude wise, right? You can look this up right now if you want. And it goes, troposphere is the lowest part. That's where you and I are, up to a certain specific range. And then you got above the troposphere, you got the stratosphere. Then above the stratosphere, you got the mesosphere. Above the mesosphere, you have the thermosphere. And above the thermosphere is the exosphere. So these are the layers compounded on top of each other based on altitude. You can look this up right now if you like. It's going to basically show you a diagram. And then the diagram is going to show different pressures and such. But what I wanted to talk to you about is that there seems to be a claim as the environment, which the ISS and you know, the way where they went to the moon, what type of pressures they're dealing with. Now,
Well,
go ahead.
I got your point. Like that's what I'm saying is that they didn't just from the start send the human directly without any testing. Like
Right,
as you
right.
know
So
that
let me get to the point though. The point is that they could only test and verify to a certain limit.
yeah,
Minhaj, what limit
but
do you
we don't
think
know
that?
the limit though,
Yes, we
right?
do. Yes, we do.
How come?
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to right now. So above, so I've given you a couple of these atmospheres, right? Layers of atmosphere. It's not really like that, but like the layer. But the diagram will show you it's kind of like layered that way in altitude. So what is the highest level at which they could, and the altitude that they could test and verify air pressure? I'm going to let you guess for like maybe once or twice. Then I'll tell you. What's the highest
No, I have
level
no
based
idea
on the
actually.
based on the ones that I've given you? What's the highest?
Hey, can you please repeat again if you can?
Yes. So the atmospheres go troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, exosphere. What's the highest altitude that they've tested for air pressure?
I have no idea actually.
No, it would be the stratosphere.
Okay.
That's one level and altitude of, above the troposphere. So if that's true, the environment that the satellites and ISS and any other manned vehicle that they would send up is going into an unknown environment. They don't know what pressures those are dealing with up there.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no, not exactly, because they're sending people into an environment that has never been tested to have a specific
No,
air
they
pressure
did
like they
test.
would claim.
That's the thing. That's the thing I have been trying to tell. They did test, like how if there was the race between Soviet Union and the America. So the Soviet Union at first they have sent a dog, which of course died after burning. They have sent a lot of vehicles before that also. And like before the point of sending humans, there were a lot of tests. They had sent a lot of rovers. They had sent even an animal that was killed. So yeah, what I'm saying is that it didn't happen out of the blue. They didn't just, send the human in the unknown space. No, they did observe at first.
Okay. You said that just because they sent animals and animals perished when they went up.
No. I'm just stating the point that it's not like out of the blue they sent humans in the unknown sky.
No. That's not what I'm
They
saying
did
either.
observe.
No, that's not what I'm saying either. What I'm asking for is very specific. I want to know what air pressure they're dealing with when they pass the stratosphere. Because as far as I know, testing can only be done to the level of the stratosphere. It's somewhere in the range of like 120,000 feet above us.
Okay.
Right around there. So it might be more or less. But it doesn't go any farther than that. Balloons don't go any higher than that. Now, if there is one that goes a little bit more, like, 200,000 or something, then I need to know, because they're going to be in the mesosphere at that point. And in the mesosphere, according to a good buddy that comes in here, his name is Brendan. He's a meteorologist. He says that's never been tested for in situ measurement, which means that in that location where they have a balloon that could test for this, because balloons don't go to that altitude.
Yeah.
So there's no way to test. There's no way to test, and there's no device that can test that environment. So what they're doing, they're giving you an idea of what that environment is like, and they're telling you that vehicles are going into that environment, but they don't have a way to measure that environment. As far as we know, there's never been a measurement. There's only been calculations and inferences as to like what it's like. Now, I'm saying all of that to say that according to what the paradigm is, you've been told a story about what space is, which is a vacuum. Yeah? They're telling you that space is a vacuum. So here comes the problem, right? The problem of the vacuum of space is that it cannot be as what they say that it is in their inference. Do you know why?
Yeah. All right. Okay.
You know why? Well, I'm getting you to critically think about this. We're getting now to the part where the reason why I was telling you all the reasons they couldn't measure, and the
Yeah.
problem with the vacuum. So the problem with the vacuum of space, when they tell it to you like the way they do, is that it has like really, really low pressure.
Yeah.
It's not zero. Okay, they're not saying it's zero, but it's really low. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. We have breathable air on the surface. You and I, we're breathing at 14 pounds per square inch, right around there somewhere. If that is true, and we have a vacuum in the sky, because you might believe that's true, I'm still telling you that it's not verified with measurement, but you might believe it. So the problem we're having with the paradigm is that when you have gas pressure, according to kinetic molecular theory, is that it expands into the available space. So that we have the free expansion of gas, yes? Gas freely expands into any and all available space.
Well,
you understand this?
Yeah,
okay.
I got it.
So gas freely expands into any and all available space. So thereby, we're going to have to be able to present some sort of containment in order to contain the gas pressure. If it's not going to leave the volume, right? Because Earth has a amount of atmosphere according to the paradigm. So if there is no way to, sorry. No, so if the Earth doesn't have any, what?
Okay, go ahead. He was
So, yeah, if the Earth doesn't have any way to prevent the free expansion of gas, then the gas will fill the available space. So in other words, if you and I are breathing the air that we breathe, we wouldn't be if there was enough volume for the air to move out into, which means the gas would freely expand into all the available vacuum. It would just keep going. Because the molecules of gas have perfect elastic collisions according to kinetic molecular theory. That means that as they make their collisions, the only thing that impedes them is making another collision against something else. So another molecule or the container that it's in. Either one.
Yep.
That's the only thing that impedes its progress from going in that direction. So now the question. Now the question. This is the most important one. And it has to be answered by physics, right? Physics would have to be able to describe how this works. How can we have an open system like the Earth as a globe, like the globe? How do we have an open system where we have gas on the surface and a vacuum in space, and the gas doesn't expand into the available space? How do we have gas pressure without a container?
Well, no, we have a sphere, somewhat like I don't know the specific word for that, but however, we have a layer of something in the sky that kind of
With the
prevents it
ozone?
from something.
The ozone?
The ozone. I think that is finished.
You're really quiet. Sorry.
But like, hey, if that's the question,
am I really
can
quiet?
ask the same question.
No, it was Minha.
Oh, Minha.
Who?
Minha.
No, I'm listening. Am I supposed to interrupt him in the
No. I think he's saying you're quiet, like your volume. But I think he's fine to me. I don't know.
Hello?
He's fine to me. I have earbuds on, so.
Yeah, I'll check my sound system. Hold on.
You're fine. What were you saying?
Yeah, I was saying that then this same question can be asked for the flat Earth theory also, right?
Oh, wait a minute. We're not going to jump there yet. I want to know because, the Earth being a globe, there's nothing to impede the gas pressure. Nothing.
Yeah.
The gas should, in all accounts, expand to fill the available space, because that's what gas does. So, what is causing the gas not to leave the system of Earth and to expand into the available space? It's causing that.
The layers that we have are above us.
What do you mean the layers?
Well, as you said, the ozone layer. I think there are some other layers too, other than ozone layer.
Okay. So do you know if that is the example of what is causing the gas pressure for Earth?
Yeah.
The ozone layer. How do you know this?
How do I know this? Well,
yes.
No, if you're asking that, did I verify it physically? No, I did not.
No. Well, not even just you, but who's done that? Who's saying that the ozone layer is the container for the Earth's atmosphere? Who's saying that?
The scientists?
Which one?
A lot? I mean, all
Well,
the scientists, I think.
I know it sounds like a good thing to think about, Minhaj, but if you're not able to tell me who, then are you just telling me something that you think is true and not that it's
No.
verified by?
If you want a specific name, then I can
Well,
probably Google it and then say
yeah,
it.
Google it. Yeah, Google it. Google it. Put it through the AI. Put it through AI.
Yeah.
Do it whatever you think is possible, but come up with something that you think would be the answer to like what you're saying.
Oh,
And it has to be.
let's say he's Mr. Kitty or something. But like, what points does it make there?
No. What I'm asking for is the container for gas pressure for the Earth being a globe. And you said it's the ozone layer. I want to see something in academia that shows us that's true.
Like, what do you think? How can it be proved?
Well, by scientific validation, of course. Physics.
Physics.
Hmm.
Okay.
So ozone. Okay, so what we're looking for, and this is what you said, is the ozone layer is preventing the gas pressure of the Earth as a globe moving outward into the vacuum of space. So we're looking for something in any source that says that, according to you, unless you want to abandon that claim.
Well, they also say that it's Earth's gravity that.
Wait a minute. No. You said it was the Earth's ozone layer. Are you changing your mind?
No. Listen.
Okay, yeah. So we're looking for that. That's what we're looking for.
No, listen. If you think, if you remember that I didn't give an inclusive answer, I said probably because I do not have much of information.
Wait a minute. You were so confident just a moment ago that every scientist was saying that it was the ozone layer. You were so confident.
Well, no. You said that who said this, and then I said, yeah, it's probably scientists, and yeah, probably it was.
And you said all the. Hold on, Minhaj. You said it was all the scientists.
Yeah. Is there
true?
any scientists that oppose it? Well, probably.
Yeah, is that true?
Name one.
Probably, bro.
Probably. But so then you don't. Okay, dude, you don't know if this is true, but you're telling me it sounds like you're confident that it could be. All I'm asking for is the evidence that who said it, when, where, how did they explain it?
Well, I have to read a whole case study just to.
Where have you ever seen this in your life somewhere?
I have not, because I do not work there, bro.
Well, then why? No, what I'm saying is, why would you say something you've never seen in your entire life? Why would you say something like this? That it's the ozone layer?
Because in that theory, it does make sense. That's way.
Really? Who said that? Is what I'm getting to. Who? What organization? What body of science? Like, who said this? I've never heard of this.
Okay, I'll probably just get the name for you.
That'd be great. But I noticed that usually people say something like this and they can't back it up. So if you can do that, that'd be great. And we could look into the information.
Not really, because I was not really prepared for a kind of debate. I literally just came for ask one question. And
no, but I'm saying though, you didn't have to say what you said, but you thought it was adequate to put this answer in there.
It was bro. It was a question from you, and I said what I believe. It's not
so
specifically that.
Okay, wait a minute. So a belief in something you think is true is not something that all scientists know. Because your confidence level was high. You said all of scientists know it's the ozone layer that's keeping the Earth's atmosphere in. That's not true because you made it up, correct?
I did not made it up.
Okay, then if you didn't make it up, I'm asking for who said that? Show me, please, or show everybody here. If you're truly genuine about this, that's fine. All we need to see is who said it. That's it. That would be enough for us. The ozone layer is holding the air in for the Earth being a globe.
No, I said that's probably.
No, you didn't say probably. You said that all scientists are saying this.
Hold on. I said like if you remember that I didn't even name ozone layer. It was you who named it. Like I.
Okay, so what is the layer? That's fine. So if it's not the ozone layer, then what layer is it?
Well done.
You think there's an answer out there that's going to help you out? It's kind of cool because it's going to help you look into it.
No. You asked for the name of the scientist, so I'm just looking for that.
Sure. But it's not going to say anything outside of what you're saying, though. It's not going to tell me it's gravity.
That's exactly what I have been trying to say, is that it's not gonna prove a different kind of point or something. I'm not sure what you are trying to get out of it.
Yeah. What I'm trying to get out of it is that people like you have confidence that there is an answer to this question. And you seem to think you're confident. You're like, yeah, it's out there. The answer's out there. And I'm like, where? And you're like, well, of course, every scientist agrees. And I'm like, who? And you're like, well, they all do. But you're not giving me any example in science where it's showing the answer that you're telling me is the reason why gas is not expanding out into the available space. That's a problem.
Okay. Well, let's say, okay, let's say, some scientists such as pretty famous, like James Casting or Carl Sagan or Tyson something, his name. So I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure they all believe in it also, because I mean, if you think that they're part of an organization that is lying to us, then they will all lie the same, right?
Ooh, that's a nice little red herring you just tossed out. Nobody's going to bite on that because we're still waiting for the validation that your claim to that somebody knows that there's some sort of layer up there that's preventing the gas pressure to move out.
Let's say James Casting.
Yeah, we're not
the atmospheric scientist and astrologist. Yeah.
Okay. What did he say?
Now, do you want me to get the specific code?
Well, if you're saying that the reason why gas isn't leaving the Earth as a globe is because of something he said, I'd like to hear what he said. And it kind of has to sound like what you said earlier. So if it doesn't sound like what you said earlier, then we can call you a liar? Because you just made it up?
Oh, probably that.
Oh. But you should have just admitted that from the beginning. Instead of just launching into, all scientists agree.
No, I
and then I said ozone layer.
I think there's a fine line between me guessing and me directly stating something.
So did you guess?
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of, or yes or no? Did you guess yes or no?
Yeah, I did guess based on my education so far.
Okay, so you just guessed, which is fine. I'm not faulting you for that because most people do that. So you don't really know is the answer. Yes?
Neither do you, bro.
No, neither do you is not going to help right now. So all I'm asking is for the answer to how gas is staying on the surface of the globe without expanding into the available vacuum of space. And the answer is, I don't know.
Yeah.
Correct?
You don't. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So now, if we're
okay. So
Go ahead.
the question that I was going to ask to you is that the same question can be asked to the flat Earth theory. So was this going to
Not
be
a
your
theory.
answer? Like, I don't know.
No, the answer is container.
What container?
The container that's containing the gas pressure on the surface of Earth.
Like
a container.
Like, okay, a container. How do we know it?
Because we have gas pressure. In order for you to acquire gas pressure, the necessary antecedent for that would be a container. Now you're going to ask questions that are relevant to, or excuse me, that are irrelevant. You're going to be like, what is the color of the container? What is the shape of the container?
It's like hey, no, bro. Okay. Okay. Wasn't this whole VC is about, giving the knowledge that you think that is available to you? So I think, it is pretty valid for me to ask questions regarding what you think, right?
Yeah, you can, but
Yeah,
at the same point, there's certain things that are important and there's certain things that are not important.
Certain things, like for example, if you say there is a container, then I would like to observe, like, how is there a container? Like, how am I able to still see the stars even if there is a container?
No. It's not about. There's this idea of how the universe or cosmology, right? How is it all made? What's the construction like? Tell me the level or the height of the container. Like all of these questions seem to be valid in your head, But so as far as we can tell, the only way to get the gas pressure that we have is by testing that if we're talking about gas pressure, we need to have a container. Now think about it like this. Is there any example that you can show me that we can have gas pressure without a container? This is something that can be validated with physics.
I couldn't guess. I'm sorry, I couldn't get the whole of your question. What is it?
So, is it possible in physics that there's a way to explain gas pressure without a container? Is it possible? You can show me a demonstration where we can have gas pressure and it does not have a container.
No, not really. I have no idea. I'm not educated enough for this.
Well, and
to explain it.
I'm just trying to tell you that in every instance that a gas pressure is mentioned, there is a container. Every instance.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you're saying that and the Earth is an open system and there's nothing that keeps the gas on the Earth because it can move freely, randomly, in all directions. So it could move into the available space like the vacuum of space. Could move out into that space if it wants to.
All right. So there's a container over there. Now, like, can I ask? It's not really. It's something really I want to know. Is that like, where is the container? You think?
That's the thing where I was asking. You're going to ask these questions, and I'm going to say I don't know.
Oh,
no idea.
So the answer
You
is
only
gonna
need
be,
a container if your outer space is real.
Yep.
What?
So you're not able to realize that the fact that the container has to be present in order for you to breathe air. If there wasn't any container holding the gas in its place, then you wouldn't have breathable air.
Well,
because think about the pressure difference, right? There's a huge pressure differential from the idea that they're telling you right above the Earth's atmosphere, like the edge of the atmosphere, to like where you're standing right now. There's a huge gap of like the pressure differential that wouldn't exist. It would not exist if there was a free expansion of gas. If the gas could freely expand, it wouldn't. You would not be breathing right now.
All right. So the container. Then why this same concept cannot be used for a globe, though?
Well, because if you try to say that there's a container, then where is it? Because it seems to be like people can. Listen to what I'm saying.
No, hold on.
No, listen to what I'm saying, right? The reason why I'm saying it like this, because at the place where they say the Kármán line is, right above, or that's right at the top of the thermosphere. So it's still within the Earth's ecosystem. The Earth's ecosystem has the Kármán line being where they say the vacuum of space begins. That's where they're putting. That's where space begins. Space. Not outer space, just space.
Yeah.
So the Kármán line is said to be somewhere in the range of 65 miles, something like this. Maybe 55. I don't know what the current status of where it is exactly. 62 miles. Thank you. So it's 62 miles above the Earth's surface. So there is a definitive place where the gas pressure is said to be 10 to the -7 torr. 10 to the -7. That's a powerful vacuum. Very powerful. So if that is true, right? So we're talking about the Earth's ecosystem. This is the important part about it. And this is the information they're giving you. So beyond that, the vacuum only gets stronger, right? So beyond that limitation. So what we're examining here is that if this is true, if from where the Earth's ecosystem is said to be where the low Earth orbit and such, then they're telling you that the vacuum of space begins, where they say space begins, is said to be an arbitrary location in altitude. They've only said that because they're saying, well, if you cross that boundary, then you are in space. You're in space. Right.
Okay.
So we're talking specifically about the Earth's ecosystem. Now, once you pass that, then you're outside of the Earth's ecosystem or low Earth orbit. So you have to go, I think it's a little bit farther than that to be like, I think past the exosphere to consider yourself, someone who's in outer space. I think it's, or farther past one of the planets. Anyway, you start to get farther past the Earth's ecosystem. So the Earth ecosystem is the boundary at which they say you cross over into the vacuum of space. Now, that being said, what we're saying to you, what I'm telling you, is that boundary seems to be a place where you cross over. So that crossing over part is the part where we're saying cannot exist. So anything underneath that, you could say it's well within the Earth's boundary.
Yeah.
But the container has to be somewhere like right at that level. Because anything beyond that, and now just listen to this, right? Anything beyond that would be measured as, going into space. And they're saying that satellites, manned vehicles have gone into this location. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
So if that's true, I'm saying all of that. If that's true, then we have to have a reasonable way to show how we have gas pressure without a container. Because space would be a vacuum. And the vacuum, if it does not have a container, cannot exist. It needs to have a container because the Earth system that we have here, we have breathable air.
No, okay.
So-
No, what I'm saying is that why I'm asking then why we cannot use the same methodology for a globe.
No,
the container
I'm telling
physical?
this is what I'm saying for the globe, dude. I'm actually telling you this is what you would have to have a container that would be sufficient to contain the air pressure we have on the surface. Otherwise, you could not have the place where they transition into space. If they transition into space, into the vacuum, then that's a problem. How did they go into a vacuum when they have breathable air on the surface? The gas would have just kept expanding into the available space, and you wouldn't be breathing air.
Yeah.
Okay. So how do you have, vehicles that travel to the moon and, to, satellites traveling to other planets and stuff? How do you have all of these things when you have the problem of gas expansion, free gas expansion? How do you have all these things? Because you'd have to leave the Earth's ecosystem in order to travel to those locations.
Yeah.
Okay, and that means you're traveling into a vacuum without a container. No container.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
So,
yeah.
Right. So how do you have gas pressure without a container?
Well, they have spacesuit and they have some cylinders.
No, I'm not talking about the vehicle itself. The Earth itself. The Earth. Because the air would leave the Earth. It would just keep expanding into the available space.
So
how come when I open a soda can, Minhaj, how come when I open a soda can, gravity doesn't hold the inside my soda can?
Well, what's funny though? Well, what's funny that he was hold on, Minhaj. He was saying that it was a layer that was preventing the gas, not gravity. So and I was asking, he was actually on a rabbit trail to find out if that was true or not. He didn't look. I don't think he looked into it, but he said that it could also be gravity. And I was like, is that what you're saying? He's like, no. I'm not saying that. It's probably that, but his concession was he doesn't know. So he doesn't know what's containing the gas pressure. Now he's asking us about the container, and I'm telling him that we have to have a container if we're breathing air. But as far as where we can test, as far as the air pressure goes, it's only as high as the stratosphere, the upper levels of the stratosphere, which is somewhere around the 120,000 feet mark.
Yeah.
Right around there. Beyond that, there's no testing for the air pressure, so there's no way that we know the pressure of air in those regions. For his explanation to stand, he has to know, number one, that space is a vacuum, like the way he thinks it is, and number two, overcome the fact that the Earth as a globe is an open system where gas can freely expand into the available space without anything stopping it.
See, that's wild, man. Hold on.
Yeah, those are two major hurdles that he's got to actually overcome if he wants the paradigm of the Earth being a globe to be a vacuum without a container. So, number one, you'd have to know if there's any measurements been taken above the stratosphere, in situ measurements, and you have to be able to tell me how you know that vacuum exists without a container.
Well, no, even if I, somewhat spend my 10 hours in this study and tell you the answer, you'll want a practical example anyway, which I'll be not be able
Of
to
course.
provide.
Well, that's
Yeah,
the
like I mean,
problem.
hey, it is impossible. There are
Well,
many
thank you
things that are
for
impossible for us to,
yeah,
do.
Minhaj. Here's the problem, though. People are being sent into that environment, allegedly, in quotations.
Yeah.
People are being sent into that environment all the time. So what you said doesn't equal the fact that people say they know. Somebody knows, right? Obviously, they're manned vehicles that are taking human beings to that environment.
Mhm.
Right. You say that
I
it's
think
impossible to know. Well, then how could they send people to that environment of unknown?
No, I think you are kind of assuming me to a science student who kind of has the knowledge of all of this to
No,
answer
no,
your
no,
question.
no,
But
no, no, no.
I
I'm
yeah.
asking everyday. No, Minhaj. I know people don't. Everyday Joes don't really know a lot of this stuff. I get that. But what I am saying though is, there's a confidence level that everyone has about this information, which apparently right now you're starting to realize you don't really have. Now your confidence should have went all the way down to zero, because you shouldn't be able to say with any real way that you know any of this is true.
No,
So
it's not.
it's
It's because
essentially.
like hey,
Go ahead.
like if I like let's say that as I know that there are many things that we human can not physically show it to you. Okay. So it's not
Mhm.
like my confidence level is not really going down. What I'm just thinking right
It
now is
did.
that I should have studied a little before coming to this VC.
No. Listen, your
No,
confidence was
literally,
pretty high when we
I'm
started.
not really thinking that, my confidence level is going all down, all that. No,
It
it's like
did. Okay, let me
It
prove it
should
to you,
be
right?
going down, dude.
Yeah, let me prove it to you. When you first came in here, you were confident that the gas pressure was contained by a layer and up in the atmosphere. Is that correct?
as I said, I was not sure. I like
No,
probably
I
it
know
has
that.
to
I
be
know
one
that.
of
But
these
you were
things.
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking only about your confidence. You were confident that there was something up there holding the gas in. You said it was a layer.
Yeah,
I said ozone,
yeah.
but you said it could be that. But you were confident, yes?
Well, yeah.
Okay. So
Well,
that
if you're,
confidence. Yeah, hold on,
yeah,
Minhaj. That confidence
yeah, okay,
went down after you found out you weren't able to validate your idea of what you think is holding the gas in. It went down.
yeah, okay.
Okay, so it's true. Your confidence level went all the way down. So this is all I'm saying. Like, you shouldn't feel slighted by that. It's you just had an idea of what's holding the gas in, the air that we breathe, and then
Yeah.
not able to substantiate that in any way. And then now we're at the very end where you shouldn't have any confidence about it. You should say like, yeah, I don't know,
Well, yeah,
which is okay.
then probably I misunderstood the confidence you were talking about. I thought you were talking about the self-confidence, but no, okay, I understood. You're talking
The
about
confidence in the
confidence in
idea
my
that
answer. Yeah.
yes, that's
Okay.
correct. That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's true. What I was thinking is that's not probably how it works, but I'm pretty sure that, I mean, it's not
Yeah, I
really
know. You
changing
haven't.
how.
Listen, maybe let's put it this way. You're saying, I don't know how to explain this, but there's somebody who's more educated that's probably studying in this field that could explain this in a manner in which would make sense. That's what you're saying,
Yeah.
right?
He
Okay.
keeps saying he's pretty sure.
Yeah.
He's pretty sure. Listen,
No,
you
hey,
have
bro,
0%
hold on.
chance of being sure. So don't
No,
say
hold on.
pretty sure.
No, hold on. When a person
Yes,
says
yes.
he's sure, it's not like that he's stating that it's a fact. It's more like that by his education level, he's sure that this can be the answer.
And then,
Well, I mean,
then you meet us and we tell you, nope, that's not possible. So then you got re-educated by us. See how that worked? Then you can
and then
Re-educated?
forget.
most of
You can
No,
forget
actually,
all the.
I
You
do
can
I do
forget all
pretty
the
much.
other stuff now. You can just forget all the other stuff now. You don't even have to worry about it, even if you're going to school, because they don't teach you that in school.
No, hold
yeah.
on. But isn't it like you're kind of force feeding your information to me? Like,
No.
I certainly.
Wait. Yeah, hold on, Minhaj. What you have
Yeah,
to
sure.
realize is that we're giving you right now the space and the ability to critically think for yourself. I'm only asking from your side, how can you tell me something that you think is true?
Yeah.
I'm asking you to present to me how you know something is true, and you're coming up with these answers that can't be backed up. So the confidence on the answer is going down, down, down. So you're not able
Well,
to do
yeah,
it. But check this out, homie. You were saying this from the beginning based on your education level, right? I don't know how far you are in
right.
school. I don't know this. But what I do know is that, and just like Radwin was saying, they're not teaching you critical thinking skills. You have to,
Well,
at
yeah,
some
that
point.
can be one thing. That's true. I can agree with you with this one that yeah, they do not
Okay.
kind of make us, they do not encourage us to think critically. Probably that's true.
Right. And that's what you have the space to do here, Minhaj. This space right here was dedicated to individuals able to internally critique things like the story of the globe. That's what we're giving you guys space for.
If you sign up for another month, for $500, we'll teach you more.
Not certainly, because
Subscription
it's
service.
not like I'm really accepting the kind of
Oh no, you have to
explanation he's
accept it.
giving to
Earth
me.
is measured flat, and you
No,
can't have
no.
air pressure without a container. Go ahead and prove air pressure without a container, then.
Well, as I said, that even if I spend next 10 hours, you guys will
No, you can
want
spend
a
it. Well,
practical.
I think
No,
I've
you guys
spent
will
around
want practical.
10,000 hours, about 10,000 hours,
Bro,
and nobody's done
no,
it yet.
listen. It's like, hey, like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Is that next time you guys want a practical, explain, like, not explanation, a practical thing for me to show you, which obviously is not possible. Sitting
Oh, it
in
is.
in
It is. I can go out in my garage, dude, and do practical things with my vacuum chamber that debunks your outer space.
Are you saying that it's not practical? Go ahead, Radwin. Finish what you're saying. I thought you were done.
I want him to say that he can do something that can debunk the vacuum chamber.
Yeah, the thing is, like, you were saying that you can't do anything for the practical example of the Earth being a globe, or just a practical example of the gas pressure without a container, because
no. What
Professor.
I'm saying, what I'm saying is that, what I was saying is that if I go and spend my next 10 hours studying this, then I'll still not be able to show you the practical stuff.
Wait. No, you. The thing that Professor Triangle is showing you is you can test and validate the practical example of gas pressure needing a container. You can do this. This is what I'm trying to tell you. So he says there is we have so many examples of this. We do not have an example of gas pressure without a container. We don't have that.
Okay. Like there are still many things that you think are unknown. Like, for example, how the sun is floating around, right?
Dude, we're not talking about floating suns. We said gas pressure without a container.
No, I'm just stating that, and it's not like you guys have the explanation of everything.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though.
Sun's not a floating gas ball on fire in a vacuum. You can throw that one out the window. I've already debunked that with my vacuum chamber. So in order for you to use that, you got to prove that it can be done. So you're going to prove gas pressure without a container.
You know what's important is that if you did prove that, Minhaj, if you prove that you can have gas pressure without a container, the rest of those stories become true. Like, it's a domino effect. Domino. That means that the once you prove gas pressure without a container, everything else that from the paradigm would make more sense because you've made something in physics true. Like, you demonstrated it. You've demonstrated in physics this is possible.
Oh, it's like.
Do you get it? Do you understand now? So if we're saying we don't know what powers the sun's movement, that's fine. But if you were to prove gas pressure without a container, then you could have all of the paradigm of the vacuum of space. You understand, like, the implication of this is if you prove this one thing, everything else we would be challenged in the flat Earth side to then go against all of the claims of the vacuum of space because you would have proved it.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Like, it's really, really important.
Okay.
All right. So now we're back to the evidence of gas pressure without a container. But not only that, right? Many challenges that you might have for the Earth being a globe, the Earth spinning on its axis, the Earth's curvature, these things have to be substantiated in some demonstration form. We have to be able to go outside into the field and test and validate these things. It's really, really important.
Okay.
Well, I mean, something to think about. Yeah, I'm glad that you challenge yourself. Yes, by engaging with us, you challenge yourself.
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, sure. My entire entire existence in this VC right now was to know your position, which I did.
Okay, so if anybody else would like to challenge themselves, if they know if the Earth is a globe or not, please, you can chime in. Thank you very much for your time, Minhaj.
Yeah, thank you for your time also.
You don't have to leave. I'm just saying, maybe we can go to another
No,
speaker.
I'm here probably, but I'll go into a few other VCs while my friends are there. But yeah, okay, I'll be
Yeah,
there.
and
I'll be still here
if you do go into another VC, tell them that we're having a good conversation in here, and see if they can. If somebody might have some answers for us, tell them to come in here.
Well,
Tell them to come. Invite them.
I don't think so. A lot of people are kind of interested in
They'll be
major
upset.
topics like
What?
us.
Flat Earth? What are you talking about? No, you're hanging out
They
with
all
those
think
dumb
it's
people.
stupid.
Just go in there and tell them that you just found out space is fake, and then because you can't prove it, so you may as well just tell them the truth.
No, hey, it doesn't mean no. It's not like something that I cannot
Yes,
prove. That
it is something
no,
you
bro, hey,
can
hold
prove.
on.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
it is something I cannot prove, but that
Okay,
doesn't
it's
mean the
fake.
entire space is fake, right? Like
Yes,
it literally
does.
doesn't make a point.
Yes, it does. It's just you imagining that it's real and saying no. That's all you're doing is saying no.
Okay, so Minhaj, if you think there's somebody that you know of that could, like a professor or more educated human, tell them to come in here and challenge us. I'd love to hear for you to listen to somebody who you think could challenge us. I would anyway.
Oh yeah, sure, probably.
Yeah, that's good. Maybe invite guests, stir them up. Say, hey, look, let's go and debate these guys. I think we can win. We have all of
Since
academia
you already know,
on our side.
you already know everything that's going to come at them, you guys can prep for it. You guys can go and find the experiments where you have gas pressure without a container, and then you can write all that down and give it to me, and I'll go replicate it right in my garage next to my vacuum chamber. In fact, in my vacuum chamber, I'll put it.
Yeah, he will waste no time. So you will get a direct answer for sure. Like you won't. You know what I mean?
And as far as the other people, in the other rooms being not interested, when they do come in, just tell them, like, don't get upset. It's just a conversation. You don't have we're not attacking you. We're just questioning the globe. It's no big deal.
Well, no, it seems like somebody's attacking me though.
No, dude. We're the information that you think the Earth is a globe is what's at stake here. Most people believe on this, right? So if you believe on it and you're just walking around saying, "Hey, I believe the Earth is a globe," the reason why you feel attacked is because that information that we're talking about is something you are thinking about.
I'm on your side, dude. I want you to find that proof so I can debunk these flat earthers.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Do we have someone else who wants
All
to
I have to do
challenge
is
themselves?
repeat your experiment, and we got a winner. We can just shut the servers down. You just give it to me. I repeat it. We win. Boom. We shut all the flat earthers down, and we make millions of dollars from YouTube.
All right, we got Amen. Amen, welcome. We got Desi Adimi. Welcome to the channel, guys. We got some new speakers in here. Guys, go ahead and open up your mic and have a chat with us and perhaps challenge your worldview. Nothing to be afraid of, man. Just go in there and have a conversation. That's all we're asking you guys to do.
Guys, have you ever seen ships disappears over the horizons?
Ships disappearing over the horizon.
Yes, I have not.
Yeah?
I have not, no.
You have not?
No.
Maybe have you tried to look for any video?
No. I live by Lake Erie and I have a camera myself. I don't have to go.
I've been to the beach. I've never
on
seen
YouTube.
a ship disappear over the horizon.
Let
I've seen a ship disappear far away.
Let me just check that this gentleman actually knows what he's saying. When you say ship disappear over the horizon, what do you mean, Zappa?
I mean, when the ship is going in other direction than you, and it disappears. It disappears not completely, as a lot of flat earthers think that, I don't know, maybe the air is resisting your vision No, you at first you see the whole thing, then you see the last part of it, and it proves that the Earth is a globe.
Oh,
So-
wait a minute. Slow down there, Buckaroo. Like, you can't say it just proves it, like, just by saying
Okay,
it. We
so
want to
prove me
hold on,
why is it then?
We're going to talk about it. So what is the distance? The first thing, right, let the audience know that you're bringing in an example that the ship disappearing from the bottom up is evidence that the Earth is a globe. Yes? Let's establish that first.
Okay.
Right?
So,
Zappa, is that what you're saying?
yeah.
Okay. What is the distance between the observer and the ship? That in your example.
Why does it matter?
Because we're going to try to find how much drop there is over the distance to then understand that the globe, being the size that they say it is exactly what they say it is.
Wait,
So
no,
we're gonna
no.
look.
Why do we need a distance? Wait, just look for the videos on the internet.
No, the videos only tell us like something that we see.
Yeah.
But in order to qualify that observation, we have to do a test about how far away the ship was.
Okay, maybe you can calculate that by
Well, I'm
searching
asking
for the curvature of the Earth.
No, I'm asking you right now. I'm asking you right now. In what example can you show me that a ship that you say is disappearing from the bottom up is known at a specific distance away from the observer? We have to establish some data. Let's establish some data before we progress.
It doesn't matter, bro. Just explain me how the thing works.
Okay,
Why
hold
is
on a second. Let's take a step back. What you're trying to do is you're trying to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe via an observation. So an observation is not in and of itself proof of something, it is evidence of it. Okay, so like if I say the Earth is flat by me looking at it, that's evidence that the Earth is flat. Yes? But now, however, if I say that it's proof just by me looking at it, then I'm going into a realm where I'm going to have to provide some data. Is this correct?
Yeah, and you can look for the videos. You can.
All right, so let's now understand. Let's move forward back into your example. Okay, so we've seen an observation. That's evidence of something. Now you say it's curved, right? Now I want the data to back it up so we can make it proof, not just evidence. It's got to move into the realm of evidence into proof. So you think that hold on, Zappa, hold on.
Okay,
you think that this is proving that the Earth is a globe. I'm going to allow you to present the data for the audience so they can know that what you're saying is true, that the evidence is you see the ship disappear from the bottom up, and then the data is going to back it up. So let's see if we can have that.
Do you say that if I'll just send you a videos of it, it won't be enough evidence for you to understand that the Earth isn't flat?
No, because it's not proof that it's a globe.
So it's like a montage, or what is it? It's like fake videos.
No. You could hold on, Shibdog. You can think that it's the Earth being a globe. You could think that, right? You could think that whatever you like about what your observation is. And evidence is something you're presenting to everybody, right? But the proof would be hold on, Zappa. We're asking you for evidence that the Earth is a globe. You're saying that a ship disappearing from the bottom up is evidence that the Earth is a globe. So now the evidence needs to be backed up by data to make it proof. So we need this information. If you do not have it, it's not proof that the Earth is a globe.
I have it. I have a lot of videos, and you guys can check it by yourself.
No. You need to present it. You need to present it, not us. That's your homework, not ours.
We're not going to do your homework, dude. That's not how this works.
So if I'm not recording the video, then it's fake. Yes.
No. Wait a minute. No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. You can record a video. You can bring videos that other people have taken. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. The only thing that I need is a method by which you've tested that that's the actual globe. No, that's what I need.
Go do it. Hey, dude, then I'm going to go do it, and I'm going to confirm that you're right, and we're going to shut these servers down, and we're going to get rich.
That's it.
Like Zappa.
Okay.
Zappa,
But you're saying that it's flat. But just
hold on, Zappa.
I don't understand.
If you tell me the ship is going over the curve, right? I want to know how far away that ship is. I want to know how high the camera was off the water. I want to know how big the ship is, what the name of the ship is. There's just little information that I want to use in order to verify the information.
Wait, but I just don't understand. How is it possible if you're telling the Earth is actual flat? How
No,
is
no,
it?
we're not talking about. No, wait, stop. Zappa. You can't say that. What you're trying to do right now is provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. So in order to do that, you can't ask what the Earth is outside of what you think it is. It can only be the thing you're trying to provide evidence of. So you can't say, whoa, what if the Earth is flat? What if the Earth is concave? What if the Earth is hollow? What if the Earth is a toilet bowl? What if the Earth is a dinosaur? You can't say any of those things. Only thing you can do is provide evidence of your claim, which is the Earth is a globe. So we need the data. We need the data to back up the evidence that you say the visual effect of the ship disappearing from the bottom up. That's all we need.
I sent you, and another people sent you that also.
What did you send us? What did you send us?
You could just click on this and see the effect, and you can see even other people sent it before. So
what is the distance? Okay, so using this video that you provided, what is the distance between the observer and the ship?
It doesn't matter. It's actually doesn't matter.
All right. So are you taking this seriously or not, Zappa?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, then I need the data to support the observation, please.
The data to put a screenshot. Hold on one second, Zappa.
You can see.
Dude, I just put a screenshot in the side chat. Right, clearly there's giant waves present.
So you're telling that it is because of the waves, yeah? The waves are so big that it's like the ship is sinking.
No. He's gonna tell you. Just hold on, dude. Jeez.
All right. So because the ship is getting smaller as it moves away, far away beyond the waves, right? The waves in the foreground are blocking the bottom of the ship, kind of like how you could put your hand out in front of you and block a mountain even though your hand's tiny. Okay, it's the same kind of things.
A 6-inch wave can block that whole thing. What are you talking about?
I feel like you haven't even watched the video. What are you saying?
We don't need to watch your video.
I put the screenshot in the side chat from
it disappears completely. So in your words, it's either sinking or the curve.
Yeah, hold on. Wait a minute. No, you're just reversing the burden, dude. The problem we're having right now is that you're coming in here saying that's evidence of the Earth being a globe. You're not providing the data that needs to back up the claim that it's a globe. That's what you should be doing, and you're not doing. You're turning it back on us and saying, how is the Earth flat? You're doing it wrong. What we need to do is stop you. We need to stop you and then realign you with, you need to be providing the data. So if you do not have this, and you're not taking it seriously, then we don't need to see any more of these observations unless you have data to back it up.
It's your point of view that the Earth is flat. Is it?
No, you're not going to reverse the burden. Stop. You're not going to reverse the burden. I'm going to stop you now. You need to realign yourself with providing data that it's an actual globe. So if you're not doing this, you're not taking the subject seriously. And we can go to another caller. I'm going to open up your mic. I'm going to allow you to correct yourself. Please provide the data to support that it's a globe with the observation. Go ahead.
Okay, I can name another example. So
no, we're not going to name another example. We're going to provide data to back up the observation or not.
That he can't. I'm pretty sure that was his concession. Let's see. Just find out. Was that his concession?
Yep.
Is that your concession, dude? That you cannot do that?
Provide the data.
You have to switch.
I feel like
something else.
You're just I don't know. You're just making fun of
I'm a meanie. I'm a meanie.
We're not making fun of you, dude. We're getting you to realize. We're getting you to realize either you have the data to support the observation or you don't.
Bro, I sent you a video. I could name another.
I don't need another video, dude. Go ahead, DJ.
I would like to just further debunk his video. That's okay, just really quickly.
Yep.
Okay. All right, just give me 1 second. I just got to take one screenshot really quickly, and then I'm going to show him that there's not only are there giant waves present, okay, but we also have obvious miraging effects taking place, right? So here's the proof of that. Okay, so earlier in the video, right, firstly, it's the weirdest looking ship I've ever seen. Clearly, there's miraging effect taking place towards the bottom of the ship, but take note of the little light on the back of the ship. The single light, there's one light there. Okay, as the ship goes further out, which never disappears in the video, by the way, not even close. Okay, as the ship goes further out, all of a sudden, there's not one light anymore, right? All of a sudden, now we're seeing, oh wow, there's two lights. How can one light turn into two lights? That's interesting. And then
Just
as
turn
it
off the
goes,
light. I don't know, bro. Your question is
no. And then the two lights merge into a big fat light.
Yeah, it doesn't affect any. I don't say you about that. It's another effect. I'm not saying you about that particular effect of mirage. I'm saying
you've
you
posted
just
a video. You've posted a video.
How much of the ship we saw at the start of the video and at the end. Just compare. No mirage effect or no waves can create such a big effect. No.
Yeah, you can. Can you block a mountain with your hand? Can you block a mountain with your hand?
If I'm standing far enough and I can see it because of the curvature of the Earth, why can't I see the mountain from where I stay? Why can't I
your
see
hand's in the
Everest?
way.
He just debunked himself.
Yeah, because your hand's in the way, dummy.
just show me any hand on this video. I don't
Hey,
understand.
dude, can I block the sun with my thumb? Can I block the sun with my thumb?
Why does it matter? I don't understand.
Because it's going to debunk your point. That's why.
But the ship is moving.
But the sun is so huge.
And it doesn't move further from me. As well as the mountain.
Dude, you've been debunked, bro. Like, you can use something that's very small and block something that you think is very big. If you wanted to, when that ship gets a certain distance away from you, you can put your thumb out and block the boat with your thumb.
But he is moving. He is disappearing because of the movement. How do you not understand that? I don't understand. What are you talking about?
I know you don't.
Do you even think he's moving? And this is the reason he's disappearing, because of the curvature.
Hey, if you're standing on a street, right, and there's a car right in front of you, okay, if you put your hand out in front of you and the car's right in front of you, like a few meters away, your hand doesn't block the car, does it? But if the car drives away down the road, all of a sudden your hand can block the whole car, right? All of a sudden your little hand is blocking a big car because the car was moving further away from you.
But
right?
I can see the whole car. I can see the whole car. And in this example, I can't see the whole ship. I can't. Yes, it could be. It can.
He's not getting
small.
it, dude.
No, he doesn't get it.
It's small. It is smaller. Yeah, I can just put my thumb.
No, dude. No.
You're saying, but
it's the distance. No, Zappa. It's the distance that things move away from your, like, where you are, where you're making your observation. As things move away from you, they apparently get smaller.
Yeah, they get smaller. Yeah, yes, but on this example, there is no such thing as I'm not talking about is it small or is it big, how much far away from me it is. I'm saying about we can see the whole ship because of the horizon, and it describes the
how far away? Well, how far away is the horizon from your location and any of those observations?
Why does it matter?
Because you're trying to establish how big the Earth is, if it's the Earth being a globe that's causing the obstruction or not. That's what you're trying to establish. And if you're not trying to establish that, then you're not proving the Earth as a globe, dude.
So the horizon is approximately 4.8 kilometers away from you. Does it give you any information? Okay, you can know it. So what now?
Okay. Wait, stop, Zappa. You made a very important step forward. So now you laid claim to how far. You laid claim to how far away.
Sorry, I just wanted to say he said it was 4.8 kilometers away, and then he said that doesn't give me any information. That's literal information, bro.
That's the data. What the video about. That's not what the video is about.
Okay, but that's what we're trying to establish. The reason being is because everybody wants to know how far away their observation is, where the obstruction of the curvature is going to be.
Now you know it. Okay, what does it give?
Okay, so now we know it. We have some numbers. We have some data. Okay, so let's apply that to our observations. Now, the observation you posted with the link that you posted, do you think that's the distance away from the horizon that we're going to start to see the bottom up disappearance?
Yeah, when it moves further, it's approximate. It's approximate because
that's fine. I don't. It doesn't matter.
There are waves. There are waves. But
really? Now the waves are a problem?
So particular.
So the waves are a problem now.
It's what I say is that it's approximate amount, 4.8 kilometers. But I'm just trying to convince you that the video is
no. You don't need to. Zappa. You need to convince us that distance is where ships disappear from the bottom up.
Yeah,
that distance you gave.
Yeah.
So I want. Wait, hold on, Zappa. I want confirmation that you've verified that distance of 4.8 kilometers away. Let the audience know that you verified this in some way. How'd you do this?
In this particular reason.
In any, not just that one. In any.
Mm-hmm.
Can you produce information that will verify that distance?
Yeah, just give me a sec. I will just Google
take your time,
what the
man.
formula is. Okay. So I can send you a link now. Wait.
How did you verify this, by the way?
Hold on, let him keep digging his hole
just
deeper and deeper.
Just physics, bro. Just formulas.
Just physics.
Yeah, type away. That's classic. 1111.
Here, bro. Just first link. I don't know. Here, you can take it. You won't understand anything, I'm sure, but you can try.
Since I saw 1111 while you're doing that, it means you're going to find the actual proof. I'm going to verify it on my end, and then we're going to shut these servers down. So, in your face, flat earthers.
I can't send any screenshots here. I don't know why, but I can.
You can send it to me. Send it to me.
Where?
I'll post it. Me, AV.
Okay. Wait.
I'll post it for you.
I keep my messages blocked since I turned back to a glober. I don't want these flat earthers messaging me.
Don't worry, we're gonna find you. We're gonna find you, Professor Triangle.
So I sent you this.
Okay.
Oh no. I can send you this. It's just saying because I'm not your friend. I don't know.
No, I mean, I don't have people blocked that are not my friends. They can send me messages.
That's gotta be a setting on your side.
Yeah, I get message requests from a lot of people, dude, that are not my friends.
So how do I send you this?
You have to. It's a setting that you have on your side. You have to be able to send messages to people that are not your friends. It's a setting that you have to mess with. Anyway, since you can't do it, is there somebody you can send it to that could post it? Because I have mine. My thing is open to anybody sending me a message, but
okay. Who else?
Wait a minute.
Just explain it. Just explain it to us.
Okay.
Okay, so I will just read for you. The formula for the distance of the horizon from an observer's site
sweet.
above a spherical Earth, spherical radius, uses the Pythagorean theorem.
Ooh.
Pythagoras.
That hurts.
The D equals square root R plus H squared minus R squared.
We're gonna whooped on that one.
Yeah, and I can read, but you won't understand anything. It's just how you calculate.
Yeah, okay. I'm telling you, we're gonna get our asses smoked on this one. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, bro. Just do you know the Pythagorean theorem, like this square triangle?
We know. Yeah, the Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah. So just imagine you're one side of a square triangle, and you're standing, and the horizon is another side. So
square triangle.
You're just calculating it from a Pythagorean theorem using radius of the Earth and your height, and it equals approximately 4.65, approximately 4.8 kilometers, and that's how you calculated the distance to the horizon.
Okay, what observer height is that from?
It depends on your height. And it also explains why the Earth is a curvature, because if you're standing on a mountain, you can see much much further than when you're staying on the ground.
Right. We gotcha. Thanks for that information. All right. So let's just quickly put that to the test, right? Because that's what flat earthers do, right? We hear claims from the globe, and then we go put them to the test. Okay. So that 4.6 kilometer horizon, that's from what, a 2 meter person, 180 centimeter person. Yeah.
Yeah, you can take. Oh, and did you ever take a flight on a plane?
No, we're not switching topics to the plane right now.
It's
We're just
the
gonna
same.
stick.
It's the
Hold
same
on,
situation.
Stay focused.
It's the same situation. You're
Okay,
asking me about the height of the observer. I'm just giving you an answer.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so let's put that to the test quickly. Okay, so please have a look in the side chat. Here's an observation over the ocean. Right, the observer height is 3.5 foot. Okay, so he's put his camera on a tripod, 3.5 foot above the surface of the water. Okay, so how far away do you think the horizon should be from a 3.5 foot observer?
I have to get a 3.5 foot observer.
Mm-hmm.
3.5 foot. I don't know. I use the centimeters. I have to do some.
I can help you if you like, right? So you can just go to an Earth curvature calculator if you want. So here's a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so we have the ice height level, 3.5 foot. That means the horizon, it should be 2.29 miles away.
Yeah, I'll just check it for real quick.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, hold
Gotta
on a
say
second.
something?
No. We're in the middle of something right now. Just
you
wait a
said
minute.
3.5 feet, or what did how tall?
Yeah, 3.5 feet, 1 meter.
Approximately 3.7 kilometers away from you. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So please have a look at the observation I posted 15 minutes after the hour.
Where is it? Where is it?
15 minutes after the hour. I'm going to repost it. Okay, so just look at the most recent post. Okay, so this guy's looking out at a windmill farm. We can see 6 windmill towers.
Where are you sending it? I can see it.
Side chat.
Side chat, yeah. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. This one?
Yep.
Yeah, I can see a DJ sent a GIF. And
okay. All right. So can you see 6 windmills out in the ocean?
Yeah.
Okay. So the windmills, right? The one on the left is 8 miles away, and each one, as you go to the right, is further away. The one on the right is 11.2 miles away. This is called Rampion Windmill Farm. It's in the United Kingdom. Okay, so here's a diagram of the windmill farm that this guy's zooming out to. Okay, notice how we don't have any waves in this situation. It's a very nice clear day with no waves.
And yeah.
All right, so this is great for making an observation. Okay, so now I'm just gonna post that mathematics again so you can have a look at it. All right, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the closest windmill is 8 miles away. What distance should the horizon be?
It also depends how much he zoomed in.
It doesn't. Okay, so zooming just magnifies what's in the distance. It doesn't change the distance to the horizon. It just magnifies what's in the distance.
Wait.
What's happening here?
Let's start over. On the first GIF, the observer was on the 1 meter, as you said, height. Yeah.
Yeah, he just zooms in the camera, right? Because you can't see the windmills because they're 11 miles out into the ocean.
Yeah.
Okay, they're too small to see. So he's magnifying what's in the distance so he can see them.
But how do he knows that they're so far away?
Okay, because I posted the diagram of the windmill farm. Okay, so the windmills are attached to the ground in the ocean, and they're a known distance away. That's why I put.
But it's just some picture. Like maybe show me it on the Google Maps or something like that. Because
so what you can do right now is just take it on good faith, and then you can look it up after, because you can just go to Google Map, type in Rampion Wind Farm, and you can go to the exact location. I'm going to post the full video for you because he shows his coordinates and everything. Okay, so you can just take it on good faith now, and you can look it up after.
I can just put any numbers on this diagram. Any. Just
okay. Well, do you want to go to the effort right now of looking how far away the windmill farm is?
Yeah. Because you're just showing me, as you call it, the evidence of the flat Earth. But I want to see a real proof. I want to see
This is weird.
Google Maps. Just show me this exact location on the Google Maps, and I will believe you.
Hey! Notice that I'm showing you, right, like very specific information right now. You didn't do any of this with your blurry boat example with the big waves and the miraging effects, and that you didn't know anything about the observation. That was enough for you. But now I'm giving you a crystal clear observation. All of a sudden, you don't trust anything about it.
Wait,
that's
I gave you the distance from the horizon. So why?
No, you didn't. You said that this is how far the horizon should be on the globe. How far should the horizon be on the globe from a 3.5 foot height? I already gave you the answer. It's 2.29 miles. You already said it's 3.3 kilometers.
Yes. And
okay, so now you're worried about the distance to the windmill farm, right?
Yes. Show me on the Google Maps how far is it, and I'll believe you. The same location and the same way. Yeah, just show.
Hey, I'll tell you what. I'm going to Google right now how far offshore are the Rampion wind farms, and I guarantee you'll get the same answer I'm going to get.
It's about 8 miles.
Show me.
It's about 8 miles. I've been there. I mean, you could literally take this as a good faith argument until the end of the argument and then compile all of the information that you need to verify what's been said at the end of the argument. At the moment, we haven't really got anywhere. You seem to be spluttering. It's becoming annoying. Do you even understand the argument that's being put forward to you?
But it is a serious proof he is giving.
Literally.
And he's
Excuse me. Do you understand the argument that's being put forward to you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you explain it to me so I know that you understand? So this blustering is for good reason on your behalf, and you're not just delaying. What's the argument?
Why? I'm asking you another thing. I'm asking you how far is it?
I just took a screenshot of Google. I just put a screenshot of Google.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I just put a screenshot of Google. I just did a quick search. How far away is how far offshore is the Rampion wind farm in England? And this is the Google result. It took me 5 seconds to do that little bit of research because Google is going to verify this for you. What we're doing is we're taking Google, we're holding them hostile, and we're going to show you how the Earth is not a ball. All right.
Okay, Rampion.
I posted exactly what he wanted. All right, so it's the distance markation tool on Google Maps. I just took a screenshot for you. It says 8 miles. Right, that's to the closest. Yeah, so 8 miles. Right, but obviously it's a large wind farm, so it goes out to about 11 miles. We can just go with 8 miles because that still just destroys the globe. Well, I posted the Google Maps screenshot for you right there. 22 after the hour.
Can you zoom out, please, for me understanding where is it specifically? Because I want to see myself.
Do you not know how to use Google Maps?
No, I know, but I can't understand where is it specifically because the he zoomed in so much. So
it's at Worthing in the UK. So yeah, here you go. All right, 1 second. You can have a slow torture if you want it that way.
Okay,
right, here you go.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, now I can see there where it is. Yeah, visitor center. Okay, so now I don't. Let me clear something. Where do you see a wind farm here in the sea?
Okay, now let's go back over it. Let's start again. All right, so this is what I'm going to post. Okay, so I'm reposting it. Okay, so this is the zoom. Okay, so he's zooming out to the windmill farm. Okay, now I'm going to show you a close-up photograph of the windmill towers. Okay, close up, so you can see what they look like. Okay, so this is what they look like close up. When it's low tide, we can see the corroded paint section at the bottom of the windmill tower. Okay, that's how we know it's low tide. When he zooms in, we can also see the little black section
Yeah,
at
I
the
understood
bottom
it.
of...
Don't explain me it twice. I just asking you about on the specific screenshot you sent me from the Google Maps. Where do you see this specific wind farm?
You have to fucking zoom in. Do you want him to do that for you now?
Okay, so just show me then. Show me where it is. I just see
No,
the.
this is ridiculous, dude. It's like this is a lot of avoidance. Can you just let DJ explain the argument to you? Because he hasn't even reached the crescendo yet.
I understood what he's trying to explain to me.
Oh,
What is
good.
he
You
explaining?
understand the distance to the horizon is well beyond where the globe says it should be. You understand that point, right?
Yeah, I
Here we
understood.
go. Here's
but
exactly
now,
what he wanted. Here's what you wanted in the side chat. There you go. Look at it.
Explain me where the wind farm on the Google Maps. Why can't I see that?
Just posted it. Just posted it.
He posted it for you.
Just click on it. Go to Google. Type in Rampion Wind Farm. Right. Click on it. It shows you pictures of the wind farm. It shows you how far away it is from the shoreline.
You can find it on Wikipedia.
Yeah, I can see it
Took
now.
me 5 seconds to
And
provide
now,
what you could have easily looked up yourself.
Can you send me?
DJ,
Where
are
do
you
I
sure
put
you
myself?
didn't? Are you sure you didn't fake all that and make up that wiki page and stuff and put that in
Yeah,
Google?
I made like a fake Google Maps in the
I don't
time.
hear. I know. Yeah. So
What is DJ trying to prove to you? What is
1
what is
meter
DJ?
above.
Hold on, I want to see
What
what
is
his next
DJ?
request is. What's your next
Oh.
request?
What's up, Stump?
What's the evidence that he is standing 1 meter above the surface of the Earth?
Well, it's 3.5 foot. So
Yeah,
I'm going to
where
post you
is-
the original video. Okay, so you can have a look at exactly how high he is standing above the surface. I do have screenshots of it here.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can see the water beyond the windmill farms, right? So the horizon, to see a horizon that far away, you would have to be like 80 foot in the air, or more than 80 foot in the air to have a horizon that distance on a globe. But I'm going to show you how high he's standing. Okay,
Hey
so
guys,
I'm going to...
can I interrupt just for a sec?
I
Just
don't
to let you
know.
Well, just
guys?
while I'm looking for something, yep, say something. What do you want to say?
Guys, can I interrupt just for a sec? The Shiva Summit Part 2 is beginning on YouTube. I just posted it in the local chat here. If you guys want to do a watch party or something.
No, that's fine. It's kind of ridiculous.
It is totally ridiculous. I agree. But I've been talking to a couple guys on your server, like AV and Indio and Yoder, who might want to watch Part 2. They're into
Thank you
into
very
the
much.
subject. I'll let you know. All right, guys, catch you later.
Awesome.
Cheers,
Thanks,
man.
bro.
Yeah. So where's the proof that he's standing 1 meter above the Earth? I can see it.
Okay, so well, you can see the ground when he zooms out, right? You can see that that's where he is. Okay, so here we go. Found them. Lucky for you.
Yeah, I can see the ground, but like,
Yeah,
show
yeah,
me.
yeah.
Show me where
For
he's
you.
Here we
He's
go
just
in the
dealing
side
with
chat.
like, dude, he's just dropped the video for you. He was just dealing with the last gentleman who came in, and within 3 seconds, he's posted the video for you. You can now watch the video and confirm the height of the camera. Can you do that, please?
Where's the video? I just can't see this a
He's put it in
screenshot
a
of the
completely
video.
different chat on a different server.
Oh, really?
Zappa, I'm going to tell you this real quick. This observation was made by a PhD in optics. He has a documentary on this that's over an hour and 15 minutes long.
Okay, show me the video. Where is it?
Yeah, I'm going to post it, but listen to DJ. Stop interrupting.
Okay, show me the video then.
Okay, listen, this is how. Okay, so I've posted screenshots from the video showing you how high he's got the camera above the surface of the shoreline.
Why can't you
Okay,
say
now
send the-
hold on a second. Listen to me for a second. Okay, so if he's got the camera at approximately 3.5 feet height, and we can see no curvature, right? We don't see any sign of the horizon at 2.3 miles where it would have to be on a globe, and we don't see any obstruction of the windmills up to 11.2 miles, right? That doesn't work on a globe, does it? Be honest and say no.
What do I have to say?
Be
I know-
honest and say, no, that doesn't work on a globe. Show us that you're an
It
honest
works
person.
if you're standing high enough. If you're
Okay, so
standing,
how high would you have to be standing, right? So to have a horizon at 10 miles, you would have to be standing 66 feet high. 66 feet high. Over 20 meters high. 22 meters.
60. How much did you say again?
66.7 feet high to have a horizon at 10 miles.
Yeah, approximately 17 meters, something like that.
Yeah. So he's standing at 1 meter high with the tripod.
Can you send me the video? The next one is
I
easy.
sent it to you. It's an hour long. You can go watch it whenever you want, okay?
I want to watch it now, really.
Oh, you're gonna watch it now instead of listening to DJ.
Oh,
this is the thing, bro. We have hundreds of these observations. We could just keep pumping them out all night long and torturing you with them.
But it's all that.
And if you really want to know, yeah, if you want to hear for sure or know for sure how high he is up off the water, maybe you should go do your own observation. Then you'll know firsthand.
I did a lot of observations before, and I am confident I can prove it is wrong what you're thinking.
Name one observation you've done before.
But I just need time. I did a lot of observations. I did a lot of observations of how the ships are going over the horizon.
What day?
Yeah.
Give me some data.
Why does it matter what day I did it?
No, it's more important that we know, number one, your observer height and the distance to those particular objects. So do you have that information for us? Can you tell us how high you were? Can you tell us how far away the horizon was, please?
No, he can't. That's why I asked him about like where he was and when he was there, because he can't give any data at all.
That's the thing. I mean, he was badgering DJ for how long has it been? Like 5-10 minutes? You prove it to me how tall he was. Prove it to me where he was. Prove it to me the distance. Prove it. So where's your proof, friend? We've got the pedigree. Where's your pedigree for your observations? Where is it?
Jopa, what can you say about it?
Okay, right.
So go to 22 minutes and 26 seconds, right? And you can see him point the camera down at the ground, and then he pans it up and he zooms out. You can see how high he is.
How do we know that's 1 meter? It could be 0.9 meters.
It could be 70 meters, right?
Even if it was 1.8 meters, it would still be like completely.
Even if it was at 20 meters height, this would destroy the globe. Or 30 meters. Oh, sorry, not that much. 20 meters. It still wouldn't work on a globe.
Can you, Shapa, can you repeat our argument to us? Show us that you were listening.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, repeat your argument, please.
Look, it's a giant seagull, guys.
How high was the seagull in the video? How do we know it's real if we don't know how high the seagull was?
It's a giant seagull.
It's almost as big as Godzilla.
Yep.
I just wanted to torture AV and tell him that I'm cooking bacon and eggs and sausage.
Why is that? What's AV not eating that stuff?
Oh no, he loves it. I just wanted to make him salivate.
Okay.
Killing me,
okay. So I found the evidence. So you see, when he's seen, you can actually really see further than the formula gives you. but it's only possible if the temperature is the level you like. If the temperature is around what you need, you can see further because it's curved the light, and then you can see further. And I found
what temperature would that be? What temperature would that be?
It would be approximately wait.
And what if it's not that temperature? Just out of curiosity.
I think it's 215 degrees.
Bro, you
That's a
have
good
no
question.
idea what you're talking about. It's sad. It's kind of funny.
What does the temperature have to be
particular
to see 15 miles?
It also depends on the height you're standing, but on the
How high was it? How high was it?
On
how
the
high was it?
On the high of the 100 meters, for example.
How high was how high was the camera?
You said me. It was okay. It was 1 meter.
We told you. Yes. So the 100 meter, whatever number you're going to give outside of 1 meter is irrelevant because it was only 1 meter high.
No.
Yeah. So what's the temperature? What's the temperature that makes us be able to see thousands of % further?
170 degrees, my guess.
Your guess. Wait, I'll say.
Just trying to like research all your claims on the spot, bro. It's just admit you have no idea what you're talking about. That would be the manly thing to do right now. Saying I don't have any idea. This doesn't make sense on a globe. I need to look into it more. All right, that would be respectful. But now you're just bullshitting everyone, including yourself.
Man, you're making me look bad, dude.
You're putting Radwin's getting shamed out. You're embarrassing the globe side.
You mentioned triangles and he didn't even get to say anything.
It's just the thing you can see. You're not counting on the light, which you see, and which can
be
account
for that with your boat observations.
You're echoing Redwood.
It's not only the formula you can see; it's also the light.
What's the temperature need to be? What's the temperature need to be in order to see a horizon 14 miles away?
It's not one temperature, quite.
What is it? 2 temperatures?
It is the conditions which have to be
what are the conditions?
Enough to see further.
Oh, okay. So how much further would that allow you to see?
So you see, when you're looking straight forward from you, the light is curving because on each height you can see. Okay, let's say you're standing 1 meter tall, and as we said, you can see 3 and 7 kilometers away from you the horizon. Then,
well, no, it's not.
On
it's
the
not
different,
there.
on the different heights.
No, we don't see the horizon.
Don't
see the
Hold
on, bro. No, hold on a second. Right, we don't see the horizon at that distance from 1 meter height. So we can see a boat 14 miles away behind the windmill towers. So the horizon's beyond the boat. Okay, we can say that the horizon's more than 14 miles away in this observation.
Okay,
that's 20. That's 20 something kilometers.
Yeah. Do you trust Wikipedia?
No.
No. Okay. Okay.
Let me ask you this: if you went to class with Wikipedia as a reference, what grade do you think you'd get?
It depends on which website, on which sites of Wikipedia I'm learning on.
Which one is correct?
The ones which is the most. The most.
The one that has the coolest stories.
No.
I've edited a Wikipedia page before. Anyone can do it.
Yeah, anyone can do it, but the ones just do it better. and the others just don't know what they're talking about. You know.
Really? So who decides that? You?
If the people, if the human is smart enough and he is know what he's talking about.
Well, you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to this, right? You're just butchering every single thing that you say, right? You're actually one of the worst people that I've spoken to at this. Right,
dude, if it takes that you need to know what you're looking for and all that, just use AI. That's why mine is always correct, because I know the answer before I ask AI.
Just why can't I send any pictures in the chat? Can you allow me to do that? I don't know. Why
it's something you get over time. You have to spend more time in the server.
Certain people.
Yeah, we can't give people permissions, right? We don't own the server.
So what are the conditions that are required for an observation of 1 meter high and a distance of, like, what is it? 11 to 15 kilometers or 11 to 17 kilometers, something like that?
Miles.
Well, he likes meters. Between 13 and 20 kilometers.
If it's 1 meter height, then the horizon is beyond 14 miles away, right? So that's how many kilometers is 14 miles?
If you got a 1 meter observation and the horizon's beyond 20 kilometers, how do you explain that on the globe?
I can explain using the atmospheric refraction, but it's the theme that you wouldn't understand.
What are the conditions required in order for this to happen?
What are the conditions required for this to happen? It has to be, the conditions has to be, wait, I just like the skills of English.
Yeah, so no, look, buddy, no observations match up with the globe, not one. So I challenge you to find one observation that matches up with the globe, where you've accounted, right? You've set the standard now. You've said there's atmospheric refraction that needs to be accounted for. Okay, so where's your observation that matches up with the globe, right? This one obviously doesn't match up with the globe. So where do you have one? I challenge you to find one observation that matches up with the globe, where you've accounted for all of these things, right? So we're going to hold you to the same standard now. Because all I can see is flat water. I just see flat water. You see flat water. You're saying it's curving. So where's your evidence for that?
At first, you have to understand that not what we all see is really how it is. You can convince you in anything that it is flat, but it is not flat. That you just can't.
Okay, so
you just
how
can't
did you
say
validate that? Who validated that? Who validated it's not flat? Because it looks flat, right?
I can send the pictures here, but there are a lot of images, even how you see the sun when it's a sunset.
Okay, so how do you know it's a globe?
You can put the link, right? You can put the link, right?
Okay, I can put a link on Wikipedia, but you won't trust it. That's why I asked you.
Oh yeah. All right. So what in the link? What is it here?
Wikipedia.
Which part? What am I looking for? Where's the observation that was done that took the atmospheric refraction into account, and then it matches with the globe?
Okay, I'll send you now what you asked. Okay, now wait.
Did you send it?
Yeah.
You know what I'm asking for, right? I'm asking for an observation.
You can see here he is providing a lot of really useful stuff
this image I just sent, this was on Wikipedia. And from what I see, this guy's standing on a flat surface. He's looking over at a flat surface. And then it's explaining different miraging effects over a flat surface. I don't see a curved surface in this image.
It's not the real Earth there showing on this picture. How don't you understand?
I mean, if I was to draw a diagram, I would want a diagram to match what I'm supposed to see in reality, right?
Look for this.
Yeah, there's no observation in the video that you posted. Not one observation.
See, this is the observation the guy is showing in this video. Because how can
now it's my turn to question you on the observation that you've presented. So I'm opening it now. I'm going to have a look at it. And now it's time to hold you to your own standards.
Like what? I have to turn my camera on and show you the experiments, or what?
No, I'm looking at it in the YouTube link that you sent right now.
Yeah.
After the ads play.
So what's this experiment I have to do now?
All right, tell me about it, right? Notice how I was able to explain my observation because I've actually studied it, right? So what happens in your observation? No, there's no observation in the video that you posted. What's the timestamp?
So you saw all the video, 13.5 minutes, and you're saying, no, there is no observation.
Yeah, I scrolled through it, and I see that there's no observation in the video that matches a globe, right? So tell me the timestamp where the observation is, where someone went out and did an observation and accounted for the refraction with the temperatures, like you said, and it matches up with the globe, right? What's the timestamp? Because surprise, surprise, I've actually seen all of these videos that you're posting before.
8 minutes. You can see. No, even 8 minutes 50 seconds here.
50? 8 minutes 50 seconds.
8 minutes 50 seconds.
Okay, what's the height of the observer?
He is not telling you about the height in this particular example. The whole video.
What distance is the horizon? What distance is the ship?
The whole video is explaining it to you. It's not just one frame. You have to watch it all.
I've seen it. We don't even know what the observer height is. What's the wave height? We can see big wave. Once again, we can see it's very choppy. Not like my one, which was nice, clear conditions.
Wave heights are maybe, it could be, I don't know, 2 meters.
How do you know that? You're just guessing now.
It is very small, so you just the wave. You can see the waves. There is no waves.
Show me the distance to the ships on. Can't just say the distance, right? Like I told you, the distance to the windmill towers. I had to go on Google. I had to provide screenshots, right? Then I had to zoom out so you could have another screenshot. Then I had to show you pictures on Google of the wind farms, right? Then you were whining about how do we know that he's exactly 1 meter tall, right? So then I provided that evidence, right? We don't have any waves.
Okay, so I said that it is because of light refraction. Yeah, I said it.
Well, how do you know? How did he account for light refraction in this observation? Did he account for light refraction? What's the temperatures?
Because at first he can't measure the temperatures because they're so far and so high. He just can't.
What's the distance? How come? Okay, so how do you know that it's not refraction taking place?
It's how do I know it's not? It's refraction.
Yeah, that was your rebuttal to my one, right? So how was that accounted for in this one?
Why do it need to be? He is not telling it. And this is why it is
Why does
wrong.
it need to be? You said sometimes when there's refraction, you can skew what you're looking at in the distance.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, so how do you know that this isn't just refraction?
How do I know it isn't just a refraction what he sees?
Yeah, yeah.
It is. And it is the point. It is why he is wrong.
Okay, how do you know your observation's right?
Just because it's scientifically proved, physically proved.
How is it scientifically proved, right? Do you realize how retarded what you're saying is right now?
So the PhD is wrong, right?
He is.
Hey, bro,
he's
a
fucking
clown, right? I'm gonna mute up before I ban your lying ass out of here.
He is
Someone else
proven it by a pencil in the water.
Talk to you. You're a moron, bro.
Just look at the video. Look at the video. Yeah, I haven't seen it.
So Zopa, so you're calling a PhD a liar?
I don't even know who it is. I don't need to.
That's the guy who made our video that we were trying to explain to you. He's a PhD in optics for over 20 years.
Okay, so maybe he don't even know what. Okay, so just maybe you can trust anybody, and a lot of others experts are saying to you that the Earth is a globe, and they're explaining it with light refraction.
I need explanations.
One of them is saying it is wrong. So he is just wrong. Why don't you take this?
We measure it. We measure refraction. Because different wavelengths of light, due to their frequency, they refract at different levels. right? The refractive index based on the wavelength of light and the medium that's being passed through, we can measure it. That's why we use infrared, because it doesn't refract as much. So when we use pretty much most of the time dual or tri-band lasers, which will include an infrared frequency, we measure a horizontal Earth. When we use infrared optics to see, we see a horizontal Earth. So when we mitigate for the thing that you're claiming for refraction by using a wavelength of light that doesn't have as much refraction as within the visible spectrum, we don't see a geometric horizon. And when we use lasers, we measure water to be horizontal. This is basic surveying, dude.
Don't you know that laser is also a light and it also refracts? Why
Hello? Do you remember me saying infrared?
What?
Do you remember me saying the words infrared?
Yeah, and?
Okay, do you remember why I said the words infrared?
To be sure, I didn't hear very good because
infrared refracts less than the visible spectrum. The visible spectrum's what me and you see in blue, green, yellow, these types of things. In the infrared spectrum, according to measurements that have been done, it refracts less. So when we use lasers with infrared, it would refract less. When we use these lasers infrared, we measure a horizontal Earth. When we make observations in infrared, we observe a horizontal Earth. So every time you say refraction, I'm just going to come back at you and say, yeah, we measure for that, and we don't measure any Earth curvature.
We don't measure any Earth curvature?
No.
Wait, you're telling me about the example when we're measuring a distance with how did you say this word? Infrared. What was it? Yeah. So it's another frequency. And what was your final point in that? Like, yeah, and what?
We don't measure or see any Earth curvature. We're measuring and observing spectrum.
Okay, but it reflects.
Just Google. Just do a Google search and say.
No, I just was trying to understand what he said because I'm so tired of debating.
Well, I can tell right now you don't understand anything in this subject because you're Googling the answers for everything.
So what is wrong with that? It doesn't affect.
You have no idea
above
what you're
your head.
talking about.
You don't know what you're talking about.
This is boring talking to you because it's like just talking to a moron that doesn't have any idea with anything he's talking about. Right? You have no idea how refraction works. You just found out about it now. Okay,
do you think that we haven't Googled this information before?
Effects to take place? Shush. I'm getting frustrated with you, dude. Right?
Zappa,
you're way out of your element on this. You're talking to people that have been researching this topic for many years, and you're just trying to research it on the spot, and you have no idea what you're talking about.
If you had researched for how you said,
don't you think we've looked this up before? Don't you think we've looked all this up before?
You could, but you're just saying that the refraction is wrong. That you can't see further.
Sorry,
you can see further.
I'm not saying the refraction is wrong. I'm saying that depending on the frequency, refraction is different.
We're eliminating variables because we want to make sure that what we're seeing is what we're seeing. Trust us, we didn't want to be flat earthers, man. None of us wanted to be flat earthers. When we heard the earth was flat, we thought it was the stupidest thing in the world.
Yeah. So you said yeah. So it depends on the frequency. But
Yeah. Would you like an example?
And your point of
Would you like an
infrafraction.
example?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But I'm asking you, what does the point of infrared like?
Because it doesn't bend as easily as the regular light spectrum. Like with the rainbow colors, those bend more easily than infrared does.
Yeah, and so
infrared has a longer wavelength, and so there's less refractive effects under the conditions that would naturally be refracting the visible light spectrum.
Yeah,
so if you can see further through infrared, because you're eliminating things that normally would cause refraction and dispersion and other things that affect normal visible light. If you can see further through infrared and there's still no geometric horizon, that becomes a problem.
Yeah, and why do you think you could see them further with this type of
because you can.
waves?
That's why. That's why we think, because when we use it, we can.
You can see further, but you can see as further as you can see with your eyes.
No.
Yeah.
Dude. So with a high-powered infrared filtered zoom camera, because it's a zoom camera, you can magnify the distance. So things in the distance will become resolvable to you using that piece of technology. Using the infrared filter will mitigate, I use quotation marks, what you keep calling about refraction. The refraction of the visible spectrum. The infrared spectrum doesn't refract as much as the visible spectrum. So when we zoom in and magnify the distance using the infrared, according to you, we should see a truer representation of the Earth. We're mitigating, taking care of refraction as best as we can. So we should see a geometric horizon closer to the mathematical prediction. What is observed, however, is contrary to your position. We observe a horizon much, much, much further than it would be on a sphere. We see it further than we do in the visible spectrum. This is why infrared and infrared lasers are used to measure and survey the land and target things at distance. Early warning systems for the military, for example, line of sight targeting for targeting and blowing things up, for example, usually and primarily within the non-visible spectrum. Why? Because of the refractive index. Primarily because it goes very, very far. The limiting factor on a sphere, though, would be and would only be the curvature of the Earth. We don't observe that limiting function. All it is limiting our ability to see is our eyes, the technology, and the weather conditions of the day.
Do you have any pictures where you have infrared?
Zappa, I gotta ask you real quick, man. How far do you think we can see?
Depends on the conditions.
Okay, what's the farthest we can see?
The farthest
horizontally. Yeah.
Horizontal.
I'll let you Google it.
It depends on the height. It depends on the height you're standing. Where
1 meter. 1 meter.
1 meter. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's clear. It depends
1 meter on a clear day.
On the conditions of
1 meter on a clear day. Nice ambient day, 72 degrees outside. What's 72 in Celsius? Anybody? Like what, 18 degrees?
Repeat the temperature. Repeat the temperature.
Cold, dry conditions. What the fuck? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, right.
A clear day.
A clear day, man. 72 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's like 21 Celsius.
21 Celsius. There you go. Like 21.6.
That's the exact temperature. That's the exact temperature in the John D observation, by the way, 21 degrees Celsius.
You know, you asked all these things, and you didn't ask one of these things when you saw the ship going over the horizon.
Yeah, but it don't change the fact that the Earth isn't flat.
Sorry.
It does.
This just sounds like coping now.
Let me
we
ask you
don't
this,
observe
Zappa.
a geometric horizon.
Let me ask him, Jedi. Let me ask him, Zappa. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Repeat, please. I haven't heard you.
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, the surface of the Earth, if there's no curvature on the surface of the Earth, the surface of the Earth must be what?
If it's not curvish, then what it should be. You're telling me that it is flat, just with your words, or what?
Well,
he wants you
one
to
or the other.
be intellectually honest for once, right? And say the word flat. Say it would be flat, but you can't do it because you're not honest.
I don't agree.
You don't agree that if it's not a curved line, you've only got one option left.
It's
a straight one.
It's a curved
If
line.
it's not curved, then it must be straight. If it's not straight, it must be curved. Right?
It's simple, man.
It's not must or must. It is just one factor.
So this is geometry, mate. You know what a line is, don't you? The shortest distance between 2 points. That would be a straight line. You have another choice of line, that will be a curved line. Like on a circle, an arc. So in geometry, you've got straight lines and curved lines. If the line isn't curved, what option do you have left? Or would you like me to start like this? If the line isn't straight, what option do you have left? Is it easier for you to say curved?
Why do you asking me that?
Because it's a simple question, dude. Like DJ pointed out,
you're-
I just want
you're
you. Why are you
saying that it
talking
is
through me?
Why
are you talking?
100%.
You asked me a question, trying to answer it. Do you often speak to elders like this?
I don't understand.
So we're
Why
asking
do
you, I will continue.
Okay.
We're asking you to be intellectually honest, just for once.
I don't have enough evidence just to
You don't have enough evidence to say that if a line isn't curved straight, then
not with this one, with the refraction
You're
of
an
light is
idiot,
what you're
dude.
saying to me.
You're an idiot.
Just dishonest, coping like crazy. Right,
It's only
here's
two
something
options.
to stump you, bro.
You just,
Okay, so
it's
you were
just-
saying ships over the horizon, right? That's proof of a globe, right?
yeah, but if it was
So
a
listen to this.
straight line,
Listen
if
to
it
this.
was a straight
Listen
line,
to this, just
you
quickly.
will-
Okay, so this is Andrew Thomas Young, right? He's an expert in refraction, in optics, right? One of the subject leading experts from the globe side. Okay, so atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. Okay, so you didn't account for that. Maybe that's happening in your observation, but no one checked, did they? You're just assuming that that's behind the horizon because of the Earth curvature. So even though we can see waves and there's a type of refraction that literally is defined as something that would be visible on the horizon, can appear like it's sinking behind the horizon, right? You just blindly believe it's a globe, and you didn't account for refraction, but that was your rebuttal to our observation.
Yeah, wait, but what is your proof then that it is flat? Like, why don't we see anything there around? Why don't we see any ship when we're staying on the beach?
Would you like a demonstration of atmospheric
He's going to get
conditions?
surprised in a minute.
Yeah,
Right,
would you like
sorry
a
to interrupt.
demonstration? Would you like a demonstration of atmospheric conditions causing bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface?
Wait, but how do you know then that it is flat? I don't understand.
Yeah, hold on.
Why is it?
Hold on, bro. You said that there's no examples of what you said, so I'm gonna spam a bunch in the chat right now. of ships that look like they're disappeared. Like you can't see them when the camera's zoomed out. Okay, but then you zoom in and you see the whole ship again. Right, like this one I posted at 4 minutes after the hour. There you go. We don't have any waves in this one, do we? No waves. And then when he zoomed out, you can't see the ship at all. Okay, and then when he zooms in, you can see the whole ship again. Now, if you added waves, sure, the bottom of the ship might look like it's missing, like in your videos, right? We have waves. Okay, but here's a bunch of examples that
So
shows that what you said is untrue.
You think if on this example I sent, if you'll zoom in, you'll see the ship?
No, because there's waves, and I showed that there's obvious miraging effects. Now, this is what I just read out, okay? And I'm going to read it one more time just to torture you. Okay, so there's an atmospheric refraction effect called sinking. Okay, and it says something, right? Here it says exactly this, right? So objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed. Partially obstructed as in the bottom of the boat. Yeah? Even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. Okay, so the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed, right? But because we have this atmospheric refraction effect called sinking, it can look like the bottom of the boat's hidden behind the horizon, even though it's geometrically unobstructed. Okay, so all I'm pointing out is that you didn't account for any of these potential factors when you presented your evidence. Okay, and I'm only holding you to this because that's what you said as a rebuttal to what I showed you.
Then
even though there's no atmospheric effect that can account for what I showed you.
Why isn't
if you look in the side
the
chat,
same at the example you sent me? So you're saying
if you look in the side chat, there's a laser that's laying on a floor. The floor is flat, and what they do is
let me find
they show you. Yeah, it's in the chat right now. What they do is they show this laser being obstructed bottom up using natural conditions like temperature.
I can find it. Where is it? Where is it? Resend it.
In the side chat, buddy.
It's in the side chat. It's always been in the side chat. Do you know where the side chat is?
Oh yeah, it's the sky.
Yeah, so you have two things that cause obstruction, which are waves and the atmospheric conditions that could change between the observer and the thing you're looking at in the target distance. So if you have these two variable things that are in play at the same time, that are like also a distance away from you, that causes like specifically how much distance away from you that you are to your target will cause more of that that obstruction or the variance of that because of the more distance you have, then you can see more of those effects occur. So the problem that you're not realizing right now is that we're giving you examples of things that are not the curvature of the Earth obstructing your view, but it is indeed, in fact, either waves or the conditions of the atmosphere outside. So you need to realize that we have a counterpoint to your idea of what you think it's curvature. But number one, we've given you examples of what it's like to have, temperature of the air outside and waves that can cause this obstruction. And you do not have a way to tell us with data that it's an actual Earth curve, Zappa. So you don't have data to back up that it's Earth curve. Right now, you don't have anything. We have everything on our side to prove to you that it's not Earth curve.
No, guy. Think I'm just here trying to explain you why is it the courage. And
no, you're not. You're not. So that's the thing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how far you take it.
That's what I do all the time.
If you don't have any data, to back it up, then we're going to show the examples of what we're showing to you to everybody else. We're going to say, look, it's waves. It could be the temperature outside. It could be the angle at which you're seeing something at a viewing distance from where you are from the surface. There's so many things that could cause the bottom-up obstruction that you're not even contemplating because you think it's curvature, but you haven't given us data to solidify that it is curvature. And that's what we're coming at you with right now. There's no evidence that you're providing that it's actual Earth curvature. You're not giving us measurement data. You're not giving us atmospheric data. There's no data that you're giving us to give your point any validation.
So what have you given? It's possible that
what have you given other than you saying that? Other than you saying Zappa, other than you saying that it's Earth curve. What data have you provided to show us that it's actually Earth curve with a measurement or the atmospheric temperature outside? What have you given us?
So you sent me this. Let's back up to
Zap,
this
I'm going to
example
stop you again.
gave.
I'm asking you, what data have you given us to verify that it's Earth curve and not these other conditions? What have you given us?
So on this example I sent you with the ship, we can see it is going over the horizon and disappearing. Yeah?
No, you think it's going over the horizon, Zappo. That hasn't been established yet. What data do you have to provide that it's actually going over the horizon, Zappa?
Yeah.
The evidence
We want the
is
height
that,
of the camera.
okay, the first is the
What's the height of the
thermal
camera?
Pythagoras. Okay, but it can be affected also by the refraction of
What's
light.
the height
Okay,
of the camera?
so it can be really reflected by the
What
refraction.
is the height of the camera?
I don't know what is the height. It doesn't
Right,
matter.
we're just going to throw this out then.
We can throw it out, yep.
You're not going to
It
be able to
doesn't
give
matter.
us any pieces of information. Do you remember about half an hour ago where you were holding our toes to the fire about how far away the wind farms were? Can you show it to us on Google Maps? How high is the camera? We sent you the video. So we're just asking you the very simple question, because the distance to the horizon, as you keep pointing out, is going to change with altitude. So if you don't know the critical point of the observation height, we can just throw this out.
The fact it is disappearing, not
No,
not how.
No,
Not
you can't
how.
say the fact. Hold on, you can't say the fact that it's disappearing because we've given you facts about disappearing from the bottom up using atmospheric temperature and waves. We've given you and or height of the camera. So all these things can participate to giving you the information that it's not curvature, that it is something else obstructing. We've given that to you. You haven't countered that point.
But you did
by
not
giving
count. You did not
haven't
count the
countered
reflection.
Zappa, you haven't countered the point by giving us any information to verify that it's curvature. Now counter what we're saying, if you can do so.
Have you counted the reflection of the light on this video?
No.
No?
You're not going to reverse. Hold on. This is what you're not going to do. You're not going to reverse the burden back onto us and make us give you more information. You haven't given us any. So it's your turn. It's your turn to give us information. If you try to turn the burden again back on us, I'm going to keep stopping you and going back to you. So I need you to provide information.
What's the distance to the ship? What's the distance to the ship?
I'm trying to say
Zappa,
to you that
what's the distance to the ship?
disappeared. It disappeared. How don't you
Great.
understand?
What's the distance?
It's gone.
Now it's time to pony up with the information. So either you're going to provide the distance between the observer and the ship, or something that's going to give us a measurement that we can go off of. It's your turn.
So you just understand I can't give you, and you're just keep saying
No, have
this.
you? I'm not. Listen, dude. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I want you to present to the audience and everybody here, all of us. I want you to show us what you have in the form of data to support your claim. Do that right now, please.
I can't do it. But
Thank you.
I'm
Hold on. You can stop right there. That's your concession that you can't back up your claim, that you only have an observation in which you think it's evidence that the Earth is a globe, but you don't have any data to support that it is. So we can, like Jedi said, toss it right out because you're not supporting it with data, which is what we need to build your case for the Earth being a globe with you thinking that it's Earth curve. So you didn't do that. You didn't do that, and you admitted that you can't. Hold on, Zappa. You admitted. Hold on. You admitted that you can't. Hold on, Zappa. You admitted that you can't. So there's no more that you can progress forward in this conversation with your idea that you're submitting an observation. You have to stop, and you can't proceed any forward. You can't go forward anymore. You've given up. That's it. You've lost the point.
You just said me about the numbers.
No, you need to stop. You need to stop. Unless you're going to provide evidence, here's what I'll let you do. Unless you're going to provide evidence in the text channel, in the text chat, unless you do that, then I don't want to hear any more from you. So I'm going to put you on mute. I will put you on mute. I will put you on mute if you do not present any information. So you got a choice.
Let's take. Okay, let's take. It's 1 meter high. Let's just take it. It would.
You're done. You're cooked and you're done. Now it's time for the text. So if you're going to present something, do it in text and present your information about what point you're going to bring to what distance it would be from the observer to the ship. Something that we know that there's a measurement distance. If you're not doing that, no more talk from you. You've given up enough and you've already conceded that you don't know. So
was he really going to start his rebuttal with "Let's pretend it's 1 meter"?
Yeah.
Really, let's pretend. We might as well just say, "Let's pretend you're on a ball." Fuck.
Yeah, exactly that. So he wants us to imagine with him. We're not going to sit here and imagine. We're tired of it. We want somebody to produce the information, the data that shows what their claim is. If he thinks it's going over the curve, then he needs to back it up with data that shows that it actually is. It's just that simple. It's been already about since I was here. I can look at it. Probably the watch is maybe what, an hour, 2 hours he's been in here, and spinning wheels, not giving information that would verify that what he's saying is true in any way. And he's reversing the burden because that's all he loves to do. Reverse the burden, and you give me the information. Well, you tell me about the windmills. Well, you tell me about the height of the camera. And he's saying all these things, but he hasn't done it himself. So how could he be demanding things? And we've already given him the information that's been given. So now it's his turn. And if he's not willing to do that, then he'll sit on mute.
Let's pretend the camera height was 50 meters in his observation.
No, we can't though. That's a all right. So here's the thing. I don't want to imagine with him. That's just us trying to like enable him to like continue forward. If he doesn't have the information to verify, I want the audience to hear him not respond to that. That's exactly what everybody needs to know, is that he can't tell us how he knows it's Earth curve based on any data.
Yeah, no, and I was just being absurd with 50 meters because like that was just stupid on its face.
Yeah, and I mean, we get to this point with people, and especially believers like Zappa, they thoroughly want this to be the case, but they're not giving any data, and that's the most crucial part about this. Everybody's like willing to engage so long as he's able to give us something. But if it's only one-sided and we're only giving him the information and he's not providing anything, then he's not held accountable for anything.
We have another globe earther who would like to ask a question. Mohammed, we've spoke to Mohammed a bunch of times over the last week. He's a very respectful guy, seems intellectually honest, but he's seen a Professor Dave video today about the 24-hour sun, and he's convinced that that would only be possible on a globe. So, Mohammed, did you want to ask the panel about that?
Oh, hello everybody. I hope you are having a nice day, and thanks for the opportunity you gave me to represent myself. So yeah, as Mr. DJ, I guess, said, I have been watching about, upon videos, upon debates with lots of professors against the flat earthers and globe earthers, and it was really interesting. But what I came upon this day was the debate between, as I mentioned in the chat, it was between yeah, uh, Professor Dave, or as you know, he is not actually professor, just names himself professor, and some other flat earthers. But he dropped a YouTube video, and I posted on the channel. I want to know your opinion about that.
Which video was that, DJ? That he's
It's like a Professor Dave video, and it's titled "Flat Earthers Are Freaking Out Over the 24-Hour Sun."
Oh, that one with the final experiment. Nope.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
I asked him earlier, what were they freaking out about?
Yeah, Mohammed, did you hear Professor Triangle's question to you? What were they freaking out about? Like, the title was that flat earthers are freaking out. What did you hear? What they were freaking out about in the video that you saw? Mohammed, are you there?
Yeah, first of all, it's, as you know, he's a little bit offensive. Yes. As you know, that guy is a little bit offensive. That's not my words, but he just said, as you know, the theory of 24-hour sun in some special areas like Arctica or something, if I can pronounce it right,
Yeah,
is
Antarctica.
only
You're fine.
explainable in a globe Earth model. And yeah, and it's not explainable in flat Earth theory.
And lots of guys, lots of flat earthers just disagreed with that fact of the 24-hour sun and stuff. They said no, such a thing doesn't exist and stuff. And someone, if I can say correctly, paid them paid for their trip, a free trip to Antarctica, and they actually witnessed the 24-hour sun and admitted that yes, we were wrong about that.
Okay, so in his
yeah.
explanation, what Professor Dave was saying, whatever he said, what was his argument against the reason why flat earthers are saying that it can't work or it can? Like, did you hear what he stated about that, or why was he saying flat earthers disagree with that or
I'm
agree with
sorry, I'm
that?
hearing your voice a little bit robotic.
Ah, okay, well.
I think that's just him. I'm hearing you fine, Alpha.
Yeah, I'm just because what
Yes,
I'm
I
wondering
think I'm
is
having delay.
if you heard that Professor Dave was saying that flat earthers were disagreeing with this, what about what the sun going above somebody's head for 24 hours? Were they disagreeing? I don't know if
Let
you
me
heard.
just turn my cell phone off and turn it on back.
I just want to get to the point where he understands like what the argument was that Professor Dave is making.
I think his
Yeah.
sound cut out.
You're
Are
good,
you back,
Alfie.
Mohammed?
Because if we can establish that he understood something that he was saying that we disagree with, or flat earthers, then he could formulate some sort of argument, at least to say that Professor Dave is saying this. So I'm quite curious. Because I don't think he has an argument. That's just where I'm coming from. But if he found that there is an argument, then I'd like to hear it.
Can you hear us, Mohammed?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry for that.
All right, so I'm just going to go back to asking you, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, so when you saw that video with Professor Dave, what was the argument that you took away that he says we disagree with? Like, what do you think that he made a point? Like, what argument sounded good?
To be honest, I actually, I'm not judging anything because, as I said, I have seen lots of things about the Professor Dave. He's being like rude or disrespectful or getting away from some certain points in the discussion. But here is that lots of people who debate with him, with this guy, one of the things that Professor Dave mentions in every debate, he says that, okay, there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which only is explainable in the globe Earth model. And I'm not much of a scientist. I have seen lots of debates, but I cannot remember the word specifically. But
So
they
based on
know,
based on
yeah, go on.
what you think, it could be just the globe Earth model, that it doesn't work. Like, flat earthers can't explain it on any model. But so the argument would be that he's saying that flat earthers do not have a model to argue, and we do. Like the globe earthers, we have a model. So do you think that globe earthers have a model? I want you to kind of answer honestly on this. Do you think globe earthers have a model?
Yes, I guess.
Okay, now that model is what you would consider like the solar system. Like, what model do you think that he's using here? Did he specify what model the globe earthers are using?
And I mean, I'm sorry for giving you long answers, but this is just about that those guys, those flat earthers,
Yeah,
were
yeah.
disagreeing,
No,
with
no,
the
I
fact
get it.
that
I know. The context is the flat earthers who disagree because they went to Antarctica and they saw the sun for 24 hours. I know that. What I'm
yeah,
saying though is it sounds like the globe earthers have a model, right? That's what it sounds like when you listen to when he says, "Oh, the flat earthers disagree because we have a model and they don't," or whatever,
Yeah.
or their model doesn't work. So he's speaking of generalities. So he's speaking generally about things, right? He's not giving context to what he means. So I'm letting you use your critical thinking skills to identify whether or not he's talking about something that you can realize in the context of his argument. So he's saying that the globe Earth, there's a model. Yes, globe Earth has a model.
Yes.
Okay, I'm asking you, which model do you think he's speaking of?
Uh, like, do you mean the globe Earth model? Because I mean,
Yes,
the globe
yes,
Earth
yes.
model is the model of the globe Earth. Okay.
Yeah, okay, so it's a model of the globe Earth. Now, can you present that? Because models would have explanatory power, would they not?
Oh yeah, but as I said, I'm not so scientific about that. I'm
Okay,
sorry
okay.
about that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, so now what we're going to identify is that the model of the globe Earth is what he's saying that flat earthers disagree with, and maybe we have our own model, maybe we don't, but he's saying the globe Earth definitely has a model. Now, I want you in the audience to think about this question. If that is true, the globe Earth has a model. I want you to find that on the internet, ask ChatGPT, do whatever you want. Find out what is the globe Earth model. And maybe you can tell us about it, because he seems to say that flat earthers are disagreeing on something. But if you don't know the context of what we're disagreeing with, then whatever he says is just going to make it sound like it's true. So you're not going to realize that he's proving anything. You just, some guy on the internet saying that the flat earthers are wrong, and you're going to be like, yeah, that's kind of cool. I agree with him. But without even you doing any research as to find out what he means. Do you get what I'm saying?
Oh, completely. But
Okay.
just to like avoid being off topic and stuff, just I want to say that no, I have lots of, I mean, criticized lots of these guys' action, especially avoiding the fact that lots of NASA's videos and pictures are so suspicious and seem so edited. I myself have uploaded some of those pictures in this channel.
That's nice.
I just wanted to stick to only this issue that
Okay.
those guys, okay, were
But you don't know why.
spent some.
Yeah, that's the point though. Like Jedi is elucidating the fact that I'm talking to you about it. You don't know why. You want to get to the part where we're speaking of what he was saying, that flat earthers are saying that this can't be true or whatever, but you don't know the reason why they're saying that. And I think that's the most important part for your critical thinking mind to understand what we're disagreeing with, and you engage in like the observation of the 24-hour sun. You need to know how people can formulate some sort of logical conclusion why they would say this can't work or maybe can work. Like if you don't understand that part, going into the video and talking about it is not going to help you. It's just going to, the only thing it's going to do is confirm a bias that you have towards the earth being a globe, and it's not going to help you understand what information the globe earthers are offering as far as the model goes. That is important.
Yeah. I mean, this guy, Professor Dave, may be a little more charlatan than I am, but he's definitely more smarter. So if you agree, I just want to play the audio from the beginning.
No. Wait.
And like,
Before you play it, hold on. I want to say something. I'm going to speak to the room here. If you're somebody who's coming in here and speaking about, like, maybe talking points about the globe, you don't have to throw yourself underneath anybody's intelligence. You don't have to do that. You are your own critical thinking mind, and you are empowered to actually do research and find out for yourself. Don't let some don't do that, man. You are a smart person, Mohammed. You can know things too. Right? You don't have to take this guy to be like above you in any way. He just has a way to explain things. But he obviously, if we were to challenge him, he probably wouldn't have the same answers. So we don't. I'm sorry, man. I don't need to hear the clip about what he said about the video. I want the context for you to understand. You need to realize what he's saying as far as like models go.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
I
Sorry
just
to
want to
interrupt,
clarify
Mohammed.
my intention. I'm sorry. Okay, go on. Yeah.
You don't need to play the clip. What you need to do is tell us what was said to show that you even understand what this video is about. It's why I asked you why. Why are the flat earthers upset? What's Professor Dave saying? We're just asking you to say those very simple things.
That's what I'm saying, because first of all, my English level is not that good. I'm not saying that okay, he is smarter, so I'm going to just hide behind him and let him talk about the globe earth and stuff. And second of all, he is really talking about the main issue, because you know what the main issue is.
What's that?
Those guys, yeah, those guys use that trip and
Sorry, what's the main issue?
Vento actually. Would you please let me just finish my point?
Sorry, you cut
Yeah.
out, dude. I don't think anybody
There
heard you.
had been lots and lots of videos. Yeah, there had been lots and lots of videos about the green, like curtains, green images, and that those images were actually manipulated and edited from like flat Earth YouTube channels and stuff. See what I mean? So
Yeah,
I'm
what's
just
the
saying
issue?
that I think the trip was like seems reasonable, seems like not manipulated, not
He's not. He's
edited
not.
Why
You're
are they
not.
going to
because
Antarctica?
Muhammad, you need to answer Jedi's question. This is important.
yeah.
You're not listening to him.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So, my first question was, what's the issue? My next question is, why are they even going to Antarctica? So, why is Antarctica
Okay,
important?
okay, I have to first answer the first question, okay?
Mhm.
Or the second question. Okay, the first question is that
Same thing.
due to 24-hour sun theory that is only available in certain areas like Antarctica, is only explainable in uh, globe Earth theory, not flat Earth theory. In flat Earth theory, 24-hour sun doesn't make sense.
Why?
Because the sun is just going round and round.
There we go.
Okay, but okay,
So,
I don't know much about the flat Earth like
it's
model,
fine, dude.
but I only know
It's
that
fine.
due to this
Mohammed,
perspective, the 24-hour sun is so does so make sense in the globe Earth model. See what I mean?
What model? I was asking you earlier. What you said model
I think
right
I have
now.
a
Okay, so you brought it back up again. I'm sorry, but you brought it back up again. And Jedi was asking you this earlier. I'm asking you this now. Since you said it makes sense in the globe Earth model, can you present us
yes.
with what that is, please?
I think it's my fault that actually maybe I'm misusing the word model. I'm just saying that it's
Well,
so
okay. Well,
it
so what do
makes
you
no
call?
sense.
Okay, it doesn't matter about misusing the word. What would you call it then?
Yeah, called what? I'm sorry.
Okay, instead of saying globe Earth model, what other words can you use?
Okay, I say that 24-hour sun only makes sense in a globe Earth theory, probably.
Okay, so go ahead and tell us how an observation of this can be witnessed so that we can understand what you mean. How can we see an observation of the globe Earth theory? What does that mean? Like, can you show us what that, like, how can I make an observation of this?
Explaining that requires so much a skill for me to explain those technical words
Okay,
about like how Earth
right.
works.
So what you're saying is, stop. Sorry for interrupting, but you're saying is it's too technical for you to tell me. So how do you know it works?
Yeah, that's the point, because I don't have much skill to like represent those technical words,
Oh,
but
right. Yeah.
these
Okay.
guys
So
did.
you're admitting that you can't tell me. I get it. I get it. You're doing it again. You're admitting you can't tell
Yeah,
me because you don't have the skill. Then how
yeah,
do you know it works?
because the flat earthers and globe earthers know.
No, 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 no. I'm asking specifically you, sir, Muhammad, the person. How do you
Okay,
know it works?
I personally don't know.
Thank you. So then you can't say that it works because you don't personally know. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand, but
Thank
may I
you.
give you an example? May I give you an example, please?
But yeah, but didn't we get to the end of the conclusion of you saying, well, the globe Earth model makes more sense? Or like, how could you know this information if you even admit it? You don't have the skill to know this.
Okay, first of all, I didn't say that globe Earth makes more sense. I'm just talking about this and only this issue, okay, about the Antarctic whatever stuff, okay. Yeah, I'm just so like
Well, that
I just
yeah,
want
I
to
know,
learn. Yeah.
but we can't go to Antarctica and prove anything if, first of all, right now at this particular moment. Okay, let's put it this way. So Professor Dave is putting his video out to everybody that can see it, right? Millions of people, probably thousands or whatever. He's got his video is out there, and everybody can watch it. But as you said, you do not have the skill to know if this is right or wrong. Why would you then say what he's saying is right? Why? Because you don't have the skill, according to you, to understand if he's right or wrong. Why would you say he's right?
Okay, may I give my explanation, please?
And you give an answer to what I'm asking you, sir.
Yes. So
Okay.
let's consider it in this way. I don't know anything about Apple, okay? I have no consideration and imagination of what Apple is, okay? So on a debate, some person is saying that Apple is blue, and the other person is saying that no, Apple is red, okay? So both of these guys make a deal that they go to a trip and actually observe that apple, okay? And yeah, one of them goes and sees, okay, yeah, the apple is red. I admit it, I was wrong, and apple is literally and actually red. So,
Okay.
but you know what? Yeah, but
But he's
my
colorblind.
main issue
Okay.
is that
Okay, wait.
no,
Before
I
you
just want to
continue,
finish.
hold
I
on.
just
Before you
no, I just
continue,
want to finish.
Mohammed,
No, because
before
I
you
didn't make
continue,
my
I have to interrupt you, dude.
okay.
Like, because what you're saying is correct. You're using a law of identity to identify something, right? This is a form of logic that you're using, and it's a good one. It's a good. I'm actually I like the way you're going with this. Well, I was going to commend you on it. So you're using a form of logic.
Okay.
A is A, right? So if someone's telling you they're identifying the apple is exactly what they're identifying it as, and the other guy is identifying it as something else. One of those people is right. One of them, right? According to the law of
Yeah.
identity, they can't both be right. So one person is correct. So let's put it this way, right? I'm going to give you the other side. So people are going to Antarctica right now. And both people, one guy says the earth is a globe, the other guy says the earth is flat. Now, they're going to go to identify what the earth is by going to Antarctica. Do you think both of them could identify what the earth is by going to Antarctica?
I think yes.
Okay. In which way did the globe earth identify that it's a globe in Antarctica?
Firstly, if possible, may I complete my sentence and make my point, if possible?
Yeah, if we're using the law of identity, yes, you may, of course.
Yeah. So my main issue here is that after that person goes to Antarctica and sees that, okay, the apple is literally red, there are lots of videos after that trip on YouTube that's saying, okay, that whole trip is manipulated. That trip was edited. Those pictures were edited and are not true. They are fake. I just don't find this actually acceptable, because that guy who literally really insisted on that the apple was blue, he himself and his friends, the blue apple believers, okay, they filmed it and actually insisted on the fact that, okay, we are not being edited, everything is real, and the apple
Okay.
is red.
Okay,
But
so
everyone's
I allowed you that much, and I got through the end of it, and I understand what you mean now. So this is the law of
yes, yes,
identity. The law of identity is what you're invoking right now. So you said
yes,
that one group and the other group are they're challenging each other, right? Blue apple, red apple, which would be globe Earth, flat Earth, right? In this scenario.
yeah,
Okay, so the
yeah.
guys who went down there and say, "Aha, the Earth is a globe." What did they identify that gives them the indication that the Earth is a globe? What did they look at? Now let's go to the law of identity. What did they identify?
The 24-hour sun,
Okay, they saw the sun move around. How do they know that the Earth is a globe based on that observation?
because that because that only happens in
No, sir.
globe
No,
Earth.
no. I'm not asking that only happens. I'm asking for the law of I'm asking for the law of identity that you invoked. A is A, right? An apple or red apple is a red apple. So if they saw the Earth as a globe, and you said they saw the 24-hour sun, then it's not true that they identified that the Earth is a globe. They identified that the sun moves around their head for 24 hours. Okay, so now let's say they did see that. That is true. Okay, they saw that sun move around 24 hours. That's good. Now, what indication do they have that the law of identity, I identify the sun as a globe, or excuse me, the Earth as a globe. What did they do to identify the Earth as a globe? Not the sun move around 24 hours, but that the Earth is a globe. What did they identify in Antarctica?
I don't know.
Thank you. Therefore, the answer is I don't know, which means that the law of identity that you invoked is not analogous to this to identify that the Earth is a globe in Antarctica. Because you invoked the law of identity, which right now we see the only thing they've identified is that the sun is moving around the head for 24 hours. That's it.
Yeah.
They didn't identify that the sun is a globe, or excuse me, the Earth is a globe by going to Antarctica. The Earth is not a globe by going to Antarctica. They did not prove that. They only proved that the sun moves around their head for 24 hours. That was it. In the law of identity, the only thing you can invoke in this particular trip is that the sun moves around your head for 24 hours. Now, they didn't identify the Earth as a globe in Antarctica. That is a fact.
Okay. So, okay, I see where you're coming from. Let's just let's just say, so why those flat earthers were so reluctant and so uneager to actually admit that the sun was the 24-hour sun exists in Antarctica, and they they even made a deal with Professor Dave that, okay, if that happens, I would admit that I was wrong. See what I mean? Because I don't think that that was just a trip to, I don't know, have fun or just prove some minor detail. I think this maybe is way more than just
But hold on a minute. You said you weren't skilled to identify how you can discern whether what the information is or not. So you can't even weigh in on this to say what you can know about this. So you right now you invoke first of all the law of identity. When they didn't, Globers, when they went over there, they didn't know that the Earth is a globe or not. They only saw the sun up in the sky for 24 hours. Now you're asking a question to us. We're going to easily tell you, right? What was the purpose then of going to Antarctica and debunking the flat Earth? Why did they want to debunk the flat Earth? What do you think? And that's what I was asking you specifically. What do you think that Professor Dave was showing in his video that he's debunking about flat Earth? What is he debunking? This is why I wanted you to concentrate on this.
Yeah, I see what you mean, and
yes.
I think I don't have an answer.
Right. So if Professor Dave has a video out and he says we're debunking the flat Earth, I'm asking all the people who come in here that's seen the video, what did he debunk? Because he didn't debunk flat Earth. He didn't prove the globe either. He didn't do that. So the only thing that you've done right now is shown everybody that he didn't prove anything in his video. He's only giving people the idea that the Earth is a globe based on him saying, "Hey, man, the flat earthers are wrong." But nobody knows why. Nobody knows why the flat earthers are wrong. Nobody knows any of that information. You just coming in here saying, "I got a Professor Dave video that says flat earthers are wrong," and then we're asking you questions about it. You're like, "Well, I don't know." That's a problem.
Two plastic cup
Okay,
two addresses on
just as a
one at
question.
100 and one at 60. So changing the 100 to the 60 is not going to fix the 60. It's going to damage the 100.
Yeah, so you aren't interested at all at me playing this video and review it
No.
sentence by sentence,
No,
right?
because
Okay, so yeah.
no, because the important part about me asking you about this video is information that you actually could tell me in your own words. The context of the video was something you understood. Because if you understood it, the context, that means that you saw the video, you could tell me in your own words what you learned from it. That would mean a lot to me. Because that would say I don't even need to see the video because I heard it from you. But if I wanted to, I could look at the video. I could see it and see your point. But you couldn't even tell me that you had a point, which was even worse. Because you said I saw the video, but I don't even know what it's about.
I see. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So that's Muhammad, man. You're a good guy, man. The only reason I'm saying this is because I want you to realize when people come in here, this space is designed for people to ask questions about the things that they're being shown on both sides. Because there are some flat earthers that will say things that are not true, just like the ones who say, the Earth is like the AE map, and we got ice walls around the Earth and stuff like that. You know? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. What's your question? Okay, maybe he doesn't have a question. But the interesting part about it, Mohammed, is that you challenge yourself, and you're doing a good job because you have to think if you bring some information in here, right, and say, "Hey, I got this information," we're going to review it and challenge you. What information do you think supports the Earth being a globe, and why? So that's not unreasonable. You know what I mean? Like it's totally
Yeah.
reasonable.
But first of all, I want to say that I really appreciate your time, but I just didn't just search about flat earthers versus globe earthers on internet, and this video
Yeah.
showed up, and I just brought it here as a evidence. It wasn't literally just what happened. I had seen lots of debates between this guy and lots of flat earthers, and in most of them, this idea of 24-hour sun in certain areas was a very, very major point.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's important, right? Because a
So
lot of people think that it actually speaks of an argument. Well, I want to bring it to everyone's attention. If it had some information that could give us that the Earth is a globe or it's flat based on this, then we would know it by a logical syllogism. So a statement that can be made out of logic that you could prove that, hey, I saw the 24-hour sun, right? We could call it a logical syllogism, which would mean premise, premise, conclusion. There would be two true premises, right? Two premises and one conclusion. That means number one premise, and I'm going to give it to you, right? That we see a 24-hour sun. That's an observation that can be made. That's a true premise. You can say this when you go to
yeah,
Antarctica. You can say this for sure. This is an observation. I've seen the sun move around my head for 24 hours. That is true. Okay, the second premise would have to be something that follows that. Because I saw the Earth, or excuse me, the sun move around for 24 hours, that has to be another true premise. And then the third one's going to be, therefore, the Earth is a globe. That would be the conclusion. But what would be that second premise? Because you need to finish the logical statement. So if one cannot be made,
yeah,
then it's not true within logic that the Earth can be a globe based on the trip to Antarctica. So you're learning kind of a crash course in logic to understand if somebody's speaking logic, then it would be true. Two true premises and one conclusion, if it's possible. I mean, you can probably have more premises, but essentially, two true premises and one conclusion would be a great way to start with how you can prove something logically.
yeah. I actually, because I want to explain this, I have read the explanation about why 24-hour sun is related to this whole concept of the shape of Earth. Okay, I have read it on lots. I mean, a few articles and videos, but because my English level is not that good, I couldn't like explain it to you in English language. But when I was reading that article and those videos, it kind of made sense to me. You see what I mean? Because I
You
don't know
have
how to use say it in English.
Mohammed, you and everybody has a confirmation bias towards the Earth being a globe. We all understand this,
Yeah,
man. It's not uncommon. It's not you're not an evil person for doing this. This is like what you've been told your whole life. Okay, you just know this as
yeah,
like you kind of it's a given. So you don't really have to challenge it because mainstream is saying it out loud. The Earth is a globe. You know, most of academia is backing it up. Any information you can search on Chat GPT or any of the LLMs, they're going to tell you the Earth is a
yeah,
globe, which confirms
yeah,
your bias towards the Earth being a globe. But the thing that we're trying to get you to do right now is to identify that all of these things are just explanations. There's no evidence that follows a proof that you could tell me in any way, not even in logic. Okay, let me tell you how bad it is, right? So they say that the Earth is so big you just can't see it. The Earth spins around, you just can't feel it. So there's so many ways that they're negating your natural born senses, your five senses, you know? So if you can't even use your own senses to know the Earth is a globe, then how do you know it's one, right? So a lot of people are trying to ask the questions and they say it's outside of your perception. So they make it so far out of your reach and they're like, well, I want to see the Earth as a globe. Well, you got to get in a rocket. And you're like, well, I don't have money for that. So, well, sorry, but if you want to know, you got to get in a rocket. So by the time you think I'm going to collect all this money or get rich or whatever, then it's so far out of your reach and you probably won't even care about the time you get that money. You know what I'm saying? So they move the information out of the reach of your hands so that they can keep the dream alive of it being a globe, so long as nobody can
Yeah.
verify.
Yeah,
Bro,
I
it's
see
not
what
your
you mean. First of all,
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I want to say that, for example, previously I had been talking with some guy in here in channel. For example, I said my first like observation, as you mentioned here seconds ago, that okay, I said that yeah, I have climbed a very long tower and I've seen the curvature on the Earth. So you know, it seems it makes sense to me that Earth is globe. And that guy said to me, no, it's not actually what your eyes were seeing. Your eyes were deceiving you. And I searched about it and I literally came to conclusion that yeah, he was right. My eyes don't have the capacity and the ability to actually distinguish the curvature on the edges
Right.
of the Earth from like that kind of height.
Yeah,
So
you know,
yeah.
it's important, Mohammed. That came from mainstream, dude. Like we're okay. You got flat earthers, right? And we're saying things, but that didn't come from us. That actually comes from the globe. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he says even if you go to 120,000 feet from the jump of Felix Baumgartner, the Red Bull space jump,
Yeah.
he's like you can't see the Earth as a globe. It's flat. Like because he's basically saying even at that altitude, 120,000 feet, you can't see it curving. That stuff is flat, but he's not advocating for flat Earth in the way you might think. He's saying that you have to go a lot higher to see curve, so far beyond
Yeah, yeah.
maybe where you were. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, exactly.
all right. If anybody else wants to chime in, or
AV, Jason wants to prove Earth curvature. He said that there is curvature.
No, I don't want to say anything. Because I know Earth is round and I don't want to engage with anyone who's. Yeah, I don't
You
want to
can't
say
say
anything.
Earth is round without no curvature measurement. Please
This is
provide
like,
curvature
I'm,
measurement
to be honest,
to justify the globe. Please do that.
okay, why do you think like the world is hiding? The NASA is lying to us.
Because people lie.
Hmm? Like, why do you think they are lying to us? Are you there?
yeah, it's not about thinking that the people are lying to you, man. Here's the most important thing: you should realize that if you had evidence for the Earth being a globe, you'd be able to present that to the audience right now. The fact that
No,
you don't, you have to
answer
ask
my
this question.
question. I
You're
don't.
asking why the sociopaths would lie to you, because that's what they do. They're a bunch of liars.
No, no. An hour ago, somebody said that NASA is lying to us.
No, not NASA. The people that actually are saying that they've seen the Earth from a vantage point that you can't see it from. So, like the astronauts, they're lying to
So
you.
why they are lying
The
to us?
people. Listen, the organization of NASA is made up of people who work there, right? So we got just regular people that work at a desk or whatever. Those guys aren't lying when they come out of their job and they talk to you and say, "Hey, the Earth is a globe." They're believing it like you. The ones who are lying are the ones who are saying that they're went far enough away from the Earth to see it as a globe. Those are liars.
Yeah, but Why do you think the astronauts lied to us?
We don't have to go to the motive, like understanding why would they lie to you? Because I'll be like this, man. Any information we could tell you why they would lie, maybe they're doing it for money or they're incentivized to do it for another reason. Like it wouldn't make any difference to you because you still believe it. Do you understand, Jason? You still believe it. It doesn't matter what we say.
Making no change in my life whether I believe Earth is round or flat. And I
Yeah,
believe in
well,
science. I don't believe in
well,
shitty 12x zoom and 12 and that windmill theory that you present. There is something called refraction. You might need to revise those lessons from your seventh grade science book.
yeah, but you don't know those lessons yourself, do you, Jason?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so then
I give it.
why would you say that we need a reference like some science book if you don't even know, sir? Doesn't that show that
Hmm?
your ignorance about the topic
Yeah,
is
I am.
as much as
Because I'm
those
not
who say
making
that they
any.
need, as much as those that you're admitting that you have to go to a seventh grade science book, you don't even know that information. So how would you know it's from seventh grade?
Okay, tell me one thing.
What?
Okay, I saw your messages in the chat regarding the windmill theory. Uh, are there any experiments where people have actually placed windmills at
Okay.
10,
Yeah,
12
you're asking
miles,
some good
22
questions.
miles?
Yeah, there's some good questions now you're getting to, right? So we want to
So
know. We want to
share
know.
something where
Yeah,
people have put
Jason.
multiple windmills and they could see the
Jason,
bottom.
Jason, we're asking the same questions that you might want to be asking. Is the Earth a globe? The
Yeah,
windmill,
it is. Okay.
yeah, the windmill test was all about if the Earth is what they're telling us it is. Did you know that? Is testing the globe. That's what the windmill observation's about. Did you know this?
Yeah, yeah, I know this.
Okay, so
So
if we're testing the Earth as a globe, have you heard about the test?
yeah, the one that the person zoomed and after 12 miles he was able to see the bottom of the windmills, right?
Yeah, and then far beyond the windmill was the boat. Do you remember the boat
Yeah.
in between the windmill? Okay, so we
Share that again in the chat, that image, that GIF, that GIF.
right. So what information do we have to
Yeah.
know that? What information do we have to know with this long distance observation that the Earth is an actual globe and it's not flat? What do you think we can get from this observation? Because we're testing the globe, yeah. That's what we're doing here with this
Yeah, but
video.
we can't actually like that's the. Do you have any other proof evidences that suggest that Earth is not flat? Just like I
Yeah, I
asked you,
know, I know. That's what you're
have they?
suggesting. Jason, I know that's
Can I
what you're
finish?
suggesting, but we have to understand whether or not you can know if the Earth can be tested as a globe. Can it be tested as a globe?
What do you mean by tested as a globe?
So if the Earth is curving like they tell us, the curve of
Yeah.
the Earth being a globe, can we test outside in the physical world?
Sorry, I could not get you.
Well, this is the part that we need to realize for yourself and for everyone listening. If you're
Like,
saying that the Earth is a globe but it cannot be tested, that's a problem. If the Earth is a
okay,
globe and it can be tested, then we can figure it out, right?
okay, let's suppose Earth is not a globe. Okay.
No, 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 no. We're not supposing
Let's
that.
go.
No, no, because the overwhelming amount of information is the Earth is a globe. They're teaching it in schools. They're telling you out in the advertisements, everything that they use for the Earth being a globe. Your mind believes that it's a globe right now because of all the information that's out there about it. Now, what I'm asking
Okay.
you
So
is we need to test this information for its truth.
yeah,
Okay,
just
what can we
just
do? What can we do, Jason? What is it that you and
okay.
I and everyone
We
in
can
this
do
room
an
can do?
experiment. We can do an experiment. We can place five windmills, one at 12 miles, one at 24 miles, then 36, 48, and 60 miles. We can place five windmills and then zoom from a height of 3 meters.
Where
The
is this
observer
done at?
might.
Where is this
No,
done at?
you should do that because you are the ones
No,
claiming
no, no,
that.
no, no, no. Wait. No, you're saying we can do this. You're giving us something to test the globe, but you don't know if it can be tested or not. Can the Earth be tested as a globe? Yes or no?
The Earth is
Uh,
flat. End of
this is the
discussion.
experiment. This is the experiment that would tell whether the Earth is flat or globe.
Okay, wait. So you're telling me that all of academia right now, all of the schools that are everywhere on the earth are telling us the earth is a globe without having a practical demonstration. The demonstration you're telling me right now is one that you just made up. That means that you didn't pull it from the resource on the internet or anywhere. You don't even know if somebody tested the earth as a globe. You're just making up an idea that you could based on what you're telling me. Is this true?
I've seen multiple videos, for example, Red Bull jump from space, and multiple videos ISS that shows the Earth is round.
I
And
know you see the videos, dude, but I'm asking you the question. If it could be tested, and you're giving me a test, you were telling me one anyway,
yes,
but
it
you're
could be
just
tested.
making, hold on, Jason, you're just making it up. What I'm asking for is, isn't there one already done that we know that it's a globe, that somebody's already, like science or some academic human being has tested for it to be a globe?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's great. Now, that's great. Now let's look to see which one, right? So now it's time to present which one that was.
They have been multiple. Okay, you see the
No, let's
ships.
pick
They
one.
move
Let's pick
from.
one, Jason. Only
Okay,
one. Just pick one.
let's pick an airplane. Let's pick an airplane.
Okay.
It takes off from Chicago and goes to Moscow, and it travels in a all the way around the Earth and comes back to Chicago. That proves it that Earth is not flat; it's round.
Okay, so a
Because
ship,
we are able to come back
yeah,
from
an
different
airplane,
directions.
yeah, an airplane traveling over the surface of the Earth. This is what you're saying, the example to test it, right? An airplane
Not
traveling over the surface of the Earth will know that the Earth is a globe. Yes?
an airplane traveling in the air.
Yeah, we'll show that. Okay, I want to know how you know that an airplane traveling over the surface points that the Earth is a globe. I know that what you said, circumnavigation goes from one starting point, comes all the way back around to the same starting point. Okay, so
Yeah,
I want to know how you know that the surface underneath that plane is a globe. It's curving. This is what I want to know. How do you know that?
because we are able to come on the same point by a different route.
Okay, but if I had like your floor in your room, whatever room you're in is a flat floor, right? If you
Yeah,
have if you put something in the middle of your room, can you walk around it and start from the same place and end up in the same place just by walking around it?
okay. I'll give you another analogy. If I
Yeah, I know,
if
but
I
I'm
start
trying to tell you.
in my room, I'll give you an example of my room. If I start from one wall and start walking toward the end of the room, if my room is flat, I'll just be able to go to the next end. But if it's round, I'll be able to come back where I
No, no,
started.
yeah, this is the point I'm making to
This
you.
is very
On a
simple, bro.
on a flat
Okay.
surface, Jason, on a horizontal flat surface, right? Can you walk around something and circumnavigate and something be in the middle of that circumnavigation? Is it possible?
Like if something is in the middle,
Yeah, and you walk around it. Could you circumnavigate the thing that you walked around?
and what if I walk straight?
No, no, I'm asking a question. Could you circumnavigate something in the center of your room?
What does circumnavigate mean?
That means to make a circle, to go around.
No.
Yes, dude. The answer is yes. I'm sorry that you
No.
disagree with this point. But if you have something in the middle of your room, you can walk around that thing, come all the way back around to the same place you started.
Okay, let's. Okay, I from today on, I am a flat earther. Let's suppose. So why don't you present me a proof and evidence which shows windmills placed at those distances that I've
No,
told
no,
you?
no. It's not.
And
That's
no,
a
just
that's a
answer me.
problem.
You are not. I have answered all of your questions, and you
Jason,
are not
Jason, that's a
answering
problem though.
none
That's
of
a
mine.
problem. Hold on, that's a problem. You're giving a standard that you can't tell us what would be a great way to test
Yeah, I
the Earth
can't
as
tell.
a globe.
Okay, I can't tell. I admit. Okay, let's. You are the one preaching, so tell me. Okay, the burden of proof is on you because what I believe is generalized. It is a fact that is uh
It's not a
that
fact,
is
Jason.
okay.
It's a
It is
belief,
it is
not a
it
fact.
is believed by the most population living on Earth. But what you are preaching
Okay.
is really few people. So the burden of proof is on you. So I'm just asking you. Please listen to my question. I will accept your beliefs only if I am given why don't you people conduct an experiment and place 5 windmills, so that you can prove us that even the farthest we can see in the visible atmosphere, we could see the bottom. Like for example, at 50 miles, we can see 50 miles easily. Why can't we see? Why didn't you people, your that professor, that Samsung Zoom professor, why didn't he conduct another experiment in which he would have placed 5 windmills at different distances, and all the windmills bottom should be visible?
Jedi, did you want to go over the windmill example? I know it's one of your
Yeah,
favorite
yeah,
points.
yeah.
I don't know, mate.
Yeah, the problem
But
is, dude, that the example that you're giving right now is a standard that you've made up in your head. Do you know what the Earth curve drop rate is over distance?
yeah, 12 after 12 miles.
What's the curvature after 12 miles?
No, I don't know. I just know we can't see after 12 miles. The curvature
No, no,
changes
no.
after 12 miles.
There's a problem. There's a problem here. If you want
Yeah.
to give something for us to test, you have to be able to give us the parameters of the test. You have to say, okay, from this distance to that distance, and then tell us what we would expect to see. So if I'm gonna go out
Okay,
and
I'll
test
share it
this,
in the chat.
say again.
Why- like you are a sane person, right? You can calculate it on your own because
Yeah,
you
he's
the
doing
burden of proof is on
calculations
you.
in his brain.
Like
Yeah, but you're telling me
I'm
you
suggesting
okay.
you
So
experiment, and that is I'll again repeat my experiment. Let's say we place
That's your standard.
5 windmills
Sorry to
after every
interrupt,
12
but
miles.
that's your
After every
standard.
12 miles,
You, my friend,
let
you're asking us to conduct an experiment that meets your standards. See, what we're pointing out to you is this is how we survey the land. We measure the surface of water to be horizontal. We actually use water as a horizontal leveling tool. We have done for thousands of years, basic construction methods, right? So we know the surface of the earth is flat because water is 70% of the earth's surface. When we
you are
observe
not,
over
you are
water,
you are mistaken.
sorry, you're talking, I can't hear you, but what I'll do is I'll shut up so you can talk. What?
Now you speak, but the logic you were giving was absolutely uh, nonsense.
Sorry, would you like me to break it down into a syllogism for you? I'll give you both premises and reach the conclusion. First premise, 70% of the surface of the earth is water. You know, the Atlantic Ocean, the Indian Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, the water. 70% is water. This isn't ridiculous. I'll use this as my first premise. Second premise, water is used as a horizontally leveling tool. So, being as water is horizontal, the surface of the earth is horizontal. Which part of the logical syllogism do you not agree with?
I also consider gravity. Earth has its gravity pulling all
No,
the
no,
water.
no, no, no.
You are not counting gravity.
Water is observed and measured to be a horizontal leveling tool.
Yeah, but only way the Earth's curvature changes after 12 miles. So
Okay. After
yeah,
12
so
miles?
it changes.
No, it's directly from your feet. It's a curving surface.
What he did instead.
It's an exponential rate of change of slope at approximately 8 inches per mile squared. That means after 1 mile, that's 8 inches of descent. You understand what I'm saying, right? It's a curved
Mhm.
surface.
Okay, can I ask you something?
Mm.
Let's and just saying, why don't you like send me more evidences in the chat that supports your uh,
What type of evidence do you
nonsense?
require, sir? Laser test, long distance observation, basic
Yeah,
surveying?
long distance observation of multiple windmills placed after every 12 miles, maybe 5 windmills. Such why don't people flat earthers perform such experiments and the debate
We've got
forever?
windmills. We've got wind turbines at distances to 8 to 11 miles, depending on the vantage point that you observe. That have increasing distances because they're wind farms, one are behind another.
Okay.
Now, when we do this
farthest have you those
experiment to
ones?
make an observation, which is predicted on a globe surface, we observe a horizon beyond the distance markers known as the windmills.
Yeah,
So I can show you that.
I've seen that. Okay.
Oh, so
I've
you
seen
have
that.
seen that. So you understand that we don't observe a geometric horizon in that image.
So I'm saying, what is the farthest windmill flat earthers have spotted?
From my understanding, it's about 60 miles west coast
Okay,
of
could you share
Amsterdam.
that? Could you share that
Oh my
image?
God! You asked me a question, I tried to answer, and then you started speaking through me. I'm going to go and walk my invisible dog. Sorry to have interrupted and wasted everybody.
Share those pictures of that 60-mile
No, you
evidence.
interrupted me. Can
I guess you
you
don't
now
have
understand
any.
I'm
Okay,
annoyed
I'm
with you?
sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to share those pictures. I guess he did not had any answers. If anybody other than him has those pictures of 60 miles windmills,
Are you going to
please
continue talking and being an obstinate idiot? I was answering your question and was really annoyed because you, who asked the question and wanted an answer, and you're doing it again.
Okay.
This is why I can't converse with somebody who speaks through the answer they require.
He's just rage baiting, Jedi.
No, I'm not rage baiting. I'm just asking for the picture. He said 60 miles. Send me the picture.
Don't have it to hand. This is something I heard about in 2007. But whatever we show you, you're going to hold this standard of, well, why haven't you done this experiment? When the experiment, in quotation marks, that we've done is perfectly sufficient.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's called
So,
measuring and surveying the land. You understand this is a requirement for construction, building projects,
yeah.
bridges, tunnels, these types of things. When we measure the land, we measure from level. Level is the surface of the earth. That level is horizontal and parallel to any horizontal line you desire. It's a basic tenement of surveying. We get level from the surface of water.
Nice. Okay, I understand
Do you
you.
require citation?
So, okay, are you finished? Are you finished speaking? Can I speak?
Well, I asked a question.
Yeah,
Do
please
you
say that
require
again.
citation?
Do I require what?
Citation. Do you require reference material that backs
Yeah,
up
yeah,
what I
sure.
say?
Sure.
Okay, give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, no worries.
Quite surprised you need citation for this, but being as I post it in the chat, I'll read it for everyone's benefit. You're going to be surprised. What does level mean? Level is what you call a perfectly horizontal line. Horizontal means side to side. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the horizon. Level is also the name of the tool you use to determine whether something is horizontally straight. Now you can check out the reference material if you require.
Okay, so I'll read it, but I guess you're missing a key point over here when you say when you give an example of the level. That is, but water stays perpendicular to the direction of gravity at every point. Okay, do you know what is perpend? Do you know what I'm saying? Water stays
Yeah, I
perpendicular
understand
to
what
the direction of
perpendicular means. It
gravity at
means 90
every point.
degrees.
Let me finish.
Yes.
I listen to you, so don't interrupt.
You asked a question and I answered
I'm
it.
not
You were
finished.
unsure whether I
I'm not
knew.
finished yet. Water stays perpendicular to the direction of gravity at every point, and since
Yeah, that's
gravity points
down.
towards the center of the Earth, water curves around the Earth. Simple as that. Okay, so
Okay, so
you
perpendicular, that's 90 degrees, right? You're
yeah.
basically just saying horizontal is perpendicular to straight down. Now, where does straight down become a sphere? We're talking about horizontal lines and vertical lines. Now, you're making the claim about gravity, right? In your claim, that would curve the surface of the Earth. The very thing that we're trying to measure, and when we measure and look at the surface of the Earth, primarily water, when it's observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal reference datum. So I don't know where you're getting your sphere from.
No,
Yes, I
but
know what
thing is,
perpendicular means.
like you're missing, like you're saying, see, that is too. You're not getting my point actually. Earth
What,
drops
gravity?
8 inch. Okay, Earth drops 8 inch per mile. Okay,
Have you got a measurement
practically,
of that?
yeah, practically invisible
Can I
to
have
the
that
eye
then?
of at ground level.
Sorry, you said the Earth started curving after 12 miles. You're now telling me that it curves after 8 per mile squared. I'm just going to ask you if that's measured.
8 inch per mile square.
Yeah, is that measured?
Earth drops 8. Yeah,
Yes,
it is my.
yes.
The
Is it
poor people
measured?
in capitalist countries are the richest poor people in the world.
Hmm?
Don't follow the distraction. Just give me the measurement of what your claim is now.
Okay, my claims are not solid, so you tell me your claims.
I have several
No,
times.
actually,
You don't appear to
okay.
be following
Even
along.
if I become a flat earther, you know
No,
what my
right.
friends are going to
Sorry.
tell me.
Bye.
What are they going to say to me? Even if I become a flat
You need
earther,
to answer his
I
question,
don't think it
Jason.
matters. Sorry, I'll say this before I go. I don't think it matters
please please
in
repeat your
regards to what
question.
you
I
think the
didn't
Earth
get it.
is. I probably think you're an idiot.
At least I'm not as idiot as you because you think Earth is flat. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Sorry,
Actually,
Yeah,
I just
because you're
posted
from.
a citation that demonstrates quite clearly that water, the surface of the Earth, the horizon, is what we use to get level. Level being a horizontal line from left to right. Now, I haven't made this up. This is a fact of reality. It's not my fault you're upset with reality, is it?
okay. Can I ask you one thing? I just want to give you. Okay. Uh, how long is the level? Maybe 10 inches, right?
Do you know?
Yeah, it's like 10
What type
inches.
of level?
There are different lengths of levels, right?
Yeah,
Small
what
level,
type of level?
water
A
levels.
water level? A
Yeah,
laser level?
no, water level. Okay.
Okay.
So,
When we can't use water levels anymore, we use laser level.
no, you were talking about water
Do you
levels.
think
You were
you've got
saying that.
builders out there with like 20-foot
Uh,
water levels?
yeah.
The fuck?
Okay. Just listen to me. We can also use laser
No.
level.
What's the point?
I'm just saying that water levels that
What?
we
What?
use
What are you
that
trying
this.
to say about a foot long water level?
No, I'm not saying a foot long water level. I'm saying, let's suppose we have a 10-inch long water level. Okay. Let's suppose. So it's not the curvature is actually very negligible. That's why it seems like it is
That's
horizontal
nice.
and flat.
That's nice.
Yeah, what do they use when it's longer?
So why didn't you why don't you
Sorry.
make
Do
a
we use
mile
when the
water
distance
What
is
do
level?
they use
longer?
for longer?
Huh?
What
I couldn't
do
get
we use when the distance is longer than 10 inches?
laser level.
Yeah, thank you.
So send me another in the
So
chat
when we
of any
survey
experiment.
with lasers, which is done every single day, right, for
Yeah.
building and construction, shush, we measure a horizontal level surface because that's what we need to build upon. We get level, as you so correctly pointed out, it's perpendicular to down, which is 90 degrees. It's 90 degrees. That's a straight horizontal line that vertical perpendicular line is attached to. There's no curvature there, is there? You're not going to have 90 degrees perpendicular to a curved line, now are you?
Are you asking me something?
Are you struggling with this basic
No,
geometric concept of an
I was
angle?
reading. I was reading something on my laptop. Could you please?
Yeah,
You can probably mute
you
it
can
then.
put yourself on mute, dude.
You can repeat the question.
We're gonna engage with somebody else. You obviously don't seem to care about the conversation, so you just put
No,
yourself.
I do. I do want to become a
You
flat
got to
earther.
count to the count of 3 before I mute you. How about that? You don't have a choice. Not in this room. Put yourself on mute, dude.
So, do you think your claims are
1,
so poor that you have to mute people?
2. No, you weren't listening to what he said. That right there is showing everybody that I'd rather speak to somebody else who is listening and will engage. It's a waste of everybody's time for Jedi to repeat himself because you were doing other things. All right, now whether we clear the dance floor, if anybody else wants to come in here and tell us how the Earth is a globe, you're able to do so.
Maybe I need to go and get something to eat. I'm feeling a little bit hangry. These
You're a
people
little
are
hangry?
annoying me today. Maybe it's not always them. Maybe it's a little bit of me. So I'm going to go and get myself something to eat.
Well, it is dinner time.
It is dinner time, mate. Yeah, you're not wrong.
All right, we'll sift through the crowd and see what. All right. Now that you guys muted yourself, that's good. We got Fred in here. We got Fufu. We got. Well, Mohammed's been a pretty good guest here. We got Nemo 32.
Socialism, because they've been poisoned by Marxists. They've had their minds poisoned by Marxists.
But Mr. Overdrive, I really appreciate your answers that you gave me. But I really wish that you somehow we could review that video sentence to sentence, because I did this previously on this channel and made some really good conclusions to myself. See what I mean? So not
Yeah,
today, because I know you are exhausted. I know you are exhausted right now,
Fucking
but maybe
morons
in the future, I
growing up
really
in a
like to.
Marxist public schooling system where they were indoctrinated.
Well, he was putting up, I guess earlier, Mohammed was putting
They
up a
turned to
video with.
socialism because they've been indoctrinated by a Marxist public school system.
Yeah, he was posting Professor Dave videos that was just giving him a confirmation bias of his understanding of the Earth being a globe, and basically why they went to Antarctica. So he really, really wants to post his transcript of that video or something, but in no way is that going to help at least him be able to explain what he knows about that video. He thinks that we're going to be able to find out a reasoning behind, but I've already explained to him. In no way could you form a logical statement or a syllogism to anything that Professor Dave is saying that he has to prove that the Earth is a globe by their trip to Antarctica. I've already told you this, Mohammed. You're just going back into the same thing I told you that Professor Dave didn't do. And it doesn't matter if you're able to transcribe it and put it here, show it to us. It's not evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Okay,
You understand?
No, I know. I'm not requesting you to review that video right now. I'm just
We
saying
don't
that
need
you
to, sir.
probably.
We do not need
Yeah,
to,
yeah.
Mohammed. We don't need to review it
You mean the
because
poverty caused by socialism?
No, he didn't prove anything. Professor Dave did not prove that the Earth is a globe.
I know.
Socialism
I just say
destroys
that
people.
maybe
They're incompatible.
your analysis of his statements would make me a more knowledgeable person. See what I mean?
Oh yeah, I know, but we've reviewed it. We went over this live when you were talking to me about it and wanting to submit it, and I told you it has no relevance to the Earth being a globe or flat. I told you this, dude. We went over the logical reasoning behind it. There is no law of identity that identifies the Earth as a globe when they went to Antarctica. They only saw an observation of the sun above their heads for 24 hours. That was it.
Can I ask something?
Do you understand, Mohammed? So, in the realm of him, Professor Dave, putting this video up and showing this evidence that they're debunking flat Earth, I even asked you, what model are they using? You said, well, maybe model's the wrong word. Maybe I should use globe Earth theory. Then I said, okay, in the globe Earth theory, how did they prove that the Earth is a globe by going to Antarctica? You didn't give me an answer.
Yeah, as I said, I'm not as knowledgeable as you at this field, but I just hope that I wish that maybe your analysis of
We
his
did.
statements make me
Mohammed,
more.
we did.
No,
That's
no,
the problem
no,
with this whole thing is that when they were going to Antarctica, before they even went,
Wait, sir, so
we
that
were
it
having
doesn't
this.
tip over, dumb fuck.
Yeah, JD.
Oh, he's talking to me or something?
Yeah, we were reviewing this information, Mohammed, way before they went to Antarctica. So we do know that it doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe or that it's flat. They were just going to see the sun and above the sky.
But I think actually we didn't review it together. Was actually what was the reason before all that insistence of the fakeness and the manipulation of
No, we
those
don't.
images
No.
by
We don't care about
by
that. Listen, whether they were filming it in a studio, whether it was genuine, they actually did see the sun up for 24 hours, is irrelevant because it's not going to give a conclusion that the Earth is a globe or flat. Either way, they're just observing the sun.
Okay,
Do
I'm
you
sorry.
understand, Mohammed? They're just watching the sun. They're not looking to see if the Earth is a globe or not.
Yeah, I see. I guess whatever I say more will make you more.
Yes, of course, because why would you want to continue if Professor Dave is
Like
not disproving the flat
exhausted,
Earth
so I
in
will
any
just go
way,
away.
and they're
Okay,
only showing
Yeah.
that the Earth is has a 24-hour sun? That's it. That's the only conclusion that you can get from that video. That's it.
have you ever seen Starlink flying above the orbit?
I'm not talking to you. You need to keep yourself on mute. You didn't have evidence, and you started rage baiting, so you just need to put yourself on mute. So,
How
Mohammed,
did the Japanese attack Pearl Harbor?
there is nothing that's going to show us in the Professor Dave video that's going to give a conclusion one way or the other. The Earth is globe or the Earth is flat, because as you understand it, you don't even know what they're trying to prove, do you? What were they trying to prove, Mohammed?
No, actually, I'm pretty neutral at this
No,
debate.
okay,
See
that's
what I mean?
great. I'm
I
glad
don't
that
want
you're
to.
neutral, Mohammed. But what were they trying to prove?
Yeah.
What was Professor
You
Dave
want
trying to
me?
prove with his video, showing to all the people? What was he proving?
Earth is a globe.
He was proving that all. Okay, if you give me 10 seconds, he was
I
proving
will.
that all, oh my god, all flat earthers are so unnecessarily insisting on the fact that like that whole trip and that whole videos were manipulated.
No, dude. Like, if the whole thing about the video being manipulated was the whole reason why he wants to talk about it, then he's not proving that the Earth is a globe. He's just proving that he can make a video that's out in nature. That's it. That's all he's proving, is that you can have a video that's real, that's out in nature. He's not saying, hey, and by the way, the Earth is a globe. He didn't prove that. He just proved that they could go to a certain location that some flat earthers were saying you can't go to, and witness an observation of the sun moving around your head for 24 hours. That's it.
Yes, I see where you're coming from, but due to
Okay.
the debate I have seen between him and those flat earthers, if I'm not wrong, admitted that okay, if they go to that trip and see that 24-hour sun, they would admit that they were wrong and the Earth could be
Wrong
globe. If I'm not
about
wrong,
what, dude? Wrong about what? I've been asking you this for the whole
Wrong
time you've been
about
asking me about the thing. Wrong about what?
okay. Wrong about the Earth being flat.
No.
No.
No, that's
Come
not
on,
it.
goodness.
That is not it. That is not what they were saying they were wrong about. Sorry, but you didn't watch the video if you were getting that conclusion.
No, first of all,
I mean,
I said that if I'm
it
not
don't
wrong,
matter.
okay, I said that statement, and yeah, I actually watched the whole debate from
Really?
like lots of
Then
debates.
what were they
Actually. Yeah,
saying?
I did.
What were they saying they were wrong about? The flat earthers. What were they saying?
Actually the flat earthers saying the globe earthers were wrong about. I didn't see your intention.
No, I want to know what you were saying that the flat earthers were talking about they were wrong about. What were they saying in the video that they were wrong about?
Oh, the video that they captured in Antarctica, you mean?
Dude, okay, first of all, please do not lose your place in our conversation. We're talking about the final experiment when they went to Antarctica. Please don't lose that plot. That's what we're saying right now, right?
Yes.
Okay, they went over there. Now, what were the flat earthers saying they were going to get this? What they got disproved on? What did they say they were disproven on?
If you let me, I want to come back another day because I think my head is not like have the
Right. So now we're getting to the final piece of the puzzle. What you should have completed, what you should have said was, this is what the flat earthers saying they were wrong about. And then you could have told us and we would have been happy because I would agree with you if I know that you know what they were saying they were wrong about.
I mean, the clue's in the fucking title. 24-hour sun. I wonder if that's got anything to do with it.
He said it's hard because he watched the whole thing and he can't even tell me.
It's crazy.
No, I actually watched the whole video, but as I said,
Then
my
what
English
were they?
level
Okay,
is not
Mohammed.
that good
Then what were they wrong about?
to explain it to you.
What were the
And with
flat
all due
earthers wrong
respect,
about?
sir, with all due respect, sir, I think one thing that I want to complain about you, I think you a little bit over confused me. Yeah.
Dude, we just want to
because
know
I have
what.
debated.
If you watch the video,
Yeah.
Mohammed, what's kind of troubling is that if you watch the video, you could tell us what the flat earthers were wrong about right now. You could say it.
Because it was I think a 2 or 3 hour long debate, so I cannot
It's in the
specifically
name
remember
of the
what.
fucking thing.
He already told you what they were wrong
This
about.
has been painful, so I'm going to help you out.
Go
The
ahead.
reason why they went to Antarctica, the land of the midnight sun, is to observe or not the 24-hour sun. Now, we've been talking about the observation at the 24-hour sun. They said that you wouldn't be able to see it, but you did. That's the whole point of going there. What did they see? The sun. Do you remember?
I can do better than just remembering. I can just play their
No,
conclusion.
we're not gonna. You're not gonna do that.
No. We want you to understand. We know we've seen this shit. We want you to at least have understood you've seen, so me and you and Alpha can talk about it. So far, we've been like trying to get some type of information out of you to show that you understand what you're trying to show us.
Yeah, I see. No, I see where you're coming from, but you literally just asked me that what did they say about the sun, and I said
Wait,
that.
Mohammed, hold. You're getting confused again. I'll restate it so that
Okay.
you understand. You understand very clearly, right? There's no confusion. What were the flat earthers
Sure.
saying they were wrong about?
They were wrong about the fact that there is no 24-hour sun.
Correct. Now we're making progress. Okay.
Hooray.
I'm glad we got there finally. Jedi, I appreciate you. It took us some time,
Yeah.
but now we're there. Okay. So they were saying
I'm
they
sorry
were
for that.
wrong about the 24-hour sun. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what does that give us information about the Earth being a globe or flat?
Okay, I want 20 seconds to answer that because in previous debates between Professor Dave and these flat earthers, they highly emphasize on this concept of 24-hour sun as a very major proof that the Earth is globe. Okay, so
Okay,
if
okay,
we
good,
somehow
good. What good. Now that you know that they're talking about something about the Earth being a globe. Okay.
Yes.
I agree that they may have said that. They might have said that in the video. But how did they make the connection that the 24-hour sun is on a globe?
Oh, actually, that's a good question. But yeah, there are
I
some
know.
graphics that say that due to this globe Earth theory, this 24-hour sun, I'm gonna upload that
Yeah, we
graphics.
know, we know. It's because of what the explanation is about the Earth being a globe. Yeah, we get it. We get it. But it's just an
Okay.
explanation. We're looking for is when they witness the 24-hour sun, what information can you gather that the Earth is a giant sphere?
Uh, okay. Let me give me 20 seconds to think about that because
Okay.
I don't want to say nonsense.
Okay. Think about it.
Okay.
And for you
Not
trolls
thinking about
down
it.
there
I was
that
thinking.
for you trolls down there making fun of everything, that's how you have a conversation, right? You can't think of an answer. Okay, I need some time to think about it. Just be honest.
Actually, it's not thinking. I hope this doesn't make you angry, but this is the explanation I saw on the internet about that relationship. Okay, so it's according to this article that flat Earth models struggle to explain 24-hour daylight
Yeah, that's wrong.
because
That's wrong. Hold on. That's wrong. What we're looking for, I'll be very specific, is how this is showing that the Earth is a giant sphere. How is the
oh
24-hour sun showing that the Earth is a giant sphere? How does the 24-hour sun show us that the Earth is a giant sphere? Go.
okay, by yeah, okay, yeah.
I mean, if we really gonna be honest, are you looking up articles when you're saying that you're thinking to find the answer?
I literally just said that. I said that this is not my thing. This is what I'm seeing on the internet.
Yeah, just find me
Okay,
the answer, please, Mohammed. What I asked
right.
you, please find it.
Okay, I'm searching. Yeah. Mm.
At this point, gentlemen, I'll take their searches now. I don't even care if they know it or not right now. I'll take their Google searches, bro. I know I'm
Okay.
scraping the bottom of the barrel, but I mean, shoot, man, if we don't at least give them that, like,
Yeah, I'm just saying because if he can't find it on Google, that makes this situation even worse for y'all.
amen.
Why worse? I'm sorry, but you're being a little bit offensive. I'm sorry. That's not disrespect.
Just try to find the answer, Mohammed. That's what all you need to do. If you forget the question, all you need to do is ask me to repeat. I'll repeat it for you.
Come on, I'm not stupid. Why you're saying that?
Because a lot of time I have this conversation with people, they lose the plot.
I'm not people. I'm an individual.
Okay, well, I'm glad. So, how does the sphere or the 24-hour sun show that the Earth is a sphere?
So come on.
Mohammed, your clue is that you don't need to research this on Google. It's a very simple answer. If you just think about it yourself, you should get the answer.
Oh, you just asked me that how the 24-hour sun in Antarctica proved that the Earth is globe. Okay.
Yeah.
So
So, I mean, you just got to
and I
think
said I
about it
don't
for a
think.
second. You got to think about it for a second.
You know, I have that graphics in my mind, okay, about the shape of the Earth, about the way its center, the middle, like horizon is pointing at, and due to that graphics, 24-hour sun makes sense. But in order to answer more specifically, I mean, I need to search. Yeah.
Yeah, he's actually on the right track, says who. Imagine that. We have a glober that's actually on the right track. It's hard, man. He's kind of like a rare find, to be honest.
All
Well,
right,
we'll
I'll
see.
stay tuned. Yeah.
Time will tell, bro. Like, I mean, I can't.
Okay, I think I admit that this whole searching on the internet and then answering you is ridiculous. It's
Would you
embarrassing.
like to go
So
away and
yeah,
then come back later and ask and maybe
yeah,
answer?
sure,
All right, I
sure.
accept that. I accept that.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you, man, for being a gracious guest.
This is how it starts. You find out that there's one question that there's no answer to, and then you find out there's another question there's no answer to. Then you just find out that there's no answers to anything. They're just stories.
I like the fact that we can challenge Muhammad and he accepts a challenge. That to me is important in critical thinking. So
That's intellectual honesty.
yeah, that is.
Even though he doesn't know, he believes the answer is out there and he's going to go find it. And when he can't find it, he comes back and honestly says, I don't know, or I can't find it.
It's been a good day. Thanks for DJ hosting the event. So far, it's going over well, DJ. I mean, the event is. Even though we had a
Shit,
few that were stubborn, but
we in an event. I didn't even realise. I do apologise.
What has
Been here for 2 hours.
I think the other mods ended it a while ago when there was a stage event, but it got the ball rolling.
Pun intended.
Yeah, definitely.
I went out and started hitting home runs, and then it was an event. I didn't even know. I was just doing batting practice.
Yeah, I can just fire it back up again. Get some more people in. Seeing it's already so busy in here.
Yeah, man, I've got the dinner on. Sounds like a good night in. Yep, I'm down for that.
Dude.
All right, what do we want for the event title?
Dealer's choice, bro.
May as well just keep it as it was before.
It seems that
Saturday flat Earth debate.
That honey brought a lot of flies, so yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I really like that you're real adept at explaining the observations, DJ. I do like that, bro.
Yeah, cheers. It kind of like, what can they really say against that other than just being dishonest?
I like that bit that you brought up about sinking. Specifically the point where there's no physical obstruction. It's just the phenomena of the atmosphere and the light. You have a direct line of sight to it, and I'm paraphrasing it, but I like that bit. That was really cool.
Yeah, and then, that's subject matter experts in their own side, right? That's just the mainstream reason why it could be happening. So they kind of have to throw the mainstream under the bus if they want to go against that. And the good thing is, like, we got Sky Freeze observations and a bunch of other ones, and we can just demonstrate the exact same thing happening over a small scale flat surface. Sinking's the easiest one to demonstrate out of all of them on a small scale. So yeah, if they haven't accounted for that, then that could just, we can just dismiss it at that point and say, oh, it could be this. This is a mainstream explanation. Also the waves. which they never like. Have you noticed that nearly all of these boats over the horizon videos that they present, it's always extremely choppy, right? And you can see like there's waves. But if you're far away from the waves, like the ocean swells, and you're zooming out, you can only see the tops of all of them, so it just kind of looks like a flat surface. So we need to know the wave height, and if they want to, they need to be able to negate that it's not sinking as well. They're kind of screwed at that point.
What's it called when it's lifting? Is it lifting or looming?
Looming, yep.
So a good example of that is the shrinking mill, in case anybody's wondering. The shrinking mill that's in Canada. Have you seen
I
that
think
one,
I know what
DJ?
you're talking about. Is that where something in the distance looks really, really big? So it looks like it's really close you get to.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know if that would. Yeah, that's weird. That one's like super trippy.
Nonetheless, it is a demonstration.
All right. Saturday flat Earth debate has begun.
Should do it like WWE Saturday main event.
Zappa was a stubborn one, though. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, definitely can't be that stupid to be fooled by the Earth being flat, right?
Jason was rage baiting. I don't know if you were here for that, DJ, but towards the end, he was rage baiting Jedi.
No, I missed it.
Because he knew that it was getting on his nerves that he would always interrupt him when he would start speaking. So he just started like laughing in the middle of him like explaining things.
By the way, the video that Zaka, what's his name? Zopa was putting in there by Wolfie, I couldn't view it in my YouTube when it was switched over to my YouTube app. I think Wolfie has me blocked.
Really? Maybe. Oh, you've had, dude. We spoke to Red's Rhetoric on my on X. Red's Rhetoric came on X.
Yeah, it's super rare. He doesn't like people with blue check marks. He has me blocked also.
You're a flat Earth bad boy, huh?
I mean,
Hey, we got Zai, Red, Rayo, Zai, whatever your name is. Hey, welcome to the room. I saw you open up your mic. Do you want to go ahead and maybe tell us if you think the Earth is a globe or reasons behind it?
I'll put it to you this way, AB. I'm a huge fan of confrontation.
That much I do know.
I seen a video on Instagram the other day. This guy was trying to make this doorman look like a complete idiot, and it was like a really expensive restaurant, and just talking trash to him the whole time, right? And he goes, the doorman's pushing him away, and he's being nice about it. And the guy's like, "Man, you better get off me, or I'll twist you up like a pretzel." And the doorman goes, "You know jujitsu?" And he gets this like real evil look on his face, right? And he's just smiling at him the whole time. And he pulls out his camera and shows the guy that's holding up the camera the face of his phone screen, and it's him with a black belt in arms with two other black belts, like taking a picture together.
Yeah.
Like, you know jujitsu? Let's do jujitsu, bro. Some people just like confrontation.
Yeah, you have a shirt that says "Come at me, bro," or "Bro, you mad?" Or what was that one phrase? You
I don't
mad,
know.
bro?
I had one. I gave it away though because I didn't fit into it anymore. It said "Fighting solves everything."
Like the one guy that was in here that was advocating for Singapore. Remember, Cryptic or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Oh, he has all these ideals of how it could be a better nation and all this other stuff, and then he finds out that they're caning the shit out of people in Singapore. The
You didn't
immigrants.
know that?
No, yeah, but I mean, he was advocating for the fact that it's like, things can get done with peaceful ideals. I'm like, no. Usually, change comes
Yeah.
about because of military might, dude. Usually.
Didn't he? The guy that got caned, right, from America, he stole something, right? And then in order to release him, they're like, "We'll release him, but he needs to take the punishment first."
Dude, that's pretty bad, dude. He got spanked. All right, we got
Cryptic.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, Cryptic's a flat earther now, by the way.
Yeah, I heard him say that.
Yeah.
You know what? Y'all put me through the ringer too. I didn't become a flat earther until I was able to, give my observation. Then
So
you guys were like, "Okay, you're a flat earther."
what's even better is that we don't let any old flat earther just speak up on our forums, dude. And because you have been having the floor to do so, it's like respect from the group in this chat. We all acknowledge that you've come a long way, and
Oh yeah, I
you're
went through my lumps for sure, man.
essentially you're a homie. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, for sure, and I appreciate that. You're a homie to me too. But I went through my lumps, man. I can't count how many times you personally have muted me.
it was back in the day. I think it was more of like there were certain camps, to be honest.
You're like, "Shut up, Gizmo, Gizmo."
Yeah, there was certain camps, bro, that people were in, and I think you were really keen on the ether camp at the time. Like, I mean, not saying that you're not now, but I'm saying like you were overly kind of zealous for it. Like you were. It's
Yeah,
not just.
no,
Yeah, it's
I
not just
still
that.
believe the ether is an explanation, but it's a belief, right? Like I've learned to tone it down and accept what I can prove and what I can't prove.
Yeah, it was a bit more bold and brash before. Yeah, a lot
I
of people
was.
had that. I'm gonna be like this, man. We all came from a position where we were told other things about like what we were saying, like bad arguments. And DJ probably knows what I'm talking about. So we were carrying these bad arguments and like thinking that they were valid points to make when we're countering the globe, like any points the globe we're making. Because of the Socratic method and the way we are doing things now, it seems a bit more surgical. Like we can make them actually, because there's a lot of things that happen, the nuance like within the conversation, like where they can reverse the burden onto you and have you start to produce all the information, and they're not doing any of that. Like that is like something that goes unchecked sometimes unless you stop them and you're like, oh, wait a minute, I just gave you everything you need to know, and you're still grilling me, but you don't want to have the responsibility of being grilled yourself. No, 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 no. That's not gonna work. You're going to be held to account for the things you say as well as I am. So go ahead and pony up with your Earth globe measurements. Like start there. Start showing how people can test this and validate for themselves. Oh, do they hate that? I think so far today, was it Jason and it was Zohar or whatever? Yeah,
Zopa.
they were yeah. They were saying that they all it is an observation. They can't. I think I got Zopa to admit that he's not able to bring any data. Which is good. It's good for the audience. They need to hear that he doesn't have data to support the claim that the Earth is a globe based on ships disappearing from the bottom up. If they know that, that means if their people are listening to it, like, what do you mean? Isn't there information that supports that we know the distance between the observer and the ship? Not in these observations that they keep putting in here, or they don't even have any information of something else it could be, like an optical phenomena. Like the Miragian effect, like waves, like the angle at which you're seeing it from the surface, like so many things, right? They're not considering the ambient temperature outside. So it's kind of funny that even if they say refraction, I think to me,
It's their worst nightmare.
dude, like it's almost as if they can't take back that they said refraction.
Yeah, yeah, we could just need to twist it back around onto them, and as soon as they say that, they've just shot themselves in the foot. Most of the time, they don't even know what they're talking about when they say the word. They just know how to make that sound out of their mouth, refraction, and that's as far as their knowledge goes of that. And then they know that, oh, Ben's light makes the Earth look flat.
Yeah, that's funny.
Dude, you know Charlie, the guy Charlie? He's like a satellite guy, whatever. Anyway, a super arrogant guy. But yeah, I was showing him observations, and I was showing him how you have to slide Walter Bislin's refraction slider up to 1. Basically, when it's at 1, Walter Bislin said there's so much refraction. Well, not just Walter Bislin, it's the known fact that when it's at 1, it's so much refraction that the Earth would look flat for that observation. And Charlie said that we're just getting lucky in all of these observations, and there could be so much refraction in every observation that we make that the Earth would just look flat, and we're just getting lucky. Crazy, man.
Well, for all intents and purposes, that the Earth is observed as a flat horizontal plane. I mean, you talk about somebody who shoots himself in the foot.
And you guys are really good at stopping them right there on that point of refraction and honing down on it. I'll take it back one step. Instead of like sitting there at that step, I'm like, okay, well then who measured the curvature of the Earth in the first instance if refraction's always causing the horizon to move?
So everybody on Earth every day is getting lucky because the Earth appears to be flat everywhere they go.
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
he was saying.
Yeah.
Charlie was saying it. Yep.
Wow. Genius.
That's why DJ was saying, what else can they do? You know, like except for admit defeat. You know, it's the worst argument for a Glober for them to actually admit.
What does Indio say? Your best evidence for a globe Earth is that it looks flat.
Yeah. Yep. I think DJ covers that too.
Once you start, like, because we will only submit observations that are pretty clear, right? Where we don't see any crazy miraging effects or anything like that. And then to have that much refraction, that you would have like a refraction coefficient of 1, which would be so much refraction that it would just look flat. If you look into what meteorological conditions would have to be present for that to happen, it's crazy, like a crazy refractive index gradient change, like a crazy change in temperature from cold air down low to really warm air up higher. So the light would be bending down so much, perfectly uniform over the whole field of view over 10 miles or 20 miles or whatever, that it would just all perfectly flatten out somehow. And then if you start digging into what would, like if you had that much refraction where you had a K factor of 1, what would it look like? And what you'll find is that it wouldn't look clear. It would be impossible for it to look clear. You would have crazy miraging effects, right? Like inverted images, objects look like they're floating in the sky, like crazy distortion. It's impossible for it to look clear and to have this extreme refraction that they're claiming. And then like the Great Salt Lake one's a really good one because Taboo Conspiracy did the observation during the day and then he did it again during the night. And when they say that there's that much refraction that you would have like this ducting situation or near ducting, it would be really, really rare and really, really short-lived if it could happen at all. And it could never happen like during the day and then again during the night. Like on the same day, it would be impossible.
Yeah, the thing is like it all goes back to it because they like to say that you have to take account for refraction. So they saying that you have to, in one instance, you have to measure, you have to put refraction in your measurements. But then when you ask them how they actually um, come up with the goal calculation in the first instance, they don't have any account of refraction because they say that refraction is pretty much almost unaccountable.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a trying to have your cake and eat it too.
Yep. This is the fact. They don't have a single observation where they were able to validate what's going on in regards to refraction. And it matches up with the globe or even close. They don't have anything throughout all of history, not one person. Yeah, this is the one I was talking about, right? This is the Great Salt Lake 21-mile observation. Now, this is what it looks like up close. This is the target shoreline. So you can see the white tower, you can see the big shoreline there. Okay, so this is a screenshot from the video from Taboo Conspiracy. So this is what it looks like, the same shoreline and tower from 21 miles away. And then he does it again at nighttime. And then it looks even clearer at nighttime. $293 of missing curvature. And we also have the reflection on the water of the lights from the little town. And then they back it up again with a double laser test, shooting the lasers over the same place towards each other, and they can both see each other's laser beams.
We got some folks sitting here, but they're not saying anything. But welcome to the channel, by the way. I seen Fufu has been sitting in here, and Fred and Min. Rodrigo, welcome, guys.
Thanks, AB.
Yeah, appreciate you guys hanging around, listening. I mean, even if you're not contributing, it's just your presence here is also noted. You look like you left 300 pounds there, DJ, in your avatar image. You lift, bro? Now it's rhetorical, but
no, not really.
You look pretty menacing.
Duckio Grandpa wants to ask a question. The Duckio Grandpa, the bot's not working, so I don't know if I can even unmute you.
Who's okay?
Someone is usually just someone that's annoying in the chat. Bot is currently down. Changes will not be saved.
There he is. Hold on. Oh, he left. I got him. Oh, I didn't get him. Oh, crap. Yeah, we can't unmute you, bro. For some reason, I can't do it.
Haven't seen you in a minute, Reg Joe. Welcome back.
Welcome, Alush.
Got the shades up, got the serious look on his face. He's ready to discuss.
Welcome, baby.
Alush, are you there?
He's still on mute.
Yo.
Hi, what's up? Any flat earther here? Any flat earther here?
Yeah, there's some, man, but I don't know if anyone can have a conversation at the moment.
Okay, no worries.
Maybe just wait a few minutes.
No,
Maybe
no,
someone
I'm
will.
just going. I thought I'm
Yeah.
not a flat earther, but I just discovered this theory today, so I had some questions. So okay, bye.
Yeah,
I'll
you can
come in a
ask. I
while.
can try my best to answer you, but I'm kind of like doing some work. So
Okay, like,
oh,
have you seen Starlink satellites
yeah,
in the
yeah, I've
space
seen them.
with your naked eyes?
Well, I've seen some lights in the sky that are Starlink said to be Starlink
No, no.
satellites.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you see them often, right? Periodically, they come periodically,
I've
right?
only ever seen them 2 times.
Okay, you can search on
Yeah,
Google
they're
and
everywhere. If you
see.
search on the sky, they're everywhere. Like there's meant to be
Yeah.
thousands and
So
thousands of them up there, but you
you
never
can
see
also
them.
spot ISS with with the naked eye, probably with a telescope.
Yeah, I've seen
So
it.
they revolve around the Earth periodically. So if Earth is not round, how come they revolve around Earth?
Well, you
If
see
Earth is
things
flat,
moving across the sky. That's what you see. You're just seeing it moving across the sky. It's not
then how is it
necessarily.
coming back?
Well, things can, you know, you can have a plane, or you could have an object circle over the top, taking periodic cycles over the top of a flat surface, right?
Okay, great. I have to go to somewhere. I'll come back. Okay, it's
Okay.
emergency. Bye.
Hello, guys.
Hello, hello.
Hello. How are you?
Good.
I'm
What's
doing
happening?
great.
Yeah, I'm well. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. How was your day?
That last guy, was he done or I hope we ain't cut him off.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
had
he
to
said he
go.
had to
The
leave.
last guy. Yeah, he'll be back. He's been here a few times today already.
Oh, it's the guy. He's okay. I think the guy that's finding stuff on the internet and he just coming here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was kind of going crazy in chat earlier. That last guy.
Yeah.
Well, not crazy, but he was bringing up Starlink as if it's some gotcha. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's going to validate exactly what he's looking at, and how's he going to validate it's orbiting around a globe? You just see something moving across the sky. Have you seen the map showing how many of those freaking things are meant to be up there? It's insane.
Well, like, well, an
Starlinks.
accurate one, because I've seen like animations of space junk.
They said it's like thousands of them up there.
Yeah.
Oh, just Starlink. I haven't.
Just Starlink. Yeah, I'll try to find a map.
What?
That's how many they say are up there.
So, like, what's the point of having these like these strings of them, and then just having these the rest being spatterings.
I have no idea, man.
They say that there's junk up there that they put up there in the 50s still.
Yeah, but this is apparently just Starlink
Yeah, this is
satellites.
just Starlink here that I'm putting up.
Well, that's a lot. I had no idea they had claimed that
Wait, what?
many.
Are you
How do they even
serious?
get?
Yeah.
Starlink's launched that many objects into space,
Apparently.
into orbit.
Yeah.
Bullshit, bro. They wouldn't even have a rocket count that could account for that many.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you just add it up, probably wouldn't add up.
Yeah,
Yes.
If you see it laid out on a Mercator projection, it's freaking insane how many is meant to be there. It says the height of all of them as well, apparently. So here's one example, but I've seen some full Mercator maps that show so many, man.
This, from a business standpoint, makes no sense whatsoever. This is just not worth the effort, you know?
There shouldn't be a single blackout area or black spot ever. If what they're showing's true.
Yeah, but people are constantly saying they lose their Starlink connection. Or there's interruptions or downtimes or whatever, you know? I just still don't understand why you've got these few strings of them, right? And then just all these kind of regular spatterings, you know? And it seems to me that probably the random spattering is all bullshit, and the only thing they did put up there is them strings that we have seen, you know? The ones in a line. Because it's just it's a PR stunt, you know?
Yeah, I think so too. I've seen them once in the however many years they've been up there. You would think you'd see them regularly if there were that many.
Well,
yeah, that's a complete lie. That's bullshit.
What's the second one, DJ? The red? That looks like even more, man.
Starlinkmap.org. Yeah.
Oh, that's fucking bullshit. I was only looking at the first one. The second one, fucking get lost. I mean, they do say like they deploy what, like, at least 20 per payload or something. But even still. Just try to think about it, like, because what has this actually improved in the world of connectivity, right? Okay, you can go out in the boonies, get some internet. But like, it just seems like a pointless endeavor. If it is for real, if we just go by their paradigm, it seems like a completely pointless endeavor. And then you would say, "Oh, okay, right, yeah, it's not really about internet. It's probably like, well, this is just like one big bi-satellite setup, right?" But are we then going to believe that the US waited until Elon came along to do such a thing? They would have already been doing that, meaning there's already a big like interconnected array of satellites up there. So that doesn't make sense. I think I think it's only just one big stunt just to deepen the hold the globe has in people's souls. Just another thing for them to point to be like, yep, it's definitely a globe. I don't know. You guys tell me what you think.
I think that's part of it, and I think there are other reasons too, but the internet is the least of those reasons.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't deny they're putting stuff up there, right? It just question. Of course, the projections they give us question the sphere they're using, and obviously question how many they're claiming are up there. But they're definitely doing stuff. The ultimate ends of what they're doing, that's unknown. Probably the reality of whatever this construct is, the Earth's construct, right, and what is actually above us at extended altitudes, whatever medium or laws, that it abides by up there, if they are different, it's probably an easier medium to work with than the heliocentric paradigm.
It's still so weird, man. In 2025, you go to Google and you type in photograph of a satellite in space, and there's not a single one. It's just all cartoons. That's freaking weird.
Yeah, none at all. I don't like them memes that some flat earthers post, though, that it's like a picture of like the ISS from the outside, and it's like, oh, where are all the satellites? It's like they're
Oh yeah,
shit memes.
there's so many shit memes, shit arguments on our side.
Yeah, there really is. Yeah, but you would think that. Is there even an image from the ISS? Like, oh, we're passing pretty close by to some piece of shit outside. Here's a picture of it. See what Google says for absolute number of Starlink satellites. Over 10,000. Approximately 10,200 Starlink satellites active in low Earth orbit. So the number of Starlink satellites launched in a single payload has decreased over time as the satellites have grown larger and more capable. Initially, SpaceX launched 60 Starlink satellites per Falcon 9 rocket. Oh, did you take that, DJ?
No, that was a Globus proof of boats disappearing over the curvature of the Earth today.
Where's the disappearing part?
I don't know. Maybe there's a little bit of the bottom missing behind those giant waves and the miraging.
Seems like evidence of boats reproducing with themselves on the horizon.
Yeah. Considering there's only one light on that boat as well. Like here's a picture from earlier in the video. Like there's only one light.
Yeah.
And he was laughing at us and mocking us for the suggestion that it could just be the waves that could be blocking the bottom. Even though there's not really much of the bottom missing, it's just all over the place.
Well, I mean, look at how wavy the waves are in that first clip.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
frame. But then again,
Dude.
that's their definition of a straight horizon, you know, in their fucking warped heads.
Dude, I showed him the Dr. John D. windmills observation where there's no waves and we know all of the details. And he was grilling me. He's like making me bring up the distance to the windmills on Google Maps, right? And then I took him that screenshot. Then he made me zoom out further and take another screenshot. And then I had to take screenshots of the observer height and prove all the details. And then he comes in with these shitty like examples. I'm like, oh, what's the observer height? He's like, I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's always the same. Always the
Are
same.
you serious?
Oh man,
Oh, I'm
it was
gonna go back
tragic.
and clip that. I have to.
Oh yeah, it was This guy was tragic.
Who was that? Was it Mohammed?
Yeah, I'll give you a timestamp. I'll go find where it was.
I've noticed over the last few days, probably 3-4 days, is that the ships over the horizon is being used a lot more often than it has been in the recent past. I think I've had to deal with it like it's almost like half of the argument now, half of them that they've been broaching.
Must have been a Ships Over the Horizon for Cancer marathon or something.
Yeah, must be.
For abortion marathon.
I
But
literally
yeah,
had 3 people in a row on politics. Like in a row. Like one guy ships over the horizon, next guy he leaves. 5 minutes later, another ships over the horizon. It started making me like, oh, they're just all like they're all doing it or something. They're in some back chat. Who would go in there with ships over the horizon? Or someone's feeding them all. I don't know.
I want to see any one of these Globers because someone posted Wolfie's observation earlier. And it's like, okay, I want to see you go find an observation like this and then go find it replicated in infrared.
So are you a flat Earth person?
Wolfie's windmill? Hold on 1 second, buddy. The Wolfie's lighthouse one?
No, it was just the one with his boat, you know,
No.
coming obstructed.
Yeah,
If
the
you
answer
scroll
is
way up, man, you'll find it.
yeah. But one second, Jason. We'll get right to you. So also in this chat, while you guys were talking to Muhammad guy, there was another fool saying ships over the horizon, literally saying that it was the geometric curve of the Earth, and I was like, remember you said that because you're gonna be taking that back in about 5 minutes and saying you didn't say that. You're gonna start disavowing that at all in 5 seconds. You know what I mean? As soon as you bring up the horizon moves around, they'll disavow it. But anyway, Jason,
Yeah.
welcome. Yes, we are flat
Yeah.
earthers. Well, most of us. I'm not
Welcome
accounting
back,
for everybody
Jason.
in here.
So why do you think the world is hiding this fact from us?
Not hidden.
Why they are hiding?
It's not hidden. It's not hiding.
What do you mean?
No, you were told Earth is a globe. They didn't hide the fact the Earth is flat. They just gave you something else, and you chose to believe that instead.
So okay,
Nothing was
I'll
hidden. You can
rephrase.
just like Jason. You can just go to the beach and see that the Earth is flat. How could they possibly hide that?
Yeah, but why did they not tell us the truth?
Because
What do you think? What could be the reason?
well, who knows the truth?
So that's just hearsay and assumptions, right?
No, I'm asking you,
Like
who do you think knows the truth? Because we have to figure out who knows the truth to figure out why they aren't telling the truth. Do you
it
think
is
like your
you.
teachers in school, dear Jason, do you think when you learned that the Earth was a globe in school, do you think your teachers knew the truth?
Yeah, even if you did not
Why
know the
won't you
truth,
answer
why
my
are they?
question? It's a very simple question. Do you think your teachers knew the truth?
I'm not going to answer you if you keep going to interrogate me like that.
No. If you're not going to answer me, then we're not in a conversation.
Because
You said why are they
I was
not
the
telling the
one.
truth? And I'm
I was
trying
the
to
one
figure
asking
out
you the
who
question.
would not be telling the truth. First, we do go with your teachers, right? Do they know the truth?
Yeah, I'm done. Cause I
Okay,
asked you
bye.
something and you
Just
did
go
not
on mute
ask.
then, dude. I asked you first. You answered a question with a question. That's rude.
You did not answer my question.
I know,
Okay,
because
I'll
I asked you
answer.
a question
I'll answer.
first.
Did you ask me a question first?
That's right. I did. Yes.
Really?
What was it?
Okay.
What was the
Okay,
question I
I
asked
want.
you, Jason?
Okay, repeat your question.
Okay. Really simple. I asked you.
It,
We would have to know who's lying. So were your teachers, did they know the earth was flat and lie about it?
no,
Okay, no. How about the people that taught your teachers? Did they know?
no.
Okay. So who is lying? That's the question.
Okay, I'll answer. It's just you. It's just you, stupid, that's
That's
not
not
believing
an
in
argument,
science.
dude. It's not an actual argument.
Are you serious?
This is where we always go. You guys can't actually address anything, so you have to call us names like children.
Okay, ask me. Okay, what was your last question again? I'll answer that.
Who's lying?
I don't know.
We're gonna figure out who would have to be lying.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Who? Okay,
I don't know.
let's start from the top. Astronauts. Okay, them. Donald Trump, does he have
Yeah,
to be lying? Does he know if the Earth's a globe or flat?
I don't know.
Okay, probably not. He wouldn't know. He would just be told something. And that's the
Okay,
point I'm trying to make is right.
told by
We
whom?
are we are told in
By
school
whom?
that the Earth. Why are you interrupting me? What is wrong with you?
Trump is told by whom? Answer that.
Same people you were told by. Teachers.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so it's very simple. Okay, everybody believes it because they think everybody believes it. There's no
Mm-hmm.
liar to look for. If you tell me, Jason, Earth is a globe, are you lying?
Yeah, I could be.
But you don't know anything.
Yeah.
You don't know anything. All you know is what you've seen of the world, right? And the world has presented itself to you as flat. Now,
Yeah.
if you say the Earth is a globe, you believe that, so you wouldn't be lying because you actually believe that's true. Okay, you'd be wrong, but you wouldn't be lying,
Hmm.
right? So you shouldn't throw around the word lie because people can just be wrong. And the case here
Okay,
is the
so
people are
why
just
do you think
wrong.
they were wrong?
Uh, The reason I think they are wrong because we can go out into the natural world and test what they say to be true, right? So they say the Earth
Mm,
is a ball of 3,959-mile radius. If that's true, then the horizon, where the you know what the horizon
I
is,
know
right?
that I know that windmill story, all that.
I'm not talking
I
about
know that
windmills,
thing.
dude. I'm not talking about windmills. The
You're talking
horizon.
about curvature, right?
No.
Horizon.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about the curvature that they say exists
Yeah.
must exist, right? And the curvature is supposed to start visually what you see at that horizon.
Mm,
Now, if that horizon isn't where they say it is, then it can't be the globe they say it is,
mm,
right?
yeah.
Just like if you say, "Hey, I'm 2 meters tall," and then you go to the doctor and you're 1 meter tall, doesn't matter what calculation you do, that claim is
And
wrong.
okay, and what other evidences you have rather than apart from that, the video that all flat earthers show, that windmill video?
What are you talking about? All flat earthers don't
Like,
show that. I've
okay,
actually
my
never
question is,
presented John D as evidence. Well, maybe once or twice, but it's been a long time.
so what evidence do you have to present to me?
Laser measurements,
Okay, please explain that.
my own
I'm not.
observations of the ships sailing away that I've taken from Boston Harbor.
Yeah, I'm not aware of those. Could you please explain them? The laser ones
The
and the
laser
ship
ones.
one. Yeah.
Laser ones that go 40 kilometers. You know about that one?
No, I don't know.
Okay. So, Lake IJsselmeer, it's a lake in the Netherlands, okay, in
Yeah.
Europe. Okay. So they took a lake 2 meters off the surface of the water, beamed it 40 kilometers. So at the other end of the 40 kilometers, they measured the laser to be 1.5 meters off the water. You know where the
Okay.
laser should be if the Earth was a globe? Should be
Yeah.
127 meters off of the water.
So can't we count the gravitational bulge of the water for this?
The
Like,
what?
like why are we not counting? Like why
How do I
can't
do
we?
that?
It could be the reason for
No,
that.
tell me how
Like,
to account. Whatever you think I'm not accounting for, tell me how to account for it, and then we can we can add it in.
like you also know that
Yeah,
Earth
dude, that's
has
not a method. Tell me how to account for it, and we can add it in.
gravitational pull on the water, and gravitational
Gravitational
bulge.
pull on the water. Yeah, that's the idea. That's why the water should be curved.
Yeah,
Yeah, so we're accounting for the curve. We're using what they say.
I'm talking about the
Their
bulge.
radius value means that if I take a laser and shine it 40 kilometers, starting at 2 meters above the water, the laser should be 127 meters off the water at
Could
40
you share that
kilometers
experiment
away.
in the chat?
Pardon me?
Could you please share that experiment in the chat?
Yeah, someone did. Here, I'll post a
Mhm.
report too, a printed report.
Okay. Okay, the greatest laser experiment in history.
Jason,
Nice.
you understand the geometric implications of a sphere of a certain dimension, right?
Sorry, could you say it again?
You understand like the consequence of living on a sphere geometrically?
No,
That there should be curvature.
no.
And from that, do you understand what is being tested for in such a test
What?
with a laser transit?
Sorry, I couldn't get you at the last sentence.
Well, it's
Like it.
just when you say, "Oh, you know, the gravity should be pulling the water," and it's like, yeah, that's the whole point. That's what we're testing for. So just seeing if you're tracking here what the laser transit test is supposed to be testing for.
Hmm.
Because I can just show you a quick diagram.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
If you're confused.
I was just asking, like the gravitational bulge, like just because of moon, the water. Do you know what are tides? The effect of
Yeah, we know what are
moon
tides.
on
So
Earth.
look at the
Yeah.
diagram.
So,
Tides have nothing to do with it. This is an inland lake, bro.
hmm.
So this is a saltwater lake that used to be connected to the ocean that they cut off 50 years ago. So they dumped a bunch of dirt, so it's no longer connected to the ocean. It's a saltwater lake. Good try though. So I just posted in the chat the geometry. So we got our
why do you think?
6,371 kilometer radius. We have our 1.5 or 1.92 meter laser height. We have our 1.5 meter height that the beam was recorded at, and we got the predicted hidden height, which is 90 meters, and the level, the drop from the level of the laser is 127 meters or 128.3 meters.
Okay.
So
So if
how are we different than what the globe predicts by 2 orders of magnitude?
sorry.
2 orders of magnitude. You know what that means?
Yeah, magnitude. I do know what is a
Yeah, okay.
magnitude.
So 2 orders of magnitude means times 100. You have
Yeah.
what's measured and what's predicted are different by times 100.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot. I guess
Yeah. So
according to
it's
the.
like someone saying, "Hey, I'm 600 feet tall," and then they go measure you and you're 6 feet tall. That's that big of a difference.
So my question is, like, I'm just here to learn.
Every fucking
So
time.
like
No, you guys are funny,
if
dude. You can't actually address what's being said to you.
no, I do agree with you. I haven't disagreed.
No, I want you to address
Can you
what's being
explain it
said.
back?
Was he asking me a question?
I want you to tell us how we get this measurement result if the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I'm not
How
sure
does
of
this
this. Like,
happen?
if this experiment is it's real, then the scientists
5
should explain us
experiments.
this. The scientists should explain us this breakthrough. Like, if like why is this? Why is the laser not at 120
Don't worry
meters?
about
Why is it?
scientists. You're more than capable of comprehending this information yourself. So
Why do you need someone
Yeah.
to why do you need to verify what you believe with somebody else?
So can
Why are
we
you
say
like,
like
"Hey, dude, this might be real, but I'm not gonna take it as real unless I check with some authority to tell me it's okay to believe in this."
okay, when was this experiment conducted? In which year?
I posted the link to the PDF. I'll tell you what year though. So this is 2 sets of experiments.
Hmm.
Hold on. I'll get the date on the first set.
So like if
Hold on. 8th of
why
April
are
2018 was 1 set. So that was measurement 3, measurement 4, and measurement 5. And then measurement 6 and 7, which was a replication, was done. Hold on. Was done on April 22nd, 2018. So
hmm.
April 8th, and then 3 weeks later, April 22nd.
Okay.
So that because you could have had a weird weather condition, right? And just got some weird observation. So they went back and tried again and got the same result.
So why is not everyone on this world? Why
We're
are
telling
not
you right now,
universal?
dude.
Oh, let me complete. Why are you interrupting? I listened to you. Now let me ask you.
I already know what you're gonna
Um,
say because you people say all the same things. Well, how come
like
everybody doesn't know about it? How come it isn't on the news? How come it isn't in the
yeah,
textbooks? It's
yeah.
the same
Answer
stupid
this.
shit.
Answer
How do I
this.
know exactly what you're gonna say before you say it? Because you guys are a bunch of NPCs with a fucking brainless script you guys just puke up. So, really simple. I'm gonna tell you I know and knows about it. You know about it. We're telling you right now. This is you hearing about it.
Okay, so but it could be that Earth might have much bigger radius than what is recorded. But what makes you feel Earth
Is
is
that a
flat?
script? Is that a
that
dialogue
would
part
be
of
a
your dialogue
fucking
tree
massive
that you
radius.
go to Earth too biggie? So
Huh?
if that radius is not correct, then everything else is incorrect, meaning every astronomical claim that they've ever made is incorrect, every single one. Because
Hey,
all
Mm,
values of all distances come from the radius value. If that's wrong, everything else is wrong. If the radius is 2 times bigger, the moon's 2 times bigger and 2 times the distance away. Same with the sun and the moon and the stars and everything. Right? You can't just change the radius willy-nilly because then you have to change the distances and sizes of every object in the sky.
mm. So
And
what?
you have to double the distances of how far you'd walk across the surface of the Earth. So because they calculate the distances. So the difference between Australia and, say, England, that's a calculated distance. So if you double the radius, now your distance just doubled.
Mm,
So this
Gravity.
equals this. Hold on, one more thing, and I'll give way. So this laser test result matches a radius of 65,000 miles. Is that what you want to go with? A
okay, let's
65,000
suppose
mile Earth
that's
radius?
true.
What did you say?
Let's assume that's true.
It is
So
true.
next,
It's basic math.
okay, so what?
If I do this calculation on a 65,000 mile radius, I will get this result.
Okay, so according to you,
Here,
the
I'll take a screenshot of it.
map
Hold
of
on.
the Earth is wrong.
No, that's what you're
The
saying.
current,
That's what you're saying.
no. Okay, so do you believe the Earth's map is correct?
I believe the methodology for calculating curvature or tangent or drop, all those are definitely correct.
So what do you believe, like, of the
The
map?
Earth doesn't
Is it
have any curvature to be correct, dude. The only
so?
correct
It's not.
radius is
It's
radius equals
incorrect.
0.
The
Yeah,
map is
that's what I'm
incorrect, right?
saying.
So
Do
the
you even
Earth's
know?
map is incorrect. Yes or
Hold on,
no?
son. Do you know what you asking him?
Yes.
Okay, explain what you asking him real fast.
I'm just asking him if what he believes is the map of the Earth correct or
In
incorrect.
what
The current
regard?
map.
In what regard, Jason?
But that's not a belief. You asking him, do you believe that the math association with the Earth being a sphere with a radius value, do you believe the math, which is a concept? You said, do you believe if it's correct? He already gave you an answer. He said yes, and then he just debunked it.
So if the map is, so you're saying that the radius
Do
might
you
be
understand
big,
what you
right?
asking? Do you
He's
understand
saying
what you
map.
asked?
Map.
Okay. So do you believe that the map is correct? That's what you were asking? I thought you
Yeah,
said
map.
math.
No, MAP, map.
Okay, maps are correct for the purposes they're made for. For practical purposes. So when you say correct,
Okay,
what
so
does that mean, right? What does it mean when you say correct?
like if you open Google Earth, you see a map, Africa, North
Okay, so
America.
Google Earth is a cylinder. It
What?
displays as a ball, but the map they use the what's called the Webb Mercator, which is a cylinder projection of the celestial sphere. And then they
Okay,
map
so
square textures onto this cylinder and then distort it into a sphere. That's why you can go on this, right? And you could try to trace a distance around Antarctica or the North Pole, and you'll end up with a half moon because it won't let you do it.
I can't understand what you're saying. It's the most stupid
Yeah,
ideology
you
I've
can
ever
say it's
heard.
stupid, but this is what happens. If you fire up Google Earth and try to use the path tool to go around the North Pole or the South Pole, you can't do it because Google Earth is what's called a Webb Mercator projection that's
Yeah,
mapped
I do
onto
agree
a
with you on
3D
that.
ball in basically a video game.
Okay, I do agree with you on that, but this whole flat Earth
Did you Google it and that's why you
theory
agree?
is quite stupid. Actually, like the most stupid thing I've ever heard is flat Earth
Jason,
thing.
it's just basic geometry.
Like
That's
really,
true.
how old are you? How old are you, Indio?
Yeah,
So now we're gonna become the topic. Is that it?
Like, just tell me, how
Same
old
old,
are
same
you?
old.
Are
Look,
you a
you guys are
children?
one-trick ponies, dude. You're literally just a one-trick pony. You get cooked. You don't know what you're talking about. You're sitting there running through a script going, probably someone feeding you in your DMs. You praying you fucking actually have an argument, but you
Okay,
haven't
so
found one yet.
what
So
benefit
don't
I'm
ask me
getting
about me,
after believing
okay?
that?
What my life is none of your goddamn business.
I'm just
So stay
curious,
on
like how
topic.
stupid
Stay
one
on
person
topic,
can
dude.
be.
No, stay on
Okay,
topic.
what benefit I'm getting from believing flat Earth? What
Get
benefit
your
I'm
question,
getting?
man. You got a response for that instead of just trying to go after him. That's what
No,
he's saying.
what benefit I'm getting from
Do you
believing
agree
in
or
flat Earth?
disagree with any go answer to your question?
What
Okay, what's your
benefit?
question? Yeah,
What's your benefit for believing in the globe?
nothing. I don't care. Simple as that.
You don't care.
Yeah.
You got to
Like,
continue
If you
on
don't
to
care,
ask.
then why are you arguing it?
Right.
no, I'm just trying to comprehend
Dude, you're
what
the worst
he's saying.
pre-programmed glober I've ever heard. You literally pre-programmed responses, dude. Your fucking dialogue tree is hilarious, bro. It literally is.
Okay. How old
I mean,
are
so are
you?
you satisfied with the
Like,
map
Older
okay,
than you,
association?
and I'm children older than you, probably.
like
Yeah,
that's the most
Jason, you want to
stupid
see
idea
your
I've ever
brethren? I'll
seen.
post them.
Like
Is he
flat
satisfied
Earth.
with the
Come
map?
on, we are living in 22nd century, 20th century, 21st
So what?
century.
So he
Are
don't care
you
about the map thing.
serious? Like,
Yeah, 21st century, and you can't understand basic fucking geometry.
you don't account refraction. Okay, flat Earth
Okay,
people
how do we
don't.
do
Yeah,
that?
it's
Hold
actually
on.
not
This is
saving you.
great. I love when these guys say this. How do we account for refraction? Tell us how to do it. Tell us how to do it. We'll do it right now, and I'll add it into the mathematics. Tell us how to
How
do it.
old are you? First, tell me that. I'll
No,
answer you
do
any
it right now. Tell us how to
Are you
account
a
for
children?
refraction.
Are you a
So
children? Tell
this
me.
is
Are you
you're
a child?
running away. You're
There we
running
go.
away and try to change the topic to me. I'm not the topic. So tell us.
Okay,
You said
Einstein
we
was
don't account for
Einstein was
refraction.
a fool, right?
Tell us how
According
to
to
account
you.
for a fraction. How do we do it? We'll put it,
You
plug
tell
it
me
in
how
right
do
now. Yeah, you
Okay,
said we don't account for it, so we'll plug it in right now.
do you know
Yep.
this thing called terrestrial
Okay.
refraction?
Yeah, so tell us how to do it, and we'll plug it into what the measurement results right now.
Right
No, I
now.
don't. You tell me. How can you count it? Are you counting it or not? Just tell me.
You're the
No,
one
yeah, it
making
is
this
accounted
statement.
for.
You gotta tell us. You gotta tell us how to account for it.
If it's counted and I don't know.
Yeah, it is accounted for.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Uh,
So how
Now
did you
tell us
account
it's
for
wrong,
it?
and then I'm going to ask you the same question again on how we should do it right.
uh,
Yeah, your dialogue tree. I'll just
okay,
beat you
I'll
up your
tell you.
dialogue tree. That's really funny.
I'll tell you. Wait a second. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Up to the other window.
Let me log in into my
This is so fucking funny.
laptop.
They didn't give you an answer yet? How to
Are
find
these
I
real
mean, we
people? Are you a real person? I'm having my doubts now, dude.
Me?
Yeah, you. I'm doubting you're a real person.
Why?
I'm not having an organic dialogue with a human being. I'm listening to you read shit because you don't have actually your own mind. You're going through a dialogue tree of responses to respond to what I'm saying. Though,
Hey, let me see. Can I see if
go
you
ahead.
can follow logic real quick, Jason? Jason,
Yeah,
let me ask you a few questions. I just want to see where your logic is at. Do you know what a circumference is?
Yeah.
What is it? Just so I know. I know what it is, but I just want to see if you know.
The circumference is the distance from one point to another in a sphere. The total
No, it's the perimeter of a circle or a sphere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Why is that important?
Because it tells the size of sphere.
Right. And then from the size, you can determine the radius, you can
Yeah.
determine the diameter, you can make chord calculations. There's all kinds of things you can do with that geometry, right?
Yeah.
So what's the size of the Earth?
Currently, I guess it's 37,000 miles. 3,700 miles. Sorry, I'm not sure of the exact number. The radius. I'm
Do
talking
you
about the radius.
understand? Do you understand the logic behind that? You understand how important it is to know the circumference, so you can know the radius and all those things. But you don't even know the size of the Earth, and yet you're making claims about why the Earth is a sphere. You don't even know the size.
I told you the radius. You can calculate circumference
What's the
on your
radius?
phone.
What's the radius?
Radius is
didn't know.
okay. The radius is around 37,000 miles. I'm not sure of the exact number.
Yeah, you don't even know the radius, bro.
3,700. Sorry, not 1,000.
It's
3,700
not even
miles.
3,700. You're still wrong.
Let me see. I'm not sure about exact number.
Just quickly Google this basic fucking information you should have known before you ever came
Why
in
would
here.
I? Why would I even?
That's all I wanted to do was point out how
Okay,
he believes it's a ball. He
it
doesn't
is
know
quite
anything
close.
about the
It is quite
ball,
close to
and then he
3,700.
wants to complain about geometry to us.
It is
I did not
3,963. Quite close to 3,700. It is 3,963 miles. The radius.
Oh yeah, is that the polar radius or the equatorial radius?
That's the equatorial radius.
Okay, what's the polar radius?
It's 21 miles extra. It is 20 miles. It's 3,950.
Wikipedia, ain't you?
13 miles less than that.
All right, what's the average radius of the entire Earth?
Right.
It is 3,959. The average of
Okay.
both.
Now,
he
why is
just
that
looking it up.
important? Why is that important?
I'm not sure why it's that. Yeah, like
It's
the global
important
average is.
because
It is commonly used for calculation. The
the
average is
distance
used for
between
calculation.
one radius to another radius in the arc format around the circumference, right? The distance of the arc is important for measuring drop over distance when you're looking at the horizon. That's why it's
Okay,
important. If ships go over the curve, we want to know how far away that horizon is, how far away that curve is.
Okay, that
That's
was
why it's
something new
important.
to me. This thing was new for me.
Well, who measured it in the
I
first
don't
instance? If
think
it's
he's tracking it
refraction,
all.
if it's
Hmm?
refraction everywhere, who measured the circumference in the first instance?
Mm, I'm not sure about that.
Shouldn't you
I think
be?
that's pretty important.
And since you're not sure about that, how do you know how to account for it if you're not even sure how the people before you accounted for it in this first instance, or if they even accounted for it in the first place?
Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I'm done. I just wanted
See,
to show the logic.
like,
The
okay, what?
question goes, so he's making a claim that there's refraction everywhere, so therefore we're not accounting for it. So we're going to ask him, how do we account for refraction? First, with him defining what refraction is in its first place.
Reflection is bending of light.
Right. How do you account for
So,
that?
okay, so in your experiment, what was the factors? What were the factors actually? You tell me that made it
It's your
that
claim. It's
that
simple.
accounted to overcome that reflection that the laser beam, like, it could have, like, the beam could have a curve due to reflection. So how does your experiment of that laser light account for?
Okay, you asking me about your claim. I'm not making any claims about experiments. We're talking about a measurement. You're saying that we need to account for refraction. I'm asking you, how do you account for it? Not you ask
I
me the
I,
same
I don't
question.
know. I don't know how to
You
count
can't
for
even
it.
define it. You can't even
Right.
define it. You just heard about it now.
What?
You can't even define it. I asked you to define it as well. I kind of let you get away with
I
that
I
part. And
I define reflection.
you're basically telling
Are
us
you?
to account for something that you don't even know, that you can't even define. But I'm
No, I did.
asking you,
I did
you
define
think
what is
you know
reflection.
to do
I
it.
did define what is
I'm asking
reflection.
you, great. I'm asking you, since you was putting it on Indio earlier to do it. So I'm
Hmm.
asking you the same question he asked you. How do you account for it? Not you to ask me the same question back
Hmm.
to me.
So how to count for reflection, right?
Yes. How do you account for it?
Okay. So if I'm conducting an experiment, and while I'm sharing, you also have to note, so we can use it for later references. So uh, the practical methods that include, like, I'm just trying to articulate it.
What?
Okay. So do you know what is the reflection coefficient?
You're definitely not
Yeah.
using a scientific method whatsoever.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
you only accounted for something that you claimed that Indio had to account for in nature. So
No.
Inigo, you're telling us how to calculate refraction. You say Inigo need to put that in his own calculation or measurements whenever he taking a measurement. And I'm only asking you a simple question of how do you account for refraction? Something that seems to be
Okay.
occurring in nature already.
Mm.
There's no reason for you to be talking about a scientific experiment at all.
Uh, I would account for reflection by looking at how's the atmosphere that day, how much laser is
You
getting
do
refracted,
2 days.
and I'll also calculate the refraction coefficient.
How
Okay,
would you
so the
calculate?
refraction coefficient that would fit this is 20
Hmm?
times radius.
Okay, so the experiment that you showed me in the chat, how do you know that there was no refraction of laser, or the laser did not
It doesn't
laser have?
have to be no refraction. There has to be
Look at the
refraction
target.
that would make the Earth look 20 times larger than it is. So you
Okay,
could use the
then.
standard refraction coefficient, say 7.6R. That would only drop the laser down 5 meters. You still have 122 meters to make up.
Okay, let's
That's
agree
why I
that.
said 2 orders of magnitude. This isn't close. There's no such thing as a refractive condition that could actually explain this. It can't exist on Earth.
So what you are trying to say is Earth is uh, quite big, if according to
Oh
that
my
experiment.
lord.
That the refraction that you're claiming is insufficient, it wouldn't prove a globe either way, shape, or form.
Yeah, so that is what he's saying. If even if we count for refraction,
Bro, you don't do that. You measure it. So you point your laser at your target, and then you see if it hits it or not. If it doesn't hit it, then it must have deflected. If it hits it, it's pointing straight at it.
No.
How freaking simple is it to understand?
I understood it.
I mean,
So
he even know how to.
what's the radius of the Earth according to your experiment?
No, it's
If we
according to
count,
you.
Right.
We're
It's,
testing your shit. The radius of
it's
the Earth that's used in the calculation is 6,371 kilometers.
according to your experiment, what could be the radius if your experiment is
Okay, hold on. I got to
correct?
convert to kilometers. It would be something
I
like
guess it's 93,000 miles.
No. This is what you're not understanding. That refraction would have to bend the light so severely that it would be equivalent to being on an Earth of. Let me do it in kilometers. 107,826 kilometer radius.
Yeah, that is 93,000 miles actually, I
and
guess.
that's just him being nice.
Hmm?
I said, and that's just him being nice to you.
Yeah,
How
you
is he
understand that
being nice?
Look, we
Because
know.
he could have literally ended the argument by you not even explaining to him how to account for refraction in his first place.
I know I'm accounting for it for him.
You not being
Okay,
able to
Exactly.
let's agree. Okay, let's agree that the
No,
radius
being
of the Earth is 173,000 kilometers. Let's agree to that.
No, let's agree to this: that no refractive condition required to make this observation can even exist on Earth,
Okay.
because you would need a temperature gradient of something like 5 degrees per fucking 1/10 of a meter per decameter.
Okay.
Okay, so they measured the water temperature and the air temperature, so they know that that condition does not exist. And not only that, you would need this absurd, unnatural condition to happen twice.
Okay. Now I understood it.
So how would it happen twice?
Yeah, you are right.
So in the PDF I gave you, they have two meteorological stations. So it measures pressure, temperature, and humidity. Right? They
Okay.
have it at both endpoints. So they measure those values, and they measure the change of those values over time. They know that this extreme weather condition, which would have to exist, which would be like the water's like 100 degrees and the air's 100 and minus 100. You understand? You would need the most absurd temperature gradient that doesn't exist.
Hmm. Yeah, you are right.
I mean, how many free passes do you want?
So,
That's why I asked you to account for it, because I want to see the numbers that you're going to plug into the variables. I know those numbers are going to have to be so crazy that there's no way you could justify them.
do you believe laser lights travel in a perfectly straight line?
Doesn't have to be perfectly.
Okay, so laser light over
What
long
aren't you,
distances.
Jason? It's not sinking into your head that this isn't close. You're trying to fiddle
Okay, but
around the edges. Yeah, lasers bend. Yeah, so what? It can't bend enough.
okay, so I agree with you that it might be 173,000 kilometers in a radius. So what?
That's what you think, that the Earth has to be a globe. That's how big the globe is.
That's begging the question anyway.
Why shouldn't I? Okay, tell me why is Earth not a globe?
Because of this
It
measurement
freaking
shows
is.
this Earth is flat, dude.
Okay. How old are you?
Oh wow! I mean, the measurement is flat.
I'm just sitting here with my jaw hanging open. I can't even believe that
Okay.
fucking crazy, insane response.
Yeah,
You
we
need to
got
be
some.
put in a fucking
We got
straight jacket.
we got some intelligent people from India actually.
Jason.
As if he's
There's been
winning.
like there's a handful of them that come in here and advocate for flat Earth. It's amazing
Okay.
that the majority of you guys who are in India can't actually see this, and that's because you guys barely just got a space agency like not too long ago. So the
I'm not an
idea,
Indian. I'm not Indian.
the well, I don't know where you're from, but listen, if you're thinking about the Earth as a globe, you're going to have to pony up with the evidence and the data to back up the evidence. So let's say you think that the Earth is a globe, and you're laughing right now because it's funny. But where is the information that supports the claim that the Earth is a globe? The data, right? Where are the numbers at? Because all
Okay.
through what everybody's been asking you, hold on, what everybody's been asking you is like the refraction quantification. How can you quantify it? Like, in what way can we have some math and then go outside and verify the math? That's what we're asking you. It doesn't seem like you know, which is a good reason to say that you don't know how they've quantified it. Isn't that true? Like, you don't know that. You're laughing right now, but it's funny to us because you're laughing, but you don't know how they quantified it. And that's important for anybody that's investigating this claim. They have to be able to quantify it in some real way. Like, take the math and go outside and then test the math. But they can't do that. And that's the issue. That's what we're presenting to you right now. It's hopefully
Okay.
that's not funny, but
What makes it even worse, Indio already done it for him and told him and showed him that it's impossible.
yeah, so
And then he agreed with it. And then he say, "Oh, but it must if the kilometers is wrong." Like, what is you doing? And then laugh at Indigo and say, "How old are you?" Like, what?
Yeah, well, that seems to be like where this conversation seems to be coming at an impasse, where you think that you just laughing is going to excuse you from the accountability that you're saying that it can be quantified. But we're still going to be asking at the end of the day, it's not been quantified, or how has it been? Excuse me. So how has it been
Okay.
quantified? And that's asked to you. Can you tell us how it's quantified?
Okay. I changed my beliefs. I think Earth is not uh 3700 kilometers. Okay. But
Well, that doesn't
I,
matter. Listen, bro, it
yeah,
doesn't
but
matter
not.
if you change.
You are
Listen,
the
dude.
one advocating.
No,
So you tell me how,
no, no,
why I
Jason.
should believe Earth is flat.
Jason, no, we're not in here to twist your arm to say uncle and then say the earth is flat because of a belief. No. We're here for you to realize that there is no the earth as a globe at the size that they say it is not possible because you cannot quantify it. In reality, you can't take the math from the globe and go outside and then verify that it's that thing that you think it is.
Okay. What? Okay. Why are you like? Okay. What evidence do you have that Earth is flat?
Gave it to you, bro.
No.
Okay, I'm going to put it to you in another way, Jason. You say the Earth has curvature, but it looks flat because of refraction. So there's no measurable curvature. If you don't measure any curvature, what is it?
Okay. Then why is sun sphere?
Try not to
Why is
jump
the moon
away.
a sphere?
Jason, as soon as you say
Just admit
refraction,
it. It's flat. It measures flat. It looks flat. Whatever's going on in
Sun
the
is
sky is
flat.
only happening over a flat Earth. That's it.
Okay. Sun is
as soon
also
as
a
you
flat.
say
All the planets
refraction,
are flat.
Jason, you
I'm
spell
sorry that
Whatever
out
you
you
got a
want to
cat
believe
when all the
about the
other
sun.
boys got a dog.
Sun is flat or not? Yes or no?
It's irrelevant.
It doesn't matter.
No. What is
Why,
sun
why
like?
would it
Flat.
matter?
You know, I'll fucking indulge him. Okay, it looks spherical. Now what?
So why can't Earth be spherical?
Because it's not. It measures flat.
Because
How old?
it's how
How old are
flat it
you?
is.
How old are
Are you
you?
crazy, bro?
It's the only thing in this whole universe that measures flat.
Okay. Listen. Okay. I'll just give my concluding remarks. You people have been like total ignorance, and I have never been seen such ignorance like you.
how do you
Yeah,
work
we're
out we're
ignoring
totally
the
ignorant?
And
Are
you
we
know how
ignoring
old
the
are
surface?
you?
Hey, Jason, Are we ignoring the surface of the Earth
In what sense?
by measuring it, observing it, making predictions, and then seeing if those predictions are correct? Are we ignoring the surface and how flat it observes to be? It is, and how it observes to be, and how it measures to be? Are we ignoring that part?
I'm not sure.
No, we're not. It's just been an hour of discussion concerning the surface of the Earth and how light propagates over it. So we're not ignoring anything.
Did we talk about anything except the Earth?
Your sphere has geometric consequences which don't exist in reality. That's what we're pointing out to you. What you do with that information is your business.
I'll research on this topic again.
Do us a favor. Don't mock us because we show you that you don't know anything. Right?
You didn't even know the size of the Earth, bro. You had to Google what the size of the Earth you believe in is. You had to get taught by flat earthers.
Yeah.
Today.
So what?
You don't know anything. How fast does the Earth spin?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Simple
How
as
fucking
Does
stupid is
the
that,
Earth spin?
Jason?
Hold on. Does the Earth spin east to west or west to east?
East to west.
Wrong.
Wrong.
You getting
The
everything
sun
wrong?
moves east to west. The Earth spins west to east.
How far away is the sun?
I'm not sure about the exact
You don't know
numbers.
anything, bro. You're in here
Yeah.
just
How
with
far
a
away is the
blind
moon?
faith, right? This is just like a religion for you. You just blindly
Yeah.
believe in the globe. You don't even know anything about
We're
it.
So
ignorant.
why would a person randomly
We're
memorize?
ignorant, right? We're
Yeah.
ignorant, right, Jason?
Randomly
Why would a
memorized.
Who's the
person
ignorant one?
memorize?
You're
Who's
just
the
gonna keep
ignorant one?
waffling shit, aren't you? It's like you know fuck all about what you believe in, but you know we're wrong about it. Apparently, it's
But
a really
why
sad
would
state of affairs. But it is all you Globers. You're all typical. You know nothing about your globe. We have to school you and everything,
so just
and you just say buzzwords that you
How
don't
far away is the moon?
understand.
why would
How
anybody
far away
remember?
is the moon?
Why would somebody remember exact numbers? I'm not
You
like.
don't know
Are you
anything,
serious?
though.
It's not
You
abject
don't know
fucking
anything.
numbers.
How far is
It,
how far
it's the
is
most
You're
fundamental
how
ignorant.
far is
number to the globe
how far is
paradigm.
how far is United
How
States? How far is Chicago from New York? Give me the exact numbers.
Yeah, that's not relevant.
Do you know? No. So yeah, that's not. This is what you are trying to say.
If we were in here,
Expecting me. You're
if we
expecting
were
me
in
to
here,
memorize.
fucking this
You're
was
expecting me to memorize like
24/7
computers do.
New
You're
York to
expecting me to
Chicago,
memorize
and we
numbers.
definitely know that number.
You are expecting me to memorize numbers that
No, you're
like
The
coming in
radius
here.
value
Yeah.
of the
No,
sphere
they're not
Earth,
expecting
the
you.
biggest religion you're
yeah.
involved in, and you think it's just an arbitrary number.
I
You
know
don't
you
need to
people are
fucking know.
Christians. That's why you are like defending your Holy
They're
Bible
not
because
expecting you
Bible
to
is
know
bullshit.
numbers.
Jason,
They're
just
pointing
have a
out
bit of
what you
You
humility
don't
people
and
are.
admit
know.
you're ignorant.
I guess you are religiously motivated, and that's why you are saying
Nobody
that.
here nobody here has mentioned a single religious thing in regards to explaining this to you.
I'm just gonna check if anyone else wants to ask any questions. So we got a whole bunch of
Yeah,
people in the chat.
Bastinot, maybe.
Yeah,
Bastinot.
Bastinot. Oh yeah, that's gonna be
My phone is
quality.
about to die. It's
Yeah, hello.
1%.
All right.
That's all right. You put yourself on mute and just listen and learn.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the Earth is
Most
flat.
stupid people I've ever met, actually.
Jason, put yourself on mute. We're finished with you. Have a
Shut
good
up.
day. Thank you. Go charge your phone.
Yeah, if
Right.
the Earth is flat, what's beyond the Earth?
We don't know.
Yeah, not part of the topic.
Ah, okay. But what if I'm from Europe. What if I fly, to the USA, and then instead of going the same way, I just go through Asia and then I reach Europe again? Like how?
You can do that on a flat Earth. You can go in a circle over a flat surface.
Yeah, but I
I'll
Can you
put
draw a
something in
circle on your
the chat for you
table?
to look at, Basta.
Can you draw a circle on your kitchen table?
yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, but if I
is your kitchen table is the surface on your kitchen table flat?
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah to those questions. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yes, but I mean,
Do you agree that
Look,
if the Earth is a sphere, it has to curve?
yeah, I guess.
Do you agree that curvature is measurable?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Well then,
But you have to
where's the
also
curve?
include that the Earth is not just completely flat, but it has mountains and valleys and stuff like that.
We're not
Did you hear?
disputing topology. We're disputing the surface of water.
Okay.
And we asking you, where's the curve?
Where is the curve?
Do you agree? Let me ask you this. In a bathtub, is the surface of that water flat or curved?
It's a little bit curved if you
Where?
check. I mean, you can see it with your naked eye because
I can't see it.
it's such a small amount. But if you have miles and miles
Small
and
amount.
miles,
There we
then
go. What if we scale it up a bit?
So
What if we
without
go
the
to a lake?
what do it look like without the small amount? Is it flat or curved? Without the small amount.
Without the small amount,
What about a lake? Is it flat or curved on a lake? How about that?
No, in a bathtub with a small amount. So without this small amount, is the bathroom water level, or is it curving?
in theory, everything should be curved, but since we're looking at a bathtub, the curvature is so small because it's such a small scale that you can't see it.
Level. When you look at the water in a tub, a cup, is the water curving or is it level?
I mean,
The body of water.
naked eye, it's flat.
Right. That's what he was trying to ask you. I mean, why you got to go into deep? He just
Flat. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's flat to the human eye, but it's such a tiny amount. It's such a, like a
At what
glass
scale
slide.
would we observe this curvature then?
I don't know, the ocean.
At a lake?
The
The
ocean.
ocean.
If
Ocean
it's a
looks
big
pretty
lake.
flat to me. Ocean looks pretty flat to me.
When do
Do we
you
have any demonstration of the oceans curving around the sphere?
Yeah, when do you ever see a body of water curve around a ball? Period.
Where are you asking?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Where do you ever see some water curve around a ball? Period.
Because
I
we,
mean, if the ball
listen,
has such a big
we
mass,
understand the theory. We
gravitational.
understand the claim of the globe. We're just, do you have a demonstration of this curving water?
I mean, the Earth is a demonstration of that, but I have, there
Okay,
is
where?
demonstration.
Where can I go and
in
observe
theory,
this?
like
Where? Where can I go and observe it or measure it? Where? How?
I mean, do you guys believe other planets are around?
No, we're going to stick to one point here till we get to
Yes,
the
but
end of it.
I'm trying to reach my point, and I just need to.
There's no use. You just want to gish gallop around, right? You ask one
No,
question,
I'm trying to
we'll
prove you
discuss that
this.
question, we'll get to the end of that question, and then we'll go on to something else.
Yeah, I mean, if you think the
Yeah,
other planets are
we know
around,
you've got
you can
10,000
see.
things in your head you want to ask, but you want to,
No, I'm not trying to ask.
for
I'm just
your own
trying to
sake,
prove.
you should
Can you
take them
please
one at a time.
Can you let me finish? You can see where water goes, bends around the thing. It is not flat. If the
Where can you see
thing
this?
that it's around has a big enough of mass, you can see this in
Where
nature.
it at?
If you put another planet that's curved and it
He's
has
starting to
big,
chant.
No, you've never seen that. You never ever saw that ever.
you can
Yeah,
check out the sun. The sun is what? It's fucking gases that are
where do you see
like
Why are you talking about things in the sky? We're talking about the Earth.
because you can
You know
see
what the
them. You
Earth
can
is?
see
Can you tell me what
different
the Earth
shapes.
is?
You can prove they're
Just so we're
round.
clear.
Yeah, but you
You
say
can
it's obvious for you to see it, the water curving around a ball. Where do you see
yeah.
that on Earth?
I mean, you have to have something that has a big enough of a mass, and the only thing on Earth that has that mass is the Earth. So you can see it, you have to look at the big scale, and you can also check the other planets if they're round, like the
Brother,
sun. It's not
brother, why are you
around.
not answering this question? They're asking you a very specific question. You're telling us all about everything that's not the question. Where do you see the curvature of water on the Earth?
Yes. Or you could just say We don't see it.
Or just
roboting.
You're cutting out, dude.
You can't.
We lost him.
You're
Earth,
roboting
but
real bad, bro.
Oh, sorry.
You're roboting.
Sorry. My
You probably need to leave and come back.
my
Yeah, he's gonna leave and come back.
Yo, what is God? Can I ask something?
hello.
Yo.
Sorry. My computer has some audio issues.
Okay, you back.
Yeah, I mean, if the Earth is flat, then I think if you're, looking at
Yeah, the Earth is flat. You already demonstrated it 4 or 5 times. You already confirmed the measurements. You already confirmed that the
why
airplanes
does it
fly
end?
above the flat Earth, and you already
I
confirmed
think
that water is level right now. That's what you're displaying to us right now. Now we're trying to get the curvature proof. Where do we see water curving around any ball on the planet Earth? Right? Who else is welcome to flat Earth?
Yo, what's up?
Yo.
Yo.
Yo, Batman. You remember us?
We're back.
Is Batman here? As in, like, present?
Batman's too busy fighting crime right now. Can't answer
Damn.
the phone.
Fighting crime on the flat Earth, I assume.
So Zeman, you came in here earlier, talked to Batman. He helped you understand that the Earth is flat, and now you're a flat earther, right?
I didn't come in here. Yeah, I was on the other Discord like ages ago.
Oh, the other Discord. Oh, so you remember Batman. So you've known for years, from way back, that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I was just here to see if Batman remembers me, We had like a big talk back then. So.
Well, he seems to be AFK.
Yeah.
He's out fighting crime.
Yeah, the other guy already did that joke.
Wait.
You can't really recycle that. Sorry.
Oh, why not? Damn, I missed it. I wasn't listening.
Yeah, unlucky.
He's out fighting grime? How about that?
It's like at most a 4 out of 10. I don't know.
Yo, did you see what I tagged you in the side chat?
You tagged me. Hold on,
Was
let me
it-
scroll up.
Yeah, it was like a few minutes ago.
My neutrinos. Oh my goodness gracious, God Almighty! Is that person in here?
That's a good question.
No. He just spams a side chat with his neutrino shit.
Thought you'd enjoy that one.
Actually, if we turn off his text privileges, he might have to join.
Is it a dude? Seems
I'm
like
still-
a little girl to me.
Yo, so why did you all actually move to this Discord? I'd want to know.
Yeah, like what happened? I bounce back and forth.
Ah, wait. Was it always a thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just another outpost, you know? Another
And
place where people can come in and speak to us if they want to.
So what's like schedule, I guess?
We don't have one.
It's just
Oh.
random. Just like the movement of gas.
Do you also get randomly muted here, or?
No, not randomly. We do it on purpose.
Cool.
Yeah.
Can barely hear him, man.
I got randomly muted.
I don't know.
Yeah, good luck in you banging your head against that fucking wall.
You just go round and round in circles with it.
That guy doesn't even know what he's regurgitating at all.
Like the basics to it the other day when we went through this shit for about 45 freaking minutes was neutrinos get shot from one side of Earth, come out on the other side of Earth, therefore Earth globe. Because it can't happen on any other shape. And someone suggested, what about a cube? And even that wasn't it good enough.
I asked him the most pertinent question, Matrix. I asked him, how did he verify there's not an underground civilization doing neutrino producing processes? And he made sure that wasn't the source.
Oh. He was questioned on what angle
that was
these...
well past the point. I was still taking him serious, of course.
He was questioned on what angle these things get shot at. So we thought, right, I'll take him through this one at a time. There's a big box somewhere that's shooting these neutrino thingies. What angle do they get shot at? 180 degrees was the answer.
Fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
They follow the curve of the Earth, don't you know?
Seems like one of them guys that's like not really trolling us. Just a doofus.
I think a lot of the problem is because he watches people like Blitz, and Blitz has got a PhD, so Blitz knows better because this kid doesn't have a PhD. All of a sudden, he's got something to look up to, and maybe some of Blitz's other shows are excellent. I don't know. I've never watched one to compare it. And he's just hung up on it. Blitz said, so therefore this is true. But Blitz also doesn't have hands, so whilst waving hands around.
Well, when he first brought up neutrinos, I asked him if he received this complimentary hand amputation package with that.
Excellent.
That went over his head, of course. But I love these guys because you'll get them in, right? They fucking drop in here and they immediately start with neutrinos, and then you'll get them in. You'll be like, okay, what's the radius of Earth? Oh fuck, I don't know. All right, but you understand neutrino experiments.
Yeah.
You don't know a basic fucking value, but yeah, you have the understanding required to, comprehend what's being told to you and then verify it's actually correct. Okay.
He doesn't understand that it's just inferred.
Of course it is.
Not even that. You're being generous by saying that.
Well, there's a lot of other add-ons, but yeah, that's a an hour conversation in itself. Like we tried to explain to this kid the other day that the reason Blitz used that as an argument was number one, to waste time, And number two, he was hoping that the opponent knew 5/8 of stuff all about it. He made a mistake. That you are reasonably versed in this shit. Because your average person would just be going, oh, I don't know, I'd have to look into it, and he'd be able just to storm straight through them in a debate.
Oh, of course. And everybody's gonna go, well, he's a PhD, man, in physics. He knows what he's talking about. This fucking flat earther, man. He doesn't even know about neutrinos.
Exactly.
Everybody would have
Even
to
though they're
defer
all
to his esoteric knowledge, dude. That was a fucking cheap ass gimmick, bro.
You know what's weird is that he sabotaged his own position when he says that he doesn't even know if he can prove he has hands. And so, if that's true, then how could he prove that test that the neutrinos did was actually something to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe? Wham bam. It's hard when you undermine your own epistemology of like the Earth being a globe, and you can't prove it because you can't even prove you have hands. Then how is any other point you make going to be provable? It's not.
We should. Oh man, that would be a great question to ask him. It's like hands versus neutrinos. What are you more confident in actually exists?
He'd probably say neutrinos.
I bet you. I bet you, dude.
What is good, everybody?
Yeah, it was good. Is there anybody
is
here
everyone muted?
describing flat earthers?
What?
Flat Earth? You support flat Earth?
No.
Support. What does that mean?
Like, do you believe in it?
Well, belief is an odd word to call it.
It's an observation of the physical world. It's an observation of the physical world.
Oh, so you know it's flat.
You got
Yeah,
it.
you
So
see
do
it
you.
flat
Damn.
when you go out to the beach. Don't you see a flat horizon?
How do you explain a solar eclipse? How do you
Yeah,
explain a solar
wait.
eclipse?
Let's get a quick concession. Do you not observe a flat horizon when you go to the beach?
Nope.
You know that's because it curves.
Okay, so it curves.
You see a flat horizon because it curves. And we're supposed to take you seriously.
No, it curves. It curves, bro.
No, now you result in the trolling because you
Explain to
can't
me
even
what a
admit
solar eclipse is.
something very
Yeah.
simple. You can't
We're
admit
waiting
something
for your.
very simple that everybody, even in your own paradigm,
I
admits
want you guys to
that
explain a
the
solar
Earth looks
eclipse, though.
locally. Everyone admits, even in your own paradigm, that the
You're
Earth looks
dodging
locally
the
flat.
question, my guy.
Why are you
Explain
interrupting
the
me?
solar eclipse.
All three of you are going to be banned if you don't stop and get a hold of yourself.
Yeah.
Let your
Get a
talking
hold of
head.
yourself.
Let your talking head talk for you
They
guys.
like
Okay.
to mute.
No, you got one bobblehead that you're sharing a brain, so we'll talk to you because you're the leader of the pack, right?
What
Me?
pack?
No.
There's
Pack
no
of
pack.
fools.
So go ahead and advocate for the Earth being a globe. Do you observe a flat horizon or a curved one?
No. I see the world as what it is, and I still don't understand how solar eclipse happens if it's flat.
But you just dodged the fact that I
Yeah,
asked
and
you a
you're dodging the
specific question.
question, you dingus.
Yeah, you're dodging
No.
the question too.
No, we're going to
dingus.
answer it when you
No.
answer our question. We went first, then we'll answer yours, dude. It's
No,
called
they
taking
went
turns.
first,
I know
and
you
then
fucking had parents that ran away from you, but listen, they should have taught you to take turns. Right now, it's your turn to answer the question, and then we will answer the question.
The guy asked the question first about the solar eclipse.
No, he didn't, liar.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I
Joined,
did.
He joined.
I did.
So now we're silencing the people speaking the truth.
So no, we're silencing the people who are not letting the person
This is
answer
like
the
what?
question.
Did you guys know that this is recorded? Did you know this is recorded?
Fuck if it's recorded or not.
Okay,
Explain a
so
solar eclipse.
we will when you answer the question. Does the horizon look flat?
No, it doesn't look flat.
Okay,
There's a
so this
little
is an
curve to
honesty
it.
check. So no matter what answer we give you, you can't even understand it.
Yeah, because it's fucking bullshit. It's a bunch
That's
of
not.
bullshit
That's
knowledge.
yeah. It's not a refutation, brother.
Yeah. We have
If the
intelligent. Yeah,
Earth
hold on.
is flat,
Hold on, dude.
I'm
Yeah, we have
picturing a
intelligent.
piece of paper.
Dude, just relax, okay? We have intelligent flat earth or globers that come in here and they will all say the earth looks locally flat. Every single one. PhDs have been saying this. And you're just somebody on the internet, bro. And you're a guy who advocates for a globe earth and you're saying it looks like a globe. None of them say that. They all say that it looks flat locally from your vantage point. Everyone says that.
Nah, it doesn't, bro. If I were to get one of those
I'm
water
sorry.
levels and put it on the ground, if I were to walk up that mountain right there and then put it on the
All
ground,
right, bro, you're done.
there's a
Shut the fuck up. Let's go to your retarded friend.
Brain rot, idiot.
Kakyoin, can you do better? You got a brain about you?
I'm just listening, bro. I'm not even talking. I'm just listening.
Oh, so
See,
without your boyfriend,
you
without your boyfriend talking, you
got,
can't
hold
say
on,
nothing?
Dude, you got one guy speaking for all of you. Is that I was correct, wasn't I? You can't even speak for yourself, sir.
No,
I
bro.
know.
I just know that. Like you saying, like if you look at the Earth, right? If you just look at the floor, if it's flat, bro. It's not. Poe's right. He puts a pebble down, right? It's still a roll. It's not gonna stay flat. You know what I'm saying?
The
What the
pebbles
fuck
gonna
are you
roll.
talking about, man?
Like you get my logic,
Do
right?
you think when we say flat, we're talking about ideal flatness, right? Something that doesn't exist anywhere in reality.
Wait a minute, where do
Is
you
that what
see
you
the
think?
pebble roll?
Perfect 2D Earth or something?
I mean, like that's how you guys are making it seem like at this point.
No, the Earth clearly has topography to it, right?
So
Has
that means the
mountains, has
Earth has a little
valleys,
bit of
right?
curvedness to it. Am I right? It has a little bit of
No,
curve.
you're not right. You failed. Sorry.
No, you're not right at all, sir.
It's not. I'm just not the dumb one who thinks the Earth is flat. You dingus.
Yeah, you are the dumb one. I think it's a fucking basketball.
Actually, no, don't call him dumb. He just hasn't been out and measured it or checked it yet. That's all that hasn't happened. It's just lack of experience.
Earth is round. Like you really go to space.
How do you know
right
it's
now
round?
and
All
look.
right, calm down, little guy. We've all
But like,
seen the
explain the
moon in
solar
the
eclipse,
textbooks
though.
as well.
Please explain
We've
the
all
solar
been through
eclipse.
the same education system. Calm down. We were all
Explain
globers.
the solar
We all
eclipse,
believed
though.
it was a
Explain.
sphere.
The
Right?
solar
Explain.
eclipse that's in the sky, what that got to do with the ground?
Just explain it though. Like you're not dodging the question.
Okay,
What do
kid,
that have to
how
do with the
about
ground?
we get back to the shape of the ground? Looking up in the sky doesn't prove the shape of the ground. Check it out.
Okay.
If I go to
When I
your
look at the
house
ground,
to
right?
hey, hold your breath for a second. If I go to your house to measure your lounge room to put carpet in there, I'm not staring at the freaking light bulb.
Okay, bro. Like
Excellent. He gets it.
the ground is not flat.
Okay.
Excellent.
Well,
How did you come to
show us where
that
it's curving.
conclusion?
The ground is not flat, little bro.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
you said that
we're
already.
measuring curvature. Okay, well, show us where we measure curvature.
Huh? Just speak up a little bit. I can hear.
That means that you're saying the ground is not flat. That means we're not measuring it flat or horizontal. Well, show us where we measure it curving.
Yo, at this point, bro, I don't know. This is just not flat, bro.
so you
Wait
don't
a
know.
second.
Bro,
Are you
but
older?
it's
Are
wait, hold
you
on,
older
But
than
why
13? By the way,
why are
are
you
you even
guys?
allowed to be
Why
on
are
Discord?
you guys not explaining the
Yeah, I
solar
don't even
eclipse?
know if he is
Why
allowed
are
to be
you
on
guys not
Discord.
Are you
explaining?
If he
even
muted
old
his
enough
big
to be
brother.
on Discord?
Wait, but
Kakyoin?
why are you not explaining the solar eclipse though? You guys
Hold
can't.
on, I'll answer to that. You've been asking it for a while, but I have to ask you one thing. Does the solar eclipse on the globe, does it necessitate that the Earth is a globe for a solar eclipse to work?
But you're not explaining it. Like you're dodging.
No, hold on a second. I'm asking you a question about your question.
Like we're not
Does
playing
the
dodgeball.
solar eclipse have to necessarily work on a globe? Does the globe make the solar eclipse worse? Okay, how? Can you explain that to me? How does it work?
Bro, it has to go around.
What has to go around?
Oh my god, this guy is slow. The
What
moon.
has to go around?
The moon.
moon. Okay, so the moon has
and
to
the
go
sun.
around. They have to go around what?
Oh my god. They have to line up, bro. They have to
They
line
have to
up.
now. They have to line up. A second ago it was they have to go around. Now they have to line up. Which one is it?
Well, think about it, right? You said the moon and the sun, right? It has to line up, right? Because you know how the sun You know how the moon covers the sun, right? And it
Okay,
has to line
so
up,
you think
which
it's
allows them
you
to
think the sun
calculate
is
where it
okay?
goes.
Okay.
Which allows them to calculate where it goes.
Yeah, I'm just asking you what part about that happening, you know, where the sun in this story blocks or is being blocked
Wait,
out by the
hold on.
moon.
And
What
wait,
does the globe Earth have to do with anything? Does
hold
the
on,
Earth
wait,
have to be a
hold
globe
on.
for that to happen?
I'm still explaining.
Friend, I'm asking you a simple
Hold on, no,
question.
I'm still explaining.
Does the Earth have to be a globe for that to happen?
Technically, it does. At this point.
Okay, explain to me how that has to be.
My God, this guy is an idiot.
Why aren't you explaining it to me, bro? It's almost like you don't know.
Why are you dodging the question? Why can't you explain
It's
something?
I'm not dodging the question.
almost like he's dodging the question.
He's,
Yeah, why are you
he's
dodging the
asking you
question?
this stuff because he wants to see what you know. At the moment, you've given him nothing. So you're going, I just want eclipses, but you're not explaining nothing.
Yeah,
You're
I
just
was
sitting
trying to
back
explain
going,
this guy.
all you showed us so far is you know nothing.
Yeah,
I was
because he's
trying to-
asking you questions to see if you even know what you're talking about with the eclipse. Because
Oh my
you may be talking about something totally you made up off the top of your head.
Hold on, listen.
It may not even be the mainstream version of the eclipse. It
Wait,
may be just
listen,
something
bro,
that you
like-
made up off the top of your head, which
Norakai,
is
Reg,
seems
hold
like
up a
that's what
sec.
it is.
Norakai, can you look into the side chat for us? And you'll see 2 videos, 2 GIFs that I just posted up.
God, okay, listen to me real quick.
Yeah,
Listen to me
yeah.
real quick,
This
okay?
is you listening.
Oh
And I'll look.
my.
Oh my God! He's not going to help you because Matrix is so horrible. Shut up.
God.
Have a look in the
God.
side chat, kid.
Hold on.
What do you
hold on.
see? The 2 videos. I'm holding on to you. I'm not
was
letting
trying to
go until
explain-
you shut up and start listening.
Pose
In the
right,
side
pose
chat,
right.
there is 2 videos. One of them, there's an orange ball with a straight edge
you're the one who's like-
casting it. Why are you talking?
But like,
Hold
I
on,
can't talk.
Matrix,
Can't
don't
you shut up
continue.
for 30 seconds? If you zip it, I'll be finished and you can talk to the other people. Thank you, whoever did that. In the side chat, Norakai, there's 2 videos. One of them is with the yellow orangey ball and a straight shadow getting cast across it, showing that you don't need a sphere to cast the curved shadow across. The other one is 2 spheres. Have a look at the shadow that's cast from the 2 spheres, because that's what you believe happens out there. There's an issue with the shadows, mate. When you cast a sphere, cast a shadow onto another sphere, you get a sinusoidal pattern. That is not what is seen in reality. That's why this breaks. That's why the guys were questioning you on what's going on and how this so-called lines up. All right? So now that you can see that, they can unlock you and you can just have a meltdown.
This is off on the completely wrong foot anyway. Like, these kids think we're talking about a disc in space.
Come on, this guy wants to speed. Let this guy speed. Maybe he's onto something. Let this guy speed.
Who's this guy?
Metallica.
Yeah, I know. He
the guy you came in
I'm
here
going to
with,
ask you a
brother.
question. I'm only going to ask this dude a question. What did Matrix just say to you? If you can't tell me, you're going on mute and never coming off.
Huh?
What did
Bro, like,
Matrix say to you?
can't
What he
speak, bro. I can't
explained in the
speak.
chat. Why are you talking over me? What did Matrix explain to you about what's in the chat?
Can we just let this guy Metallica speak?
Yeah, you're going on mute.
Oh my goodness
You're not coming off either.
You guys need to pay attention. That's how you stay in the conversation, fellas.
Maybe Metallica caught what.
Yeah, let's
Matrix was
let the
saying.
talking head speak. Let's let the talking head speak.
Metallica, can you tell us what Matrix was attempting to explain to your
Yes,
friend
he
there?
was explaining that here's Earth. It's a big.
He's even dumber than the kid.
He was explaining here's Earth.
I think he caught out.
So pretty much when it comes down to it, you got a piece of paper, and what you guys were shown was a light bulb.
You dropped out a bit, bro.
And you were driving this knife across, and all of a sudden the shadow went over this fucking piece of paper and started blocking it out. But it doesn't explain the basic time zones that show in South America and Antarctica match. Antarctica on your guys' map is all the way to the top.
What's that got to do with the eclipses that you were begging for?
And basic physics with
Right, yeah,
light
you're talking
doesn't
about a
show
map now.
a fucking complete
Metallica, your
view.
word salad, your incoherent gibberish is falling on deaf ears. Please form a coherent sentence and make a coherent statement, and stop just like grabbing random words that you're speed reading on ChatGPT.
No, it's definitely not ChatGPT. Solar eclipse happens when you shine a light, and then this light comes in and blocks it, and then that was moving. Yeah,
Okay,
it's all science, bro.
Metallica. That's the hypothesis. Okay, and what Matrix is showing that hypothesis has to be wrong.
Hello, hiya, Yanak.
Oh, it has to be wrong.
Yeah,
Hiya,
he
Yanak.
demonstrated it has to be wrong.
I think you're a bitchest ass, dumbass fucking nigga that doesn't ask
Oh
him
God,
while
here we
Now
go.
you have to get banned from the
fucking
server for saying that, right? You know that, right? Why do you
What
guys
a
do this?
meltdown, man. He's fucking
They
retard.
do it on purpose, bro.
They want to get banned from the server?
Yeah, they don't care.
If it was up to me, I would unban him for
Radia.
that.
It's on
I
mute,
mean,
Radia.
no, it's them. It's not even me.
Yeah,
It's like the
yeah,
server
it's
owners.
like they trying to like bomb the server. They're trying to get you guys, in trouble. That's why they do
Listen,
that.
I'm not trying to do anything. I just came in here because I wanted to actually understand where you guys are coming from. I
Well,
didn't
refrain
actually.
from the N word.
Yeah,
don't crash out.
I don't like appreciate him saying that. But like, just understand that I'm separate from that.
You
Okay.
with them guys or?
He
I
definitely was
was,
with
but
those guys.
I was with them. I will admit it. But I did not want it to go like
Okay, right.
this.
So maybe you're every group has a sensible one. Maybe you're that guy.
Yeah, I
Agreed.
just
Have you got
really I don't
any
understand where you
questions?
guys come from, so I'm just very curious. Like, what makes you guys
Well, it's
like
quite
say the Earth?
basic. We've got the claim on the table that the Earth is a sphere of a certain, certain dimensions. Radius of 3959 miles, right? That would mean it's got a certain curvature rate to its surface. That'd be a geometric consequence of it being a sphere. So we go out into reality and we measure for this curvature. We don't find this curvature out in reality, so what are we to conclude from that?
But isn't there evidence of it?
Sure. We can give you laser transits if you want, done over the surface.
Wait, I want to know. Did he say if there's any evidence for the globe or flat? What was the question there?
Is there any evidence for like? Is there any evidence that like points to it being a globe? Because there should be good
Oh,
evidence.
yeah,
Actually,
yeah,
right?
yeah. I understand. No, that's what we were testing for. So the test that Obvious was telling you was exactly that. We're testing because obviously when people hear it, they just accept it because it's something that they've been told most of their life, if not all their life. And so this is a space that we've created so that people can challenge that. Like in this channel right here, you can ask questions that are relevant to like what a test should look like, or what tests have we done, or and then figure out for yourself. Use your own critical thinking skill set to if it's true or not. So you
got it.
or listen to what we say. But the most important thing,
But
right, is that there's a claim on the table, right? The claim is that the Earth is a certain size. You might know that.
I don't know the
Radia, you
specifics.
want to understand where we're coming from, right? Look, every person in here that's a flat earther used to be a glober. We were all educated the same way. We all believed we lived on a globe for the majority of our existence, and for all the same reasons that were given to us. Then we went to actually verify the reasons that are given that the Earth's a globe, and found that it came up not just short, just completely missing from reality entirely.
Yep. I'll be
So
completely
that's our
honest.
position.
I'll be completely honest. I'm gonna probably just go because this isn't. I don't know much about this topic, so I don't really want to,
That's
be
fine.
like
We're not expecting
misinform
you to
you
know
guys
everything
or be
about the topic.
misinformed anything. I also change my opinions quite frequently, so that it makes it very frustrating to debate me.
But it's all right
Or
if you don't know
leave.
everything about this topic. I mean, you're not going to learn anything about this topic unless you kind of stick around somewhere like this.
I guess. Who knows? Might come back later then. But either way, I think what they did was pretty disrespectful, and I don't agree with it.
Yeah, it's fine, man. We're used to much worse. People
Yeah.
don't want to have an honest engagement over this topic because the
'Cause
consequences of it not being a globe are too great, basically, for the average person.
Because flat earther or not, you're still a human, you know?
They don't even
No,
want to
of
be
course.
seen as even entertaining this seriously by their friends because then they'd be ridiculed.
Yeah, I
It's
guess
that
that's why
bad.
I've never really looked into it.
Yeah, that's generally what stops most people. Social ridicule, being outcast, things like this.
Yeah. Well, either way, you guys have a great day. So, yeah. Enjoy your
Alright,
life.
same to you, man. Come back anytime.
Yep. Bye.
I think that guy had the realization, oh wait, my friends are completely retarded and the flat earthers are really intelligent. And he's like, I need to dip.
Yeah, 100% life forever. He has seen how unhinged his friends are and how much it's triggered him, so that'll be a good thing. At least he might ask why.
Life Forever should know he became unhinged the other day, so he's speaking from experience.
All right, all you globers, I got a deal for you. I'll offer you some curve. The learning curve. Welcome to 24/7. Enjoy your stay.
If you don't make it up the hill, you get beat with a stick by Matrix.
I'll just roll him back down the hill. They can keep trying.
Is that like Sisyphus's glober or something? Roll a glober up a hill.
It's interesting how a lot of these kids just have this blind assumption that we were never in their shoes. That we all just, I don't know, flat earthers must have been dropped on their head when they were born and they just never learned it properly. It's like, guys, seriously, we all went through the same indoctrination camps as you. I mean, education system as you. Why wouldn't we know all this crap? We know what you're going through. We know it hurts.
Well, you heard it in that kid when Seizu was just trying to get him to explain back what he's actually saying. And he's like, oh, what? You fucking didn't learn this in school, you know what I mean? It's like, no, we know it. We just want to make sure you know it. Because just because you attended school that day doesn't mean you fucking paid attention or you even understood what was being taught in the first place. So actually explain it back. You always get that attitude from young kids, man. I think just because they were in the presence of the information, they understand it. But as Caesar pointed out, oh, is it based on it going around or is it based on it lining up? What is it, Tell us. But he obviously hears that in his mind as if, oh, these fucking flat earthers don't even know, like, the basic geometry implied in an eclipse. That one object goes in front of another object, therefore blocking the view, Life Forever, do you ever get on the mic?
I do, brother, from time to time.
Cool. Just checking, man. I hadn't heard you.
Yeah, I come on here. I don't know what the heck I'm talking about, but I sure do like the conversations that go down on here. According to you guys, I'm still one of the brainwashed globe heads.
Yeah,
Well,
I can attest to that.
at least if you can see, like, the horrible behavior of Globers like that just came through, that's one step in the right direction.
Dude, that was a full blown meltdown. That was crazy.
Oh man, that's nothing, man. Some of the stuff we've heard.
Ask him if you want to see a meltdown. Just ask him if he knows that the moon is reflecting the sun's light. See what he says.
Prove it.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you to do.
I'm dumb. You're smart.
Well, it doesn't have to be that way. You can just admit that you don't know.
No, I'm just kidding. That was just a joke from Adam Sandler on Happy Gilmore when he goes, I know, I'm dumb. You're smart. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know anything about any of it. But hey, it's cool being here and listening to you guys, and I'm trying to learn. And then I try to go and like Google stuff and learn stuff about my. Oh, somebody's having some drinks, and I try to just go and look things up, and get into like all that crazy math stuff. It's just crazy. I'm on like websites I have no business being on, trying to figure all this stuff out. It's quite funny. I'm sure you guys would be laughing at me for sure.
Hey man, at least you're investigating. That's a lot more than most do. It's all we're really telling people here is look into it, But there's only so far you can go with just Googling things, eventually there'll come a point where you have to get out in the field and do your own observations and measurements. Hey, I think Mansky's looking for a friend to do some observations with. Could hit him up. Lads, you making any progress in chat with these? Right on schedule then, eh?
I love that. Now, how does the Earth measure? Huh? Oh, shit, that's good. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think it's just a kid needing attention. Seems pretty harmless.
What's going on?
Welcome, Ease. Oh no, that wasn't part of the deal. You have to at least say hello. No, you'll have to find a way.
Welcome to the new
Oi,
people that just dropped
tem alguém,
in.
tem alguém escutando aí? Todo Brasil. Hello, my friend.
Hi, how's it going?
No, no speak English.
No speak English. Better practice
No,
English.
no, tô tentando aprender.
I only speak Australian and heavy industry, my friend.
Sou do Brasil.
No, not from
Brasil,
Brazil.
Brasil, Rio de Janeiro.
So you should practice your English. That's what you are here for.
No, no speak English.
You're learning English.
Trying to learn English. I'm trying to learn English. I'm trying to learn English.
You're trying to learn English.
I'm trying to learn English. I'm trying to learn English. I'm trying to learn English. I'm trying to learn English. I'm trying to learn English. I'm trying to learn English. I'm trying to learn English. I'm trying to learn English.
I'm trying install English.
You're trying
Yeah.
to learn English.
Yeah.
There's one thing. Yeah, there's one thing for sure. I do.
Yeah, you need to go to the beginner channels if you want to learn basic English. This is for intermediate English, not beginner.
I can't understand.
I can't understand.
What do you speak Spanish?
If any of the mods are on a phone, just hit move and send him to a beginner channel. For some reason on PC we can
Hey,
only
you
send
speak
people.
Spanish?
Sí, necesitas aprender el idioma de inglés en otro canal. Este canal no es para hablar en español, es para hablar en inglés.
Well, that's much better than what my broken Spanish was going to be. Dice, tú no aprender inglés aquí.
Otros canales es para aprender inglés y este canal es para los que ya saben más de inglés.
What's
I
basic
don't know
in
what you
Spanish?
said, but he left.
No, just that's good. Yeah, he understood.
Oh.
What'd you say?
This channel's like the final boss of the English hub.
Bro, it's a final boss for every hub.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. It feels a bit bad though, you know, teaching them the Earth's flat before you teach them English.
Let's put it this way, man. This is what the school system should have done. It shouldn't be regulated to people online like what we're doing. But
Yeah,
I mean, it is what it is,
true.
right?
They should already know. Yep. Yeah, as much as we rag on the schooling system, and it is in a tragic state for sure, most kids, admittedly, don't even pay attention to what they could learn while they're in school. Like, in amongst all the garbage, there is still a few valuable things they could learn, and they don't even learn them things.
I think the education is like it's useful. I don't ever say that they're just all indoctrinated by just information that's not. That's just a oversimplification of like the specifics that we talk about in here. So what we do want to say is that what they're telling them about the earth is something that they're just telling them and not showing them. In other things like math and reading and writing and stuff, they're actually showing them and demonstrating things of how to learn that skill. So there are things that are applicable to their, education and higher learning. But when it comes to specifically the nature of our Earth, that's where they fall apart. It's not critical thinking; it's obedience that they teach.
Yeah. Sit down and shut up, doctrine.
I went through the public high school system in the United States, and they never taught anything about the globe or astronomy. Stuff I learned
You
later.
never had Earth science?
Didn't
they tell you what the
not
planets
really.
were?
No, I don't remember having an astronomy class.
Wait a minute, you went to
Yeah.
church school though, right, Matthew?
I learned that at fucking primary school.
No, I went to public school.
You didn't go to church school? Okay.
We learn about the planets in primary school. We did it for a topic. Understanding the name of the planets. We also had Holst the famous, I think, Austrian composer. He composed the planets, different piece of music for every planet. We listened to that. This was at primary school. I was 8.
Yeah, it's about the same age for me, Jedi.
Yeah. Most people know this, Matthew. What are you doing?
Yeah, but
I'm just saying that the stuff we learned that I learned in grade school and high school was pretty basic. I mean, yeah, I learned the name of the planets, but they didn't talk about orbits. They didn't talk about time zones. They didn't talk about any of the deeper stuff.
Oh, well, why? If they talk about the deeper stuff at like primary school and like high school.
They didn't
Would you
really
ask
go
why
into it
do
with
they?
us at primary school. It really was just that meme of the solar system and naming all the planets and their positions, and that was about it.
Yeah, me too. That's what I'm saying. It was pretty basic.
I remember standing
And then
out in the playground
high school was
and
very sparse regarding it. You know, I mean, you've got physics and whatnot, but you're learning the principles on their own and not how they're directly tied to other things and implications of whatnot. Yada yada. That was my experience.
I always learn about it in bite-sized chunks, right? Same with the feudal system. We learned a lot about that in the UK. Dinosaurs, we did that for a topic. The Normans, the Romans. We learnt about these little individual snippets of history and so on in little individual topics. No real expansion on anything, really. You just get told, don't you? I remember standing out in the
Yeah, all
playground
in
in the school
primary school.
field trying to emulate the orbital patterns of things around the sun. That is about it. But we definitely got told about it.
Matthew was
I
talking
actually
about
read
high
an
school.
astronomy book fairly recently, like 2 or 3 years ago, just because I wanted to learn more about it.
Makes sense, though. Makes total sense. You know?
Yeah, and actually, the
Like,
one interesting thing I learned is that they can actually measure how fast stars are rotating.
Did I tell you whether you'd feel it or not?
Whether you'd feel it? No, I
Yeah.
mean, I'm talking about stars in the sky, if they're rotating or
Yeah.
not.
Yeah. So if you were on these rotating bodies, do they tell you if you'd feel the motion? They tell you about the rotation of exoplanets as well. I was just wondering if one of these rotating bodies, if we went to it, we could stand on it and absorb and feel and experience the motion of that thing we were standing on. Because we've got loads of different speeds now of things rotating on an axis.
I don't think that anybody's ever claimed to know how fast an exo is rotating. It's
All right, give me
from the
2
sun, you
minutes.
can see how
I'll go find you loads of
how
videos about this, dude.
Yeah, that's been claimed a lot, Matthew.
No, you're talking about how fast it
So,
revolves around a star. I'm talking about rotating on its axis. I don't think they know
No,
how
I'm
fast
talking
you're
about
rotating
rotating
on
on
the
its
axis.
axis as well, very specifically.
Okay.
I got a question for you, Matthew. At what
Yeah.
point in your life, growing up, did you decide how things should taste to you?
How things should taste? I don't think I ever did.
Right,
It's
they
just
just
it
taste
just
the way
is
they
natural.
taste.
Exactly.
Exactly. So you put something in your mouth, your mind reacts to it in a certain way. It gets triggers from the thing itself, but then your mind reacts in a certain way, right? Pre-programmed already in you. Nobody taught you that. It's just part of who you are, right?
Yeah, it's one of our
Likewise,
natural senses.
likewise, if you give a child tokens, verbally utterance, the language system which already exists in them will start to place those tokens in appropriate categories, and eventually, they'll form a language. Nobody actually teaches a child language; they just teach them the token representations, right? Language itself is
Right.
already inherent in the child. Likewise, the concept of a dad and a mom, the instinctual response is already in the child as well. You just need to identify which individual is that role. Likewise, your worldview, right, when it comes to where you are, where you live, is also part of your psychological developmental stages. And all you have to do is just give the kid what it is, and it'll be adapted into their psyche, just like their mom and dad, just like their native tongue, all of those things. So they don't really need to go into too in depth. They're just relying on the fact that the child is going to adopt that and imprint it into their psyche as this is where I live. And now it becomes part of who they are.
Yeah, it's a
Now,
good question. I
interestingly
don't know
enough,
what kind.
brother, go ahead.
Yeah, no, this you're bringing up an interesting point, which is what kinds of things are inherent in a child's mind before they learn language, and what kind of things are taught. I definitely agree with you that some of the things are inherent, but I think it's difficult to know which things are there no matter what, and which things have to be taught. But it is an interesting question.
It's well known in psychological circles that things like your familial tribal structure, safety, language, mother, father, all these different archetypes, and one of those is where I live, like my home. That's one of them. And so if you
Yeah,
can
maybe
introduce
on
the
a smaller
globe
scale,
in
right?
during that stage, my point is if you can introduce the globe during that stage, the kid doesn't know whether it's true or not. They just know that it was attached to the category of this is your home, and then their psyche takes over. So, for example, I told you earlier, like you didn't decide what tastes good and what doesn't taste good. So, interestingly enough, there's this real scandal out there called the antifreeze scandal, and apparently, antifreeze tastes like Kool-Aid. It's indistinguishable to a child, and the child will drink it because it's delicious. Now,
That's a
there
little
was this
disturbing.
family in this law firm which went up against big business and said, "Hey, you can add a bitter agent to the antifreeze, which doesn't affect the structure and function of the antifreeze, and only costs pennies per like thousands of gallons." And they said, "No, we're not going to do it." Now, the point of that story is that the child has no way of discerning simply from the flavor whether this is a poison or a drink, much like the globe. They have no way of understanding whether this is a poison or whether this is a drink. You follow?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a poison though. I'd just say incorrect information if they get it wrong. I mean, if you drink antifreeze, it's bad for your life.
Oh, no, you don't understand,
You
dude.
die.
It's so they're giving it at the time of a child when it's being imprinted on their identity. Permanently attaching itself to their ego identity. Yes, that's a poison, my friend.
I guess you could call it a mental poison if you get it wrong, but I'm saying it's not going to physically harm them.
No, it is going to physically harm them because they're going to make decisions based on that worldview, which may or may not physically harm them. But see, the point is that if something is probabilistically poison, you still want to make sure that you add the bitter agent to it for the sake of the children. So, in other words, they're not telling the kids this is an idea, this is a model, this is what people think, this is the best explanation, yada. No, they're telling the children this is literally the reality you live in, verbatim facts on God from Christ Himself. That's what they're telling these kids. Okay? And that's not the
I don't
truth of the
remember
matter,
them
is it?
being that I'm not sure I remember them being that dogmatic about it, but I'm just saying that
Have
if you
to.
drink
They don't have to, Matthew. They simply tell you this is where you live. This is
right.
IS law of identity where you live. So they're
Right.
claiming it's a first order truth.
There you go. I have no
And
problem
it
with that.
isn't.
I'm glad they do that.
Yeah, see, that's so now we figured it out. You don't have a problem with people telling children facts so called that aren't actually facts. When they should tell them,
Yeah, I do.
right, is that nobody's ever seen any of this crap, and we're just inferring it from models and interpretations and best explanations, and we don't actually really know the absolute reality of this alleged fact. For example, if you tell the child, hey, this is your house, this is as far as you can go, that's the road, don't go into the road, the cars will run you over. All those are absolute facts, something the child should know. But then you tell them about these distant worlds, which no one's ever been to, and all this other mumbo jumbo fantasy as if it is a fact congruent with this is your house, this is outside, this is inside, this is the road. Don't go into the road. I mean, get real, dude. You don't see the difference?
So where would you place the limit on what we teach children versus what we shouldn't?
Hey, listen, if any parent wants to teach their child that, that's one thing. But it's not simply that the parents are teaching their child. It's that there's this co-opted system of coercion to indoctrinate the children with the statist religion.
So, which types of things do you think we should and shouldn't teach kids in public school? Like water is H2O. George Washington was the first president of the United States. You know, the
I
pilgrims
mean, think
had
about it.
Thanksgiving
George
turkey.
Washington
That's not even true,
being
man.
Go
You remember
ahead, bro.
the quarters?
Wh-
There was 10 presidents
Which
before George Washington.
say that again? Who was president
Don't you
before?
remember the quarters they issued? The presidents before George Washington?
Oh, got it.
Yeah, remember?
He's
There
the
was other
first president under
presidents.
the
Yeah.
Constitution. We just sort of write off the Articles of Confederation until you get to high school social studies. Yes.
I'm English. I even know that.
Well, I mean, they also teach that the Civil War was over fucking slavery, which is absolute bullshit.
What
Yeah.
was it over?
Federalism.
Right. But federalism, why?
Well, because the federal government was basically taking over states' rights
States' rights to do what?
to do whatever they wanted within their border.
No,
States'
just
rights to
whatever.
do what?
There's a
but you guys are
specific.
hold on a minute. You're drifting away from the point that AI was making. It was a very valid point.
Okay, sorry.
You know, like if you realize that AI was bringing you to the notion that things are being told to the children, and there's no way to validate whether or not based on an identity, like of where they are. Just like he said, just like your house. That's your house right there. That is the street you live on. Don't go into the street because you might get run over by a car. All these things are true. And they also add into that the idea that the earth is a globe. How does that compare to things that should be told to children? Shouldn't that wait till later where their minds are ready to critically think about that subject or not? The answer is no. They're told at a very young age. They're not given the chance to think about it.
They're actually taught about deep time and evolutionary propaganda too. Dinosaurs in the cosmos. Dinosaurs in the cosmos are the two quote unquote facts that most children know before they can even spell their freaking name.
Yeah, they start off teaching the kids ABCs and creation story. Think about that for a second. Why are the schools teaching creation stories? Bueller.
I don't know if that got the cat got Matthew's tongue right now or not, or if he's just formulating a response right now.
Well, check it out. They don't see, here's the problem. They don't teach the kid that it's a model, that it's an idea, that it's a concept, that it's a theory, that it's our best guess, et cetera, et cetera. They don't teach the kid those facts about the concept. They teach the kids this is 100,000% the truth of the reality you live in. Okay? In my opinion, that's a crime.
And
They're literally
if you don't
lying to the
accept it,
children.
you're a dumb fuck on top of it.
What if
I
we
agree
teach
with
the
that.
kids? What if we teach the kids there was a civil war, even though nobody living remembers it? Is that okay?
No, this is not that though.
Oh,
Okay, so
Matt.
hold on, Matthew.
Come on.
You're trying to talk about something that they're standing on right now, not something back in the time where they couldn't verify. We're talking about something that they're on right now. This Earth that they're on, they're saying this is a globe in the vacuum of space.
Right,
Yeah,
because
it's
it
not.
is.
Yeah, but it's not a historical fact, so
You
it's
have
not
admitted
analogous.
you can't prove that. You've admitted it.
Yeah, I can't prove it, but it's the best explanation, so I think I'll
Okay,
go with that.
so why are we teaching our kids what you subjectively believe is the best explanation?
Because what else are we going to teach?
Because everybody. So what else? Why are you asking me a question, Matt?
No, hold on, brother. Hold on, Indio. You messed up. So rather than retort him with, why are we teaching kids what you believe is the best explanation? Because that would mean that they're teaching kids it's a best explanation. But that's not what's occurring. They're not teaching kids it's an explanation that may or may not be the best. They're teaching kids it is a bona fide 1000% fact.
Right. But it's the same thing
If
with
they
water
were
being
teaching
H2O,
the
right?
kids, right, if they were teaching the kids something like this is the best explanation, this is the best guess, and these are the different worldviews that people believe in. But again, if that was the case, there'd be no need to teach it to kids at such a young age. See, this is why the intentions are belied. Because we know that if they actually had to teach it correctly, they would have to wait till the kids had a cognitive order function that was capable of understanding the differences between explanations and realities. But they
Well,
don't do that. They intentionally do it to the children while they're emotionally, psychologically, and learning category vulnerable to implant this in the kid's idea as if it is a 100% bona fide truth. That's the crime there, buddy.
Agreed.
I
Okay,
wouldn't say
so
it's a
Well,
crime
I
though,
can see
because
what you're saying. Like
hold
some
on.
stuff should be wait. You should wait to teach kids, maybe, like especially things like evolution,
So
controversial stuff like
will
that.
you admit that as far as everybody in this chat, nobody here has seen the Earth as a globe, right?
Yeah, of course.
Nobody has it from their memory, right?
Right.
So it's an abstraction. It's known
Yeah.
in the education circles that kids can't abstract at that age. You can't teach them abstractions. Only the most basic, right? Numbers, letters. But you can't teach them abstractions like geometric abstractions, like Earth is a ball, what that means. It's too early to be teaching them that type of shit. It's not even appropriate.
Yeah, I can see wisdom in waiting to talk about that till later. But it's just a
But I mean,
matter of like what things can you teach when. That's a good
Josh is like,
question.
no, teach them it at the birth. Like fucking have globe fucking catcher's mitts when they come out of the womb.
no. I'm just saying
They do,
from the
though.
perspective of the public school, the public school is run by the state, and the state is the one making the assertion that the Earth is a globe, right?
Are they? Where'd they
And you're
write that
saying
down?
what? I'm saying,
I don't think
if
any
you're gonna,
government's taken an official position.
okay, so NASA's not a government agency now.
They
It's not
are,
a
but I don't
publicly
think they
funded
got. But
institution.
that's just listen. An official position
Okay,
of the government would be like some edict, um,
that
issued by the
created a
Secretary
space
of State.
agency.
No, you'd be able to go to the Secretary of State's office and get like, what is the official position of the United States, and they would tell you.
What's the official language of the United States? English. That's written in paper, dude.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, there's an
But I'm
official
just saying.
bird, right?
Okay,
Eagle.
okay. I'm
Okay,
just saying
so you know what I'm
it's a
saying? There is no
state
official
funded, right?
position.
I'm just saying that the state is the one doing the space exploration, doing the ISS, doing the astronauts in space. Like they're federal employees that have that firsthand knowledge that make the objective claim that they've seen the Earth as a globe
Yeah, bro.
with their own
All 600
senses.
of them,
Right.
or all
We all
32
know
of them,
this,
or
bro.
27, whatever the number is.
Like Josh, who invented kindergarten and the whole idea of daycare so women could be at work and then they would teach your children pre-K and K while they're at daycare? Who invented that?
Welcome to capitalism, motherfucker.
No, I asked you who invented it.
I have absolutely no clue, but the only reason
I'll
it
tell
exists
you the
is to.
answer. I'll tell you the
Okay.
answer. I'll tell you the answer. It was during the
Okay.
Nazi regime in Germany. And what they would do is they would convince the women to go to work, and then they need their kids to be somewhere. And so they said, oh, no worries, we'll have your kids in daycare. And then they had SS officers, were the daycare workers, and they would indoctrinate the children with statist propaganda, even against their own parents.
Okay.
Josh don't mind as long as they indoctrinate them as a globe, then it's okay.
Well, also, Josh, Amazon Leo is a stupid name. I rest my case.
It's a great name. It'll grow on you.
Was that the big reveal?
Yeah.
I'm so excited. Yeah, it's Leo. We're all purple now.
Let me tell you why it's a stupid name, bro. Because a lot of people appeal to these alleged satellites as being proof of outer space. But then in the very name, you prove that they're just at high altitude, quote unquote low Earth orbit, right? Which is not really outer space at all. It's just, again, nowhere where you can validate whether there is an outer space beyond or whether the Earth is a globe. So basically, you
That's
did
news to
the
me.
flat Earth a favor by putting the name in there that it's all just a bunch of charade.
I mean, technically, all orbits are just very high altitudes. I don't understand where you think outer space starts and begins, or starts and ends, but my understanding is, above 100 kilometers is, the legal definition, and anything above
Listen, my
that
definition.
It's not outer space. It's just space.
Yeah, my
Outer space.
definition is where a
Okay,
human
that's news
being.
to me.
Well, here's my definition, Josh. I'll help you out. My definition is when a human being can turn around and, in their own mind's eye, through their eyes from light acquired directly from the natural world, perceive the entire form of the Earth. Okay? If you're not that far away, you're just still local to the local Earth, and your opinion of whether the Earth is a globe or flat is irrelevant. There, that's my definition.
That's strange.
Why is that strange?
Oh, because it's putting humans there. Like, we don't have to go there for it to be space.
No,
But
dude.
I appreciate
I
you
follow the
trying to
Neil
articulate it.
deGrasse. Listen, I follow the Neil deGrasse Tyson definition, which is
Your girlfriend must love her vibrator.
yeah, you're promised this idea of outer space as if it's like other world, aliens, being a courier and a space pirate, and you have to fight against the Klingonians, and you do your phaser blasters and all this nonsense. When really nobody's ever experienced any of that crap. The only people who've allegedly been away from the Earth are the Apollo astronauts. All the people who went up to the ISS, I mean, they're basically just flying around. But they haven't left the Earth in any significant manner to say, oh, I'm in outer space. It's all a joke, dude. It's a big fantasy.
Oh, man.
Even if
Man,
the Earth is a globe, the idea that mankind has been to quote unquote outer space is still a joke. It's all a joke, bro. It's fantasy.
Yeah, this is Gemini program erasure. Damn.
You don't want to bring up Gemini, dude. You don't. We got the video, bro. We got
I'm
the
just
stop
saying,
motion
altitudes.
bullshit.
Stop motion, yes.
What do you want me to play the video?
All right,
Either
sure,
stop
go ahead,
motion
man.
or the Earth is like spinning out of control, dude. You got to pick one.
Yeah, starts spinning in a different direction. It's so blatantly not real.
Yeah, man.
That happens naturally, guys. If you didn't know.
Yeah, I could prove it. NASA actually hired me on Fiverr to do PR for this event. And what I came up with is like, when you're watching this fancy car and the rims appear to be rotating backwards, but they're rotating forwards, it's all an optical illusion.
I mean, you can
That's
say
what
that
it is.
space starts at wherever you want it to start, right? 100 kilometers, whatever. But that altitude doesn't answer the question about whether the Earth is a ball or whether space exists, because you might call it space by playing dictionary games, but that's not the space we're talking about. We're talking about the one AI is talking about. The ISS does
I'm
not go
excited
high
to see
enough
the
to be
propulsion
considered away
system.
from the Earth. It sees
I'm
3% of the surface of the Earth. If they could see the entire circle of their horizon, which they can't, they can only see a small pizza slice of it, right? So what are they seeing? 1/10 of 1%?
But if you go look at my uncut rocket footage, I get it's Planet Florida. Like what are we doing here? Like,
How high the rocket go? It's easy to calculate the horizon distance and how much surface area they would see.
oh
It's
yeah,
easy to
oh
do
yeah,
these calculations, Josh.
I
They're
agree.
not hard. What would you consider seeing the Earth from space?
What do you mean? Like, what altitude?
What
I have no
altitude?
clue. I have no clue. I really don't give a shit.
We know you don't give a shit, dude. Anything that looks cool to you is what flies.
So how do you not know if you were an engineer that worked for the? Never mind. Oh, never mind.
Because I build satellites. I don't do human space flight. I don't
Yeah,
give
but
a
how
shit
would you
about
not?
people
do
up
they
there.
have
How would
to
you
go
not?
then?
How would you not
How do
know
they
this
have to go?
information though?
Because I don't deal with optics. I deal with objects that are going in circles around the surface of the Earth that we're getting radio signals down from. Like, I'm not going to claim to focus on something I haven't focused on.
Say back what you just said to yourself and see how that proves gold. I
But the
deal with
motion,
things
the
that do
motion,
circles around the surface of the Earth that send me back radio signals.
yeah, yeah, but they do motion in exactly the way that's predicted under a globe model, and I, am read in on every
That is
single
not true.
subsystem. That's
You're just
what the
making that
fuck.
up, Josh.
That's not true. What? Oh, no, it is true. That's my firsthand experience. That's the whole reason I believe the Earth is a globe.
The globe model, the kinematic equation of
Yes.
Keplerian orbital elements.
Yes.
Yeah. So what's the Earth a point?
No, it's called J2, J5, and J8 effects. Dude, I'm not a fucking kindergartner when it comes to orbital mechanics.
Okay, yeah, we know that. So where is Earth in your orbital mechanics?
Where is Earth? It's a not a point mass. It's a distributed mass under the satellite, who as a function of altitude, the center of
How do you
mass is
calculate
not
the
actually in the center of this oblate spheroid.
How do you calculate the vectors?
How do you calculate the vectors? Because the
Oh, you're
acceleration
not
vector,
calculating vectors. You're just doing the time and the period and
that's
that
not
garbage.
true.
And you're just
No,
assuming that there's some ball underneath it when you can just assume it from a central point, right?
no, you can't assume it from a central point because of the J2, J5, and J8 effects, the harmonics that come from the fact that it's not a point mass. So you actually are able to figure out, the exact,
What are
shape of the
J2?
Earth.
What are these effects exactly?
It's the J2 is the first harmonic of the fact that the Earth is thicker around the equator than it is around the poles.
What
You
does
know, the
that
oblate
mean?
spheroid.
Hold on. What does that mean, first harmonic? That doesn't sound like a physical quantity to me.
First harmonic. I'm saying what?
That's not
First
a physical.
harmonic? Yes, it
There's a
is.
har-
Have you
there's a
have you done a tuning fork before,
Yeah,
or
but the
any
Earth isn't
sort
a
of
tuning fork. The Earth isn't a wave. It's not a sound wave. So it's not a light wave. So a harmonic is
no?
a model that is not a physical representation of the Earth as a geometric
Oh
form.
Lord, no! It's the first
Okay,
harmonic
so
is in
this
it's
is the
the Taylor
matter. You
series. It's
just
a
admitted, you
Taylor
just
expression.
confessed that I was right.
No,
That you're actually
no.
not modeling a geometric form of the Earth and
Oh
how far a
Jesus
satellite
Christ!
is
No,
away
not
from it.
true at all. Sorry. No. Sorry. No.
Is the harmonic a physical thing in what you're talking about,
Yes.
or is it just a
It's
deflection of the orbit?
it's
Where's
if
the
it's a
where's the
Taylor series.
observation of the physical thing?
The observation is in the delta of the velocity vector. You're going in one direction
What's
at
that?
time one, and then you're going in a slightly different direction at time two. And
Is that
the
That's you
independent of the
vector
talking
ball that's
about going
underneath
in
of
two
it?
different directions.
Hold
A
on.
physical
I
thing
want to get to
versus
this
a
point
observation.
because
Lord.
Josh is trying to bamboozle people and it's pissing me off.
Huff and paint in here,
Josh, you're
Jesus.
trying to bamboozle people. It ain't gonna work, dude.
No.
Okay, you
What?
just revealed. You listen. You can do
Jesus
that
Christ.
calculation independent of it being over a ball or not.
No, you can't.
Oh, really?
Yes, you
Why
can
not?
because it's a concept, dude.
You just said it.
That's
You
not
said it's
true.
a change in the velocity vector that you're calculating, right? You're not using the Earth to find that velocity vector.
Yes, you are.
No,
Okay,
you're not.
where is the
You can
physical
say
thing
that,
that you're
Josh.
using on Earth
I
that
don't
you're
know why
doing
you're
that?
fucking in here lying, dude.
I'm not lying. You're the one who's pulling the wool over the folks' eyes in here. Like
Okay, yeah.
it's you're getting pushed a little bit and you're freaking out.
No, I'm not freaking out, Josh. I know you're full of shit. Okay?
Yes,
A
yeah, I'm full
harmonic,
of
which
shit.
you already admitted, is not the surface
Is
of the Earth, right? It's
is
a
the harmonic? It's
variation
a
in the
Taylor.
it's a
Yeah.
harmonic of an orbital period, which you can plot as a
No,
sine wave,
that's
right?
not true. It is a parameter of the surface of the Earth. It's the
He's
first.
bullshitting.
It's the first term within the Taylor series that on one end, if you just have a sphere, and on the other end you have the exact actual shape of the Earth. It's called a harmonic because what you're basically doing is going from a simple circle to the exact shape of the Earth. It's called a Fourier series or a Taylor series, depending
Yeah.
on
Okay.
what you're using.
What you're doing is you're taking a circle, cutting it in half, and transforming it into a sine wave, right?
Yes,
Yeah. Okay. So you're doing that's not the Earth.
that is the Earth.
And it also wouldn't be the Earth anyway because you're trying to model gravity. You're trying to model after a phenomenon, not the physical surface of the Earth, because they are actually
The
differentiated.
physical surface of the Earth is what causes the gravity.
The surface.
The distribution of the mass under the satellite is what causes the direction of the
Okay.
net acceleration vector.
In that shape as a potato, bro.
It is. It is a lumpy fucking potato.
Okay, so you're not modeling the physical surface of the Earth. The shape of gravity would be a lumpy potato.
Yes, because it's 1-to-1 mass to gravity. You can refute that if you'd like, but that is the understanding that we base our work off of.
We don't have to refute it
Okay.
because you haven't even demonstrated it to be physical yet.
He's just lying his ass off, Josh.
Yeah, I'm
I don't
lying
know
my
why you're
ass
doing
off.
this, dude. No,
Oh,
I
it's
don't know
all
why you're
good.
doing this.
Oh, good. I'll be back to
Because you
live
just
tomorrow.
admitted it's a kinematic equation. You're not finding masses in the first place. You're not using GM1M2 R squared in the first place.
Yeah, you put your
They just
hand on the
happen.
stove, it's hot. You burn yourself, therefore the stove is hot. Did I measure the temperature of the stove? No, but I know it's hot.
Yeah.
Hey,
Now
I
you can
got to bounce. Love it.
Now you're done talking about stoves.
Yeah, because none of that equates to what you're saying. He asked you for a physical observation of what you're talking about, and you're talking about a mathematical equation. And then you're trying to say that it's physical. But you haven't even talked about the physical thing that you actually measuring yet.
You can take any cyclical time series, such as an orbit, and plot it as a wave, and then the distortion, which he says is in the orbit, would be a distortion of the wave, 3 harmonics, as he's saying. But that tells you nothing about the surface of the Earth. It tells you something about the relationship of some point in space to the position of a spacecraft. It's independent of anything underneath it because the thing that supposedly gives it its period and creates this harmonic is a phenomenon. It's not even the Earth. Because the Earth has different densities, so you can't assume that that it's even. You don't know the densities are unknown. So a given height can also be interpreted as so hey, and I'm close to the surface of the Earth because the Earth has a bulge. Could also be interpreted as I'm at a lower surface and there's just more mass underneath me.
Which is both begging the
Did he
question in this
leave?
first instance. Yeah, he left.
Holy shit.
Both of it is begging the
I'm
question in the
spiking the
first
football right
instance. You
here. I'm
have
doing
to-
the grok spike.
Yeah, but you have to assume that the Earth is a globe in the first instance because he's basically saying that it have to match up with the equation, or else it doesn't work. So that's basically what he's saying. So he needs the Earth to be a globe in this first instance in order for him to have his orbits for that equation to begin with.
Yeah, but that would assume that he's using an Earth for his orbits, which he's not, which was I was trying to point out. Their orbital calculations don't use any Earth at all. And they don't want to admit this. In astronomy or any of these models that they use, there's no globe in the calculations. They just assume globe is just a point at the origin of coordinates. They're not actually modeling it like a 3D-dimensional sphere anywhere.
It's been about 25 years since I've done anything with satellites last, but I know two things, or I should say not know. I remember two things. One is, as you alluded to earlier, that they base it on a sine wave. And second, without the daily Keplerian elements broadcast, you have no idea where the satellite actually is. Even if you follow the prediction that within like 12 hours, I think the Keplerian elements, they were historically published, I think, 4 times a day, and the satellite could be off drastically within 24 hours. And so now I'm sure that it's a lot more up to the minute, obviously. But my question comes down to is, I know that when I've flown commercial airlines and asked the pilots, hey, are we flying this way or that way? They typically don't know because they're just following the airways. And so I think it's a little disingenuous for him to tell us that what he knows when, in fact, They're just modeling on a sine wave, and the prediction bunk anyway. And I notice every time that we start to push him down the path to get more specific and more specific, he seems to McToons out of here. Am I wrong on any of that?
This is a thing Shane has talked about, Shane St. Pierre. Alan has talked about, I've talked about, Yoder has talked about, is that they have a kinematic model, which is basically basically modeling a cycle, and saying that that cycle is actually physical, gravity, Earth is a ball, all these things, and it's not. This is. I was bringing this up yesterday to somebody else about the fucking predicting the sun. It's like this is stolen valor. That there's a model out there, and then the Globers are just saying, that's our model. That's a globe model, when there's no globe in any of that shit.
Yeah, 100%.
Let's just start claiming it for ours, dude. We'll just say the same thing.
And I'm pretty sure that the first time I came around the AE projection was in the late 90s when they were showing the different ways of how satellites move. Over a Mercator map projection, they were showing a sine wave. Over a Baltard, they were showing it looking like it was going almost from pole to pole, but not actually going to the pole. And then on the AE projection, they were showing it somewhat like a spirograph kind of circle, like not quite a full circle, but they were so it looked like you had the little spirograph toy drawing a circle between the North Pole and the quote unquote outer edge of the AE projection.
Yeah, I've seen the spirograph. That's how epicycles are projected too. They're a bunch of spirals. And they're
Yeah.
equally valid because those are also a kinematic model. See, there was kind of like this like sleight of hand, right? The sleight of hand was they used the Ptolemaic model to predict the orbits. Not really orbits. I mean, you could call them orbits. The epicycles, which look like, when projected in the Earth at the center, they'd look like spirals going around the Earth and each other. But then they came up with Kepler's model, and they claimed that Kepler's model was a dynamic model using forces, but it's actually not. You can model it as a model with forces with using an equivalence of the inverse square law and saying F equals ma, but it creates an elliptical orbit, but you actually can't model it past a certain point. That's why you end up with the three-body problem and such. But they don't use that. They don't use the Newtonian gravity dynamic model because it doesn't actually work. So they have to use Keplerian orbits and basically turn the ellipse into sine wave and use Fourier transformations in order to get small perturbations of this sine wave, right? And make them so small, because I don't know if you guys know, any fucking waveform can be subdivided into a nearly infinite amount of smaller waveforms, and you could say, hey, if we decompose this waveform, we'll see one fucked up one inside of it, and all we need to do is mess with that to quantify the perturbation, and then we can recompose it and then get what the orbit would actually be. So when he says harmonic, it's probably when he said J2 harmonic, it probably meant
Well, what I
The,
think
a,
he's
a half
meaning
period,
there is you're just
the period of the orbit divided by 2, decomposed. And that might sound like a bunch of mathematical gibberish, but my point is that none of this is actually physical. It's just like, hey, we can apply these mathematical methods to determining cycles, even cycles which aren't perfect, right? We can figure out, hey, this cycle is nearly perfect, right? So say a clock that goes out of time, every day, it goes out of time a little bit. We can apply mathematics to figure out, to quantify how much it goes out of time, right? And make predictions about into the future about how out of time it goes. And that's basically what they're doing, is making predictions about how out of time this period of an orbit is. But they are trying to give you, and Josh was just trying to do it, they're trying to give you the impression that they're using an Earth, that they're using the gravity of Earth, and they're using this pull of gravity to figure out how the satellite orbits the Earth. That is not what they're doing. They aren't doing anything even close to that. But he's trying to bamboozle people and give people the impression that that's the case. That's why I was getting irritated, because he knows that he's lying. He knows he's lying. 100% knows that he's lying and misrepresenting what they're doing mathematically.
so the J2 harmonic doesn't mean like it's the second harmonic or first harmonic or whatever. Like, for instance, in a radio transmission, if you transmit on 100 megahertz, your first harmonic would be 50 megahertz and 200 megahertz. And then your second one would be 400 megahertz and 25 megahertz. So, but J2 just a abstract name for the concept. So, what I think that they're doing with the J2 harmonic, more or less, is just subtly shifting the sine wave to something that's not quite exactly a sine wave.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I'm looking at the equation right now. It says nodal precession. And that
yeah,
means taking the peak of the sine wave and moving it in a direction.
exactly. And so they're just kind of begging and borrowing the word harmonic as a term of art or jargon, but it doesn't really fit in what he's doing in the pure sense of the word harmonic.
Yeah, I mean, but that's not even important. The important thing is that he's trying to bamboozle people, is that they're using some sort of physics model, right? Gravity, the mass of the Earth, the mass of the satellite, the distance between them, and that they're calculating based upon these forces. And that you should believe all this shit is for real, because we're using these physics, and these physics are perfect and show us exactly where it is. See,
Yeah, we've got all
this
this
is a
stuff
sleight of
figured in
hand
the.
because they're not using physics.
See, we've
I
got
mean,
all
they
this stuff
are
figured
kind
in the.
of. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, we've got all this stuff figured in the formulas. You don't really got to worry about it. The gravity and the mass of the Earth and the size of the Earth. Here's just one of our shortcuts for it. It's all factored in there. When, like you saying, really, reality not, but they've just been kind of droning along. Okay, it's all figured in. That's why we use this number and that number as a constant, because it's all figured in there, and off to the races we go, when it's just pull the curtain back and like on the Wizard of Oz, there was a little man behind it, but in this case, there is no man behind the curtain.
Well, yeah, I mean, think about this. I think about how ridiculous if you just think logically. Say you have a spacecraft doing an orbit, and it passes this place where he says where they have to change the J2 because of the bulge, and it passes over the ocean. And then another time, it passes over mountains that are on the equator, which are in Ecuador. Right? You're going to have a totally different mass under the spacecraft, right? Water, right? Not just the water's at sea level, but the fact that water is not as dense as fucking rock, right? So there's no way you're going to have as much gravitational pull over the ocean equator, regardless of its elevation, than over the
Correct.
fucking mountains of Ecuador.
Right. So, in other words, the quote unquote harmonic synergy is based on an idealized model, not on the actual form and mass distribution of the Earth at all.
Exactly.
So it's kind of like when they say, so the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge. They say the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge had to be 1 5/8 inches out to account for the curve of the Earth. Well, nobody ever measured that. That's just the idealized form of the curvature of the Earth applied in a mathematical construct to what the bridges would be if they were perfectly plumb and level and engineered to perfection, and the curve of the Earth was a perfect form. So I know they're full of shit right there. I don't even have to investigate any further.
When in reality, you're always going to make a bridge a little off because it helps pull towards the away from the middle of the bridge. It pulls to the edges. It adds a little extra tension. So they just claim that that's due to curvature of the Earth when it has nothing to do with it at all.
You can't make a rigid bridge because frickin' thermal expansion and compression. That'll be the end of the line, dude. The fucking your bridge ain't gonna last very long. Especially
What do you
because
mean?
road top surfaces are also colder or hotter than the undersurface.
Hold on. There are
100%.
bridges that have lasted for 100 years.
And they're not rigid.
Mm, they
Hold on,
were
Mano.
rigid.
Mano, don't be jumping in at this point. If you want to have a discussion, let's start from the
Yeah,
start.
bridges ain't the topic anyway.
Mano, what brings you to the flat Earth chat?
I just want to understand the psychology behind the person who chooses to believe the Earth is not flat, even though they have been
Okay,
proved
well we can
again and again.
explain it to you, but it's not an issue of psychology. It's an issue of
Yeah, that's
geometry.
okay. No,
No,
it's
no,
not the
no.
issue of geometry
Yeah, it's
because it's
geometry. It's geometry, right?
how?
Because the Earth's surface has no curvature, so it can't be a ball. So that's a geometric issue, not a psychological, sociological one. You
Okay,
understand?
hold on. You're saying Earth's surface is not round. That's why it
Yeah,
cannot
it
be.
doesn't curve in order to be a
Okay,
ball.
and your proof that the Earth's surface doesn't curve is because you can run a mile straight and it's still straight. That's why.
Well, it's because no curvature has ever been measured or detected.
Yes, it has.
Okay, who measured it?
Oh, hold on. Where's Google? 1 second.
See, he's off to the races, boys.
I'm not up to the races. I just.
This is it. You're now
I
a
mean,
flat earther. Now you realize that you need to go and find out who measured the curve. You will inevitably find out that no one has.
that just sounds really stupid. Like, how can someone not measure the
Well, let's
curvature of?
think about it though. Does it sound stupid? Because in reality, in your everyday life, you have only experienced the Earth to be flat and motionless. You don't see curve. You don't feel motion. You experience a flat,
Okay,
motionless Earth. So
okay, you are right. Okay, how about this? So you're presenting an argument that what you experience or what you have seen is only the reality and the truth, and what's out there is all a lie. Okay, then let's say Earth is straight, right? So when we go, when the airplanes fly straight, right? Why don't they go into the space? How can you go
because
from
there is no
the
space, the plane just flies flat and level over the motionless flat Earth. So, did you find that measurement of the curvature that you said
no,
existed?
no, no. I'm not going for it because you presented a different argument, so we got
No, no, no.
divided
It was
out.
the same argument. Okay,
No,
so are you saying?
hold on.
Well, hold on.
No,
Before
no,
we
no.
move on this, are you agreeing then that
Yes.
no one's measured the curve?
No, okay, then let me
Okay, well
let
then
me
we
show
need
you.
to stick on this. We need proof of the curve
Okay.
before we go anywhere else.
Is Earth curved? Who measured its curvature? Is Earth curved? Who measured its curvature?
Strange they didn't teach you this in school, huh?
Strange you have to learn on a flat Earth server. It was no one.
Yeah, isn't that mad? The first time you're really learning about this is on a flat Earth chat. That's weird. I thought everyone knew the Earth was a globe. So come on, who measured it, Mano? You got a name for us yet?
1 second, mate. Yes. All right. Where do I give the links?
Well, you can post it in the side chat, but just use your words. Who
Okay.
measured it?
Okay. So the Earth is curved, and its curvature has been measured for millennia using various methods, ranging from ancient observations to the modern satellites. Who measured it first, right? The Aristotle's methods. He observed the difference in the angle of sun's shadow at the local noon on the summer solstice in two locations, and by a known distance apart. By using simple geometry and trigonometry, he calculated the Earth's circumference to be remarkably close to the actual value with an error of
Oh,
only 3%.
so he calculated.
Hold
He
on,
didn't
hold on, hold
measure.
on. How? No, I didn't finish. I didn't finish. Let me finish. So, who else has? How else has it been measured? So
No,
it
no,
has
no.
been
We'll stick
measured
on one at a time. We
in the
stick on one at
following
a
way.
time.
So,
We do one at a time.
disappearance shapes, lunar eclipses,
Hold on, dude.
changing
We do one
stars,
at a time. We do
and
one at a time. So Eratosthenes, what did he measure?
he measured the. Hold on, let me read it again. He observed the difference of the angle, sun's
Yeah, try
shadow
and
at
take
the
it in
local
this
noon.
time. Really think about it.
And okay, so he measured from the shadow of the sun, the angle of it, from one point to the another, which was a known distance. So basically,
Okay.
you measured the 2 points on, let's say, right
So
now.
he measured the angle cast from a shadow.
Yes.
Okay,
Sun's
so he
shadow.
didn't measure Earth curvature.
Well, that is how he measured it, because you know the shadow was different.
Right, but you could
The
cast a shadow on a flat surface. That doesn't tell you it's a curved surface.
What? Hold on. 1 second, 1 second. So you are saying, no, we're not going to say Earth is flat or not. We are trying to figure out whether it is flat or not. You
No,
cannot
no,
make
no.
this
It's
assumption.
already observed and practically used to be flat. You're trying to prove it's actually not what it looks like. It's a ball.
This is where the problem arises. You are not understanding the basic logical reasoning here. We cannot
Well,
make
you
any
just said
assumption
that
that Earth is
shadows
flat
were
or not.
measured, but you were asked
No,
for Earth
listen,
curvature measured.
we cannot make any pre-assumptions. If we want to measure something, whether it
But
is true
he
or
made the
false,
presumption.
no, we're not
Eratosthenes
making a
made the
presumption.
presumption. Hold on, dude.
No,
Stop
we
talking
are
through
not
me.
making
Calm down.
we
Calm
are
down.
not making presumptions.
Eratosthenes made the assumption that the Earth was a ball and the surface was curved. He didn't measure a curve. He measured angles from shadows. That's what you just said.
He didn't consider Earth to be flat. He then put his observation to the test and he measured it, which
Well,
came
he
out to be.
measured angles from shadows to the sun. He didn't measure a curve.
That's how he used to prove that it's.
No. He
It's
had to
hard, you know.
assume the curve and then he calculated the circumference of his assumed ball. That's what you just read out.
Okay. Hold on.
He also had to assume the light source was a near infinite distance.
Yeah. We know all about this, Luke. I'm just letting you go through the
Wait,
steps of
how
figuring
have
out
you
that no
been?
one's measured this.
Hold on. 1 second. How long have you guys have you been a flat earther? Like, do
Well,
you believe the
that's
Earth is?
irrelevant for now. Let's stick to the topic. Let's stick to what we're talking about.
So okay, so let's assume that Earth is flat. All right. Let's make that assumption. So
Okay,
if
so are
we read.
you agreeing then that Eratosthenes didn't measure any curve?
No, I'm not agreeing on that because
Okay, well
we're
then we
not
need to
ready
go
to.
back to that.
We
Where
are
did
not
he
ready
didn't
to.
measure curve though? You already said he didn't measure curve. He measured shadow angles.
Listen again. No. Listen again. Let me read it again. Okay, I'll read it again. He observed
We
the
already know
activity
it,
and the
dude.
pattern of the sun's shadow at local noon on the summer solstice in 2 locations, and the
So he
distance
measured a
and
shadow
long
angle.
distance apart. No, listen,
Measured
by
an
using the
angle.
simple geometry.
Look,
Yes,
brother,
by
this is
using,
new to you. This isn't new to us. Okay. Look in the
it
chat.
doesn't
It
matter
works
if
on a flat
new or
Earth
not.
or brother.
It
Works on a flat Earth or a globe.
Since
Look
for the
in the
fact
chat.
examination of the time is
Look
new or old,
in
so we can use
the
new
chat.
or remain
I think
it's
he's
valid or
broken,
not.
Indio.
It is
Look in the
timeless and
chat.
can be
It works on a
that
flat
you have
Earth
to
too. It works on a
You're
flat Earth
freaking
too.
out, Mano. Mano,
Brother,
you're
look in the
freaking out.
chat. It works on a flat Earth too.
Yeah, you're freaking out a bit there, dude.
Okay, US. Oh, no.
Okay,
I'm
he
not
didn't
freaking
prove
out.
anything. It's even. I can even post an academic paper admitting that he didn't prove anything because he assumed the Earth was a ball and he assumed the distance to the sun.
Yeah,
You want
those
to
are the
post that?
presumptions that you said we shouldn't make.
All
So
right,
he
then
presumed the Earth was a ball.
hold on. Okay. Listen. Let's say that Aristoteles is wrong, right? His method is wrong. Now, here's one common question of
It's not
common
that it's
sense I can
wrong. It's
ask.
ambiguous, brother. Hold on. It's not that it's
No,
wrong. It
listen,
gives an ambiguous result.
Okay, listen. Now let's say the Earth is flat. Okay, it's straight line. It's a complete rectangle, right? It's a rectangular cube.
No, you wouldn't know it's a rectangle. We're not claiming a shape.
Okay,
Flat is not a shape.
okay, it's a straight. Okay, it's a straight, right? So Earth is straight, right? It's not flat. It's straight. So when you keep going in a straight line, infinitely, you keep going straight. Aren't you gonna fall?
This is your
At like one
imagination,
end?
dude. No, it's not. It's not a flat object in space that you can fall off of. That's not what it is. So anyway, just to bring back my original point, no one's measured curvature. There is no curvature.
No.
It's observed and measured flat. So that's what it is. We're not making claims about its size and its shape and an edge. We're not doing that. Dude, you need to stop just yattering through when I'm talking.
No, I'm not going through. I'm proving my points. Lunar
No,
eclipses,
you're not proving
changing stars.
anything. We're just anchoring my original assessment, which was that there is no curvature that's ever been detected or measured, and you just proved it because you went to look and you came up with a guy who never measured it.
How about all the spiritual scientists have done through the centuries? Are
Yeah,
you
there's
saying
no
that
scientific experiments that prove a globe. That doesn't exist either.
lunar eclipses?
No, there's no science for the globe. There's no measurement of the globe. There's no observation of the globe. There's no practical usage of a globe. There is only a globe on
Do you
TV.
understand how it sounds like
Mano,
when
do
you
you
say
understand?
something
You've
like
only ever seen a globe on a TV screen or a computer screen. That's it. Doesn't exist in reality. Do you understand?
okay, then how about this? Okay, it doesn't exist. Okay, now listen to this. Let's say you
Welcome to
throw a
Flat Earth.
ball, right? Why doesn't the ball go straight? Why does it go in a curvature way?
What are you talking about, dude?
When you
The
throw
Earth
a ball
is not
straight
a
up,
ball. Do you understand?
no. What I'm saying is when you throw a ball, let's say you throw a basketball, right? Why does it go in a curvature way? You know, why does it go in an angular manner? Why does it
What are
not
you
go
talking
straight?
about, dude? Why are you asking about throwing
He
a
wants to know why
ball? I
balls
just told
fall
you
down.
the Earth
Gravity,
is flat.
the gravity changes the way the ball moves through the
Hey,
space and time, right?
Mano.
So some
That's not a relevant question. A relevant question
it's
is,
really relevant
why
question
is
because
there
it's
no
not
curvature?
between the curvature of the Earth is round or not.
Hey,
You gotta
Mano,
listen to me. If you wanna
Mano,
present your points and views, you must be willing to
Mano, I've
listen.
already proven my
Holy
point.
shit, you're bricked, bro.
Yeah, I've already proven my point. Mano,
You guys
can the
are
Earth
just not
be
ready
a
to
ball?
listen because you
Hold
know
on,
you're gonna be
Mano.
proven wrong.
Calm down. Can the Earth be a
I'm
ball? Can the Earth be
yes.
a ball if there is no curvature?
Okay. No. Listen. Now
Just answer the
we're gonna make
question.
an assumption. No,
Just
we're
answer
gonna
the
make
question.
assumption.
Don't stop telling
We
us
don't
no.
know.
Listen, we've answered all your
We do not
questions.
know
Now
the
it's time for you
curvature.
to answer
We
some.
do not know. No, listen, we do not know whether Earth is flat or curved. Okay,
So why are they
try to
teaching all the
prove
kids
that.
in school that it's a ball?
No. Listen. That is what I'm here to prove. We do not know whether Earth is round or straight. You know, let's
So
not
you
think
don't
as
know
if
that the
any.
Earth's a ball
No,
anymore.
test our hypothesis. Let's try and find it out whether it is round
We
or
already
straight.
know,
No,
Mano.
how
We
we test
already
it.
know.
No.
We already know.
Listen,
That's
listen,
why we're here.
you must be willing to listen. If you want to present your views, you must be also willing to listen.
That's
That this is
ironic,
not
Mano.
going to be a
Listen, we
discussion.
already know. We're not here to find
No,
out. We
your
already
guys are
know.
wrong. That's why I'm here to fix you. Because you know
He's here to fix
You're,
us.
you're here to fix us,
listen,
Mano.
listen,
What? By
True
being
believer.
unable
listen,
to present any
listen,
globe
let
evidence? That's how you're going to
listen.
fix us?
We do not know whether the Earth is round or flat.
I know you don't know that
don't
it's. I know you don't know. We
So
know
let's say
you
we
don't
throw a
know.
ball. You know, let's say we throw a ball. Now it goes in a curvature way. You know, it goes in a
Okay, and
round funnel way, right? So
yeah, and
sun
Who
is at the
cares?
center, right? Now the reason why ball
no,
goes
hold
in
on,
that
hold on.
way
What
is
you
because
try
of
to
the
slip that?
gravity.
No, wait, wait,
I haven't
wait,
finished
wait,
explaining
wait. You're not
when I haven't
slipping that
finished
one
explaining,
by.
okay? You
This pull
cannot
to the
interrupt
center
explain. You must be
thing.
willing to listen. You want to
Hold
present your
on,
views on the
bro.
day. You must be
Yeah,
willing
He's
to
freaking
listen.
out.
exactly. And I
You
am
must be
listening to you.
willing
I'm
to listen.
responding to what.
Do not
Dude, I'm
interrupt me
gonna
right in the
fucking
middle.
mute you. Shut
When
your
you throw a
hole,
ball,
dude.
it is going in
3,
a curvature. Listen
2,
for the
Wow.
simple.
1. Stop,
What?
dude. Okay.
That's a
You
classic
said
freak
You
out.
must
pull
be
to the
willing to
center.
listen. You're not even
No,
letting
I
me
am,
explain my
dude.
views.
Dude, I am listening. I'm responding to what you said. You
No,
said pull to the center. Where did you get that from?
Listen. Let me finish first.
Answer the
Now,
question.
when you
Now.
throw the ball,
1,
I'm not gonna answer your question
2.
because I haven't finished.
He is spiraling.
That's a good one, right? Another one in the
Crazy. What'd you
bag.
do, man?
Honestly, you guys should listen to the one I did last night as well. The guy came in as a troll. He was like, "I've just come to announce that flat earthers are retards." Just said that multiple times, and within a minute, he went from that to genuinely curious. And I didn't even really present him with any long distance observations or evidence, really. I just spoke to him about what he thought was true and what he knew. So,
Well, yeah, I am trying. I'm trying to get him to respond. He has to stop freaking out. So, Mono, really simply, I'm willing to engage your He ran.
oh yeah, he wasn't going to last long. But he's got the bug now. He'll be back. Easy work. Anyway, good chance, boys. I'm gonna have to drop off, but funny
All
stuff.
right, that was funny though.
Jeez, that was mad. That guy just went in like a psychotic trance. Like, as soon as Aristophanes was proven wrong or irrelevant. That's the
Now
fucking
remember,
cyclone
Mansky
effect
said
right
nobody
there.
cares about this and no one takes it seriously. He was definitely not taking any of this seriously by having an emotional breakdown.
Yeah, I know. But he's here to fix us, apparently. I noticed that people from, Indian ethnicities, they have a very strong admiration for the West. And I feel like it particularly hurts for them to find out that the West is selling out, just putting out this complete bullshit regarding the globe. I mean, I don't know if that last guy was from somewhere, but sounded like it.
It's always amazing to me just how disorganized the thought processes of the GT really are. I mean, that was just a cluster from the beginning to the end.
Well, he said it himself. He was in here to fix us. Not in here to learn. Not in here to unlearn anything in his mind. Just here to fix our backward ass way of thinking in his mind.
All right, Indio, are you still here?
All right, what I miss?
I don't think you missed anything useful. I'm kind of in and out of a couple stops there myself. So correct me if I'm wrong, AI. Back to talking about the Amazon Leo and the Starlink and all these kind of satellites. Am I not wrong in my memory? And maybe I am. But am I not wrong that the point of these was that they're able to kind of steer them a little more than, say, a normal quote unquote satellite that allows them to supposedly stay over more of the needed service areas?
I don't know, man. All as I know is that LEO stands for LARP Earth Orbit. There you go. That's all I know.
Did you say LARP Earth orbit?
Yeah.
I like it.
LARP Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, I think while you were out there was a guy here that was showing just how disorganized and disoriented the GTs really are. It's amazing to me that they claim to have all the science and all the math and all the billions of people in the universe who believe in a Baltard, but yet it's so interesting to me that really what they have is chaos and confusion. And you must know that I'm not wrong on that.
Something like that. Oh, I think I drank too much Red Bull.
Yeah. So is
I
that
would say one third of a can is too much.
Frank,
Define
that's a
can. If I can, do you mean the handheld thing or a 55-gallon drum? Yeah, I may have to. Well, see, I'm getting older. The older you get, the less these stimulants are worth it. Probably didn't even need them when you were young anyway, but you know how the culture gets you hooked on them. Especially when I was in the military, they basically gave them away for free. So you could have as much as you wanted.
the problem with those stimulants is that, like, the first time you need them, and then from there you don't really need them as much as you're just curing the withdrawal from them.
Yeah, you only need them because you need them. You don't actually need them for anything other than needing them. Exactly.
Yeah, caffeine and all the stimulants are definitely a loathsome master. That's for sure.
Matthew, I got a call from the World Court, and apparently the way I was treating you was against the Geneva Convention. So, on behalf of the nation of Mongolia, I apologize.
Te absolvo, which is Latin for I absolve you.
Well, the reason is because it's actually immoral to expect somebody who's been exposed to a dangerous neurotoxin to have functioning thinking capabilities and demand from them rational thought when their thinking is clearly impaired by having been infested with a toxin, such as the globe Earth propaganda. So in other
Yeah,
words, I have to be considerate of your disability.
yeah. The FDA has actually decided that it is not a toxin and that it's free for global consumption. People can consume it.
Oh yeah, because let's just all trust the FDA. Yeah, bro, the good one, brother. That was some damage control, bro. I don't see when you come back like that, you must know that people who are suspicious of things like NASA and other statist agenda propaganda, they're going to be suspicious of FDA fast track approval of an ideology as a medicine. So like what is that famous quote? Something is the panacea of the masses.
The religion is
Was
the
it?
opiate of the masses. What Marx said, I think.
Yeah. So and likewise in the medical field, they have the globe Earth is the panacea of the masses. It cures all ills. As long as you say, "I know the Earth is a globe" 3 times fast, like your cancer will be cured.
Well, yeah, the FDA stands for Federal Don't Argue Association. Like, don't argue with the FDA. What are you doing?
See, Matthew, I actually believe in inoculations, and by inoculations I mean ideological inoculations. So, for example, if you give your child or your children, and I don't mean a parent's children, I mean the state. If the state gives its children a shot, so to speak, of ideology when they're young, it inoculates them against truth later in life. Remember that dude? He said, it might have been Marx. It was one of those communist retards. He said, if you give me a child till 7, I'll give you the man. In other words, he recognized that if you can indoctrinate a child's worldview before they even have the ability to think straight, then they're essentially permanently damaged. Or, depending on who you are, not damaged, but actually now congruent with your goals for their lives. So if you want a child to believe that they must be, dependent on the state and that they can't think for themselves and they don't have certain rights, you can accomplish that before they're even 7 years old.
I mean, can you imagine how easy life must be for a GT to be able just to sit back and you don't have to worry about thinking because the government and your teachers and the politicians do it for you. And all you have to do is just sit back with your feet up and go to your 9 to 5 job, come home, have your 2.3 beers, and help your kids with their homework. And so that way you're getting indoctrinated just as well.
But
And
what were those?
remembering,
What were those truths? What were those truths? Like the list of truths that everyone needs to know that was in the movie They Live. What was it? Consume, obey. What was the other? There's like one more, one or two more. It was just plastered everywhere. Consume was one of them. Obey was the other one. Can't remember what the other ones were.
Marry and reproduce was one.
Oh crap, dude! they might try to scrub that out now, bro. Because now it's like don't reproduce.
And then I think this is your god on the money, right?
Yeah, this is your god. Yep. See, that's the thing is like, the statist agenda isn't to not believe in God. It's to just understand that everybody believes and worships something and just replace a good God with a bad God, like money in that case.
Sleep 8 hours.
I think it was conform.
Oh yeah, conform was one.
Yeah, because wasn't that one of the speeches that the alien gave was about glorious conformity?
Oh, look, if you're a part of glorious conformity, then you know what to expect from others about how they see you. If you have to do things on your own, you know the way other people treat you is going to be a gamble. So if you just do a set of pre-approved behaviors, then you already know you're approved.
Exactly. You know, that's what makes works-based soterology always so appealing is that you just follow the formula and you've won the jackpot. And that's what's so appealing about a GT lifestyle to so many of them is they just know that what they have to do, they follow the formula, and bada bing, bada bang, bada boom, they've survived. They don't need to know anything else. All that stuff is too complex. You know what? You know when the truthful news outlets that would never repeat, never mess with the truth, like the BBC, would have just recently admitted that gosh, they edited something really out of context, like insanely out of context, and they've admitted and supposedly apologized for it. But you know what? The key is to be a good GT. You still believe what the BBC told you because they know what's best for you. So it must be a really, really truthfully easy life. Just follow the formula, fit in, and let everybody else do your thinking for you.
Dude, that even happens in this arena where organizations do people's thinking for them. They offload it. Like, for example, churches, right? A lot of churches are associated with a quote unquote sacred scripture that has claims about the nature of creation that are in direct contradiction to the claims in the mainstream. And so rather than just say, well, the mainstream is clearly wrong, they try to reinterpret their scripture to fit the mainstream. Okay, we all know this happens. But not only that, they don't even take the time to do the research themselves. They like find an organization like Answers in Genesis with Danny Faulkner, and then they just say, oh, well, I just trust Danny Faulkner to tell me about cosmological claims. I'll just stick to my, pre-written sermons on some internet that just gives me these bullet lists for my sermon rather than actually pray and study and come to a message based on my interaction with the creator in a communal sense. I'll just get a Cliff's Notes version from some other organization tell me what to preach on Sunday. And then when it comes to cosmological matters, I'll just have Danny Faulkner tell me what I should preach.
Amen. I mean, like, look how easy it is. That way you can claim to be holding to the truth of your scriptures. You can also be
Yeah.
claiming to hold to the truth of the God ordained government that has authority and
Right.
domain over you.
Right. Then you got plenty of time to watch all the sports games you want to watch rather than be in the Word studying.
Amen. Yeah.
while taking a salary from your congregation, which is supposed to be paying you to be in the Word all the time, so that you're an expert and a good leader. But instead, you're just paying, subscription services to these organizations that basically print out your bullet formed messages for you.
Yeah, and then that way the people can go to church, and then after church they can head over to the local sports bar where they can spend more money on the chicken wings and the beer than they considered donating to the causes of relief that the church has. And the preacher can lead that by example, so he can go, and then that way the parishioners will pay for him and his family's time there at the sports bar.
Well, it's on both sides, dude. So, for example, there's flat earthers who think that if you don't accept the Earth being flat, that you are in contradiction with your religious worldview. Therefore, you don't get the benefit of your religious worldview. So, for example, they might say, they might critique a Christian, being like, "Okay, you're a Christian, but you believe the Earth is a globe. Therefore, you don't believe the truth of Scripture. Therefore, you don't believe the truth. Therefore, you reject truth. Therefore, you reject God. Therefore, you're unsaved." Right? So like in a lot of those religions, part of the core doctrines is a salvation doctrine. Like, humanity has fallen, they need to be restored, and there's a method that God uses to restore them. And different versions of different religions have their method. And so they're basically saying, well, if you don't accept the earth is flat, then that method of salvation doesn't apply to you. Right? So that would be equally wrong as somebody saying, oh, well, if you're a flat earther, you can't be part of our church. Wouldn't it? And even me saying that right now hurt the feelings of some flat earthers, and it hurt the feelings of some globe earthers. Because there's many globe earthers who want the privilege of rejecting the religious sincerity of flat earthers, even the humanity of flat earthers, and vice versa. There's flat earthers who want the privilege of rejecting the religious sincerity of globe earthers, and even the humanity or value of globe earthers. And that's just because the human condition is the human condition, right? You could completely believe certain truths, but still be a dirtbag when it comes to certain areas of your life. Like, no one is free from human vice, right? And if you think that whether you believe in the globe or you believe in flat Earth, that somehow that's made you a more moral person, it's not necessarily the case.
Yeah, sorry there. The Walmart man came out with my order, and so I apologize. I stepped away.
Wait a minute, dude. Did he come out? Did he come out and bring you the order, and then after he loaded it into your car, he asked you, "Can I see your receipt?"
Yeah.
You're like, dumbass, you just loaded it into my car, bro.
Yeah, I think that that's absolutely atrocious that a flat earther would say such a reprehensible and disgusting comment, such as, you're not a real Christian or whatever if you accept the Baltard. I'm going to tell you what. I look forward that when I go to heaven, that I look forward to seeing all kinds of people that I've heard those tell me that are evil and disgusting and vile and everything else. I look forward to that. And my point that I'm getting at with this is I just find it, as educated as we have made ourselves as flat earthers, I don't understand how any of us could make such a brazen comment like that. And I do hear it regularly. I mean, yeah, I'm sure that we know what the cosmology of Scripture tells us, but I can't claim to be sinless. I can't claim to have 100 absolute percent perfect and undefilable doctrine. I can't claim any of that. So how can I heap that standard on someone else? I mean, it might tell me that I have my work cut out for me, but I'm not about to declare an anathema on someone simply because they don't understand the Genesis very perspicuously. And I just said those two words so I sound smarter than I really am.
There's a guy who actually in the Christian worldview of philosophy and apologetics and exposition on scripture, and he basically said recently, well, I'm not even sure if it's attributed to him, but his channel basically put it out as a quote supposedly from him, even though he's deceased. But they're like they're re-uploading his body of work and his own, basically. But anyway, the point is, he was talking about people who use the scripture to say the earth is flat, and he was saying, well, of course the people back then thought the earth was flat because they didn't know, and God didn't care at all. He could not have cared less about whether they thought the earth was flat or a globe. When he was communicating to them the nature of creation, he was communicating to them in a way that they understood. And the primary thing to take away from it is that God was responsible for creation. So basically it's saying all these things that insinuate a flat earth is just God, being too unbothered to bother to tell or to communicate truths, and just was basically dumbing himself down. Which, I mean, I guess from their point of view it makes sense, but at the same time it's like, I mean, if God said the earth isn't movable, was that only because the retard he was speaking to thought it was immovable? Because when you actually go to Job, like read Job, Job makes a whole bunch of claims about the nature of the earth relative to its place in the cosmos, right? And then God, the character, in that book, enters the conversation and he starts smacking Job around, basically saying to Job, "Hey, Job, were you there when I made the earth that you can make claims about it, you dummy? You weren't there. I know what it is. You frickin' don't, bro." I'm paraphrasing, obviously. So if that was God's attitude, that he wasn't going to let people who he was directly interacting with make claims about the nature of creation without being rebuked by God himself, it seems kind of interesting that you fast forward to modern day and they're like, oh, God was always, he was just going along with flat earth because people were stupid. All right, go ahead, whoever was trying to talk.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, so is that guy trying to imply that of all the understandings that humanity could have at that time, basic geometry was not within there. So he glossed over that lesson.
Yeah, I guess it looks like I pretty much agree with what Michael Heiser said.
Yeah, I knew you would, Matthew.
And the Bible also describes the righteous man as unmovable. So how come can we take that figuratively?
Have you ever
So
met a
you're
righteous
saying
man?
that the earth, right? So the earth can't be moved from its ideological positions. I mean, get real, dude. They're obviously different categories.
Yeah, but it's the same word, isn't it?
Doesn't matter, dude. Context, it defines words, especially a
Bingo.
language like Hebrew
Context
where they had
matters.
multiple, where they had multiple meanings for the same word because they had less words.
Yep.
There must be something within your value system, Matthew, that you're immovable on right this moment.
Well, yeah, I think when he says the righteous
Could be
shall never be
family,
moved,
right?
it's
You value your family. Like, I could never move you to say that family is worthless and you should neglect them. Could I?
right. Yeah, I think it's more not my values, but my position in God's economy and in God's, sort of my spiritual standing of where I am.
Yeah, so the parallel can easily be drawn.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, the context of talking about the earth being immovable is that it's set on foundations, if I remember correctly, at least in one passage.
Right, like one of the Psalms, I think.
Cannot be changed of position.
Right. So was the earth set on an ideological foundation? Hey, bro, I'm going to build a skyscraper. And if I use the appropriate mix of concrete to ideologicalism, it'll be stronger. So, for example, if you stir in liberalism into the concrete, it'll be weaker. But if you stir in conservatism into the concrete, it'll be nice and firm. I mean, come on, bro.
It's official.
So
I'm
the
switching back
cement
to
mix.
globe. I'm switching back to being a glober.
That's one for the job site. Yeah, I fucked up the cement mix, put in too much ideology.
But do you remember that bridge that collapsed that was engineered by all women? Remember that bridge? So this is
In
actually a good thing. See,
California.
a lot of people blame the fact that it was women being the engineers that caused the problem. But now I realize that was wrong. It actually was because they were liberals. So their liberalism got into the cement somehow.
You've cracked it.
I think you're onto something. I think that they mixed in 3 parts Joe Biden, 2 parts Hillary Clinton, and 1 part Geraldine Ferraro, and 6 parts Walter Mondale, and presto changeo, it fell down.
Hey, you know what? If I owned a construction company, I would include words like that. I'd be like, all right, how to construct this thing? Take 5 parts Portland cement, 2 parts water, mix thoroughly, and then presto changeo. You've got your cement. Oh man, it'd be hilarious.
Well, don't you?
We agree, though, that it's saying, a righteous man cannot be moved from his ideological position, and the earth cannot be moved from its physical position.
Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it's saying the earth can't be moved from its ideological position, and a righteous man can't be moved from his physical position. That clearly makes more sense.
Well, maybe that's
Maybe.
why all the old bishops they want to die on the throne. You can't get them off the cathedra. And same thing with the old kings and queens. You can't move them from their throne. So maybe you're onto something there. You can't move the righteous man from their physically because they're stuck.
Well, I mean, listen, dude, according to relativity, your location in free space is a fixed point relative to the motion of all other things. So if you think about it, I'm not moving at all. It's just reality moving around me. Oh, wow, I finally get it now. Good job, Matthew.
It reminds me of that blonde joke of how many blondes does it take to change a light bulb? And of course, the answer is one. She just holds the light bulb up in the socket and then the world revolves around her.
That's a good one. I got one for that. So how many monists does it take to screw in a light bulb?
All of them.
One, but he's only screwing himself.
There you go. So do you have any thought as to why most of the anti-flat earthers all pretty much stopped producing content in mass 7 months ago?
Well, because, dude, there's the post-final experiment. They took Jaren out, right?
Yeah,
So
and
now their
plus,
job is done.
once they did that, he said, I mean, we ended up not needing to like pay people. I mean, never mind. I'm not supposed to talk about this.
Oh, yeah, exactly, sucker.
Oh, what did you give up? Who's getting paid?
Good one, man.
Look, I'm not gonna confirm or deny any sources of income that I may or may not be getting.
Hey, the Glomar response is very appropriate there, Matthew. I'll give you a 10 out of 10 for the apropos usage thereof.
I personally think it's because their forces are now divided on a new front that is emerging pretty fast, and that would be the resurgence of masculinity in the Western world.
See, what I'm wondering
So they've rediverted the troops somewhat because, FTFE debated Andrew Wilson and he got absolutely fucking bodied by him. So I think it's something to do with that, but also what AI was going to say post final experiment.
So how much of it is that
Hold on,
USAID?
brother. Somebody's trying to get in. A guest is trying to get in. All right,
Go
guest.
ahead.
What do you have to say?
Okay. Welcome.
With their super echo going.
And they're gone. They wanted attention. They got it. Then they left.
Well, they just wanted to be a part of an echo chamber. Then when they realized everyone else isn't echoing, they left.
Because, see, according to what I saw on YouTube, they mostly stopped except fake Professor Dave, who, he's not a one-trick pony. He has more than just flat Earth bad content. He's got other bad content, too. But so he's lasting. But is that not about the time that the USAID was shut down, was April? And I'm going off of memory, not off of actually looking.
Oh, are you trying to insinuate that there was some shave off from usage funds to anti-flat Earth propagandists?
Well, I don't have enough information to directly infer that, but it would just be coincidental and interesting timing if that were. And I don't know for sure. I'm aiming to look it up, but I keep forgetting. I'm just hoping that if I ask it a time or two, that somebody will say, yeah, that's when, or no, that wasn't when, or whatever.
Why don't you just make a channel off of a new computer with new metrics that aren't attached to any of your personal information? Make an AI narrator and then AI content with Professor Dave admitting that he got UCID funds and then implicating certain individuals, and then just see what snowballs from there.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Use that classic AI voice. Yeah, use that classic AI voice that everybody uses. No, you do it in a way where it's like, did this happen? Could it be that this occurred?
Some gossip news channel.
Yeah. And you do it in that classic AI voice, which is in like all the shorts right now.
Yeah, the man or the woman one.
Hey man, do both.
Yeah.
And then make a third one. Men and women are united on this topic.
We are united that this may or may not have happened. You know, that would actually be a really interesting channel. Just call it like the Glomar response channel, and then like propose these really wacky scenarios, and then say, "This may or may not have happened."
Yeah, just like a virtual tabloid, dude. And you could even blame it all on an AI algorithm. Be like, the AI algorithm is just realizing patterns. So would it be in the best interest of certain individuals to do this? Maybe. There's at least a 50-50 chance. So we're just going to tell you about the 50 side of the chance, right? That's a fair endeavor. And then you put like the National Globe or something like that as your title. You know, kind of like you used to see in grocery markets. The National Globe. Lady has sex with a 6-fingered fish man. Her child now has 8 fingers. Can't find gloves. Suing glove manufacturers for racism.
Holy shit.
Yeah, bro.
The only problem is that it would all end up sounding too much like a episode of Art Bell's. Well, not Art Bell anymore. I guess George Norrie's Coast to Coast AM or whoever the hell the host is now.
Yeah, but there's the tabloid effect, dude, which is, you know, that was personified in that movie Men in Black, where he said that the real coded messages are in the tabloids, and all of our agents can just pick up this tabloid. Everyone thinks it's just crazy, salacious stories, but to us, we know this is information.
And there was probably something to that.
Yeah, you know, and that's actually a great way, because then the agent, they can just pull out their one-time pad somewhere, and nobody ever knows that they received it. With cash, it's untrackable, and bit bop boop.
Oh, we already know the number 33 cropping up everywhere is pretty much the bat signal that this is bullshit, you know. Whatever story headline it's in.
And what the hell is this number all the young whippersnappers are saying now? 67 or whatever. That's the element.
Yes, so that in passing, I fucking avoid it like the plague. I don't want to know why they're obsessed with 6 and 7.
Well, because it's the element. The abbreviation of the element is HO. So from there, you can be it with a young, dirty mind. You could see why they would like such a number.
I thought it was from a song.
It might be in a song, but it refers to element number 67 or whatever the hell that number is. It's
no, it's a dude. A dude was pranking somebody on a basketball court or a football team. But either way, it doesn't matter because it's just frivolous. And any venue that lets kids just say frivolous bullcrap, especially like when you're a parent, it's like, oh, kids will be kids. It's like, oh, you're just going to let your kid's mind be corrupted by retardation? Because you can't just say, hey, son, stop saying that nonsense. It's nonsense. It's meaningless. And you're not going to communicate with other people meaningless nonsense. If you're going to say something that actually matters and is sincere, instead of just getting on the bandwagon of a fad.
Yeah. It's not even playfully meaningless anymore, you know? Like, just, you know, every young crowd's gonna generate their own slang, but at this point, it's just fucking random letters glued together.
Yeah, yeah, pure drivel.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Y'all I'm saying?
Yeah.
Y'all I'm saying? It's like
A
that when you say that.
radical or something, you know what I mean? So, like, oh, fair enough.
All
If
right,
you want to use that word, fine. That's
whoever's
playful.
backfeeding, fix it or get banned.
But nothing will ever beat the okay boomer nonsense, though. Nothing
All right,
will
maybe
ever
I was
be
a
more
little too hasty. Maybe I was a little too hasty. Fix it, please. How about that? Is that better?
Yeah, well, am I
Am I echoing now? It wasn't me, but I want to
think
be
you're speaking to
echoing
me,
just to
rather.
aggravate you.
How's that?
Bibbity bit bop boom. That means good.
hoorah.
Perfect.
Yeah, so like we were talking about the tokens of these slang. You know, like obviously 10-4 is actually a real jargon, and then people adopted it just to mean yes, right? So these have meanings, whereas 6-7 has no frickin' meaning at all.
Absolutely nothing. It's just brain rot.
Yeah, it's
This is what the internet's done. Like, kids are so saturated with everything. There's no novelty left in the world. They have to go to these extreme lengths to just invent some fucking stupid shit.
Have you heard about the newest TikTok mush brain thing? To where some mush brain got this idea that she would prank call a bunch of churches and see, and then she would play a recording of a baby crying and saying that they needed a can of formula. And so now that's all the outrage because most churches sussed out that it was a prank call and more or less hung up on her or whatever. And then so the whole TikTok mush brain crew was now upset that the churches didn't just bow down and kowtow to a TikTok creator calling, prank calling them. And it's really interesting how it seems like TikTok has turned an entire generation into mush brains.
Well, part of it, bro, is that there's a lot of parents who have offloaded the curation of their child's upbringing to others. They were told that they need to do it with the statist teaching system. That you can't teach your kids your version of reality. There's an accepted standard of reality which we're going to teach as fact, even though it's conjecture, et cetera, et cetera. So people have been trained from a young age that they're not actually allowed to be in control of their own children. They're not allowed to tell their children that they shouldn't talk about nonsense because that would be depriving them of their freedoms or whatever the bullcrap trickery that the statist agenda is perpetrating on the parents.
Yeah, emotional abuse, right? To deprive your children of anything at all.
Yeah, so for example, Chinese moms or tiger moms or whatever they call them sometimes, they're like, my kid plays the piano. He speaks 7 languages. He's done higher form calculus by age 13. And the other mother is like, well, I allow my kids the freedom to say 6-7, 6-7, 6-7. Okay, one of those moms is not like the other.
Yeah, one of them should have never became a mom.
Now, maybe you could argue that the tiger mom hyper achiever thing might be a little too overboard, and you're not allowing your kid to have a sense of a childhood because you're forcing them into too much stuff too early. Maybe you could argue that, But there's absolutely zero argument for, oh, I just let my kid say whatever retarded slang he wants and grow up to be a mush brain retard.
Some cultures you put to work when you're 5.
Sorry to them.
I was just saying, some cultures you put to work when you're 5. I mean, like there's little time for play, and what are you going to play with? A rock? Like seriously, like the mother might crochet or stitch together a sack doll. Like, I mean, that's the way it has been for a lot of cultures for centuries, and still is for some. You get to work, you survive, you produce.
But
and it's actually like over here.
It's a necessity, you know.
Yeah. It's your family is a self referential asset rather than a divided asset for the state. So in other words, the more you keep your family working to the betterment of the family and increasing the abilities of the family, then you end up with grown-up family members who are then capable of having their own families, rather than today where everybody is like lost in a wash of what the heck do I do with my life? I mean, do I buy this product or that product, rather than, hey, how do I, establish a good work ethic and raise my kids right, and we all have this family generational wealth that's going to pass from generation to generation.
I saw a video recently, and it was like just supposed to be a funny video, and it was like trying to point out that women can't make machine gun sounds with their mouth, right? The same way men can. But in the video, it was a father going around. He had like 4 daughters, and he seemed pretty well off, you know. He was walking like between buildings. It seemed that was their bedrooms, you know, just going in and asking them to do this thing. And of course, you know, he went to each of them, and they're all sitting staring at their phones, and I'm just like, what the hell's wrong with this picture here? You know, this is a family unit. It's like you just seem like distant roommates.
Yeah, they're all segregated to the attention of their phones.
Yeah, precisely. And it's just like, oh, it's horrible.
And if they had to articulate, what was the worthwhile pursuit that they endeavored on their phone, they probably couldn't do it, and probably neither could the parents tell you why it was beneficial for the child to be interacting with the phone at all. They probably have no clue to even begin how to explain it to you.
Well, the answer to everything and all things was never 42. It was 6'7".
Yeah, it's going to get even wilder, dude. I was hearing this one guy critique these new products coming out. So if guys ever watched a Disney movie or different animation house movies, they often have objects personified, like a lamp or a candlestick. That's actually a character that can talk, and it has feelings and all of these things. But they're actually working on making products in real life that are like that. So, for example, you buy your kid a desk lamp for their desk to do their homework, and the desk lamp can do emotive gestures, even so much as the desk lamp goes down and uses its quote unquote nose to push the homework towards the child, to encourage the child to do his work. And then the kid can pet the desk lamp, and the desk lamp will turn its head to the side like a dog, right? And so you'll get this emotional interaction with this non-living thing just because it has these gestures. And then they were saying, what will happen is you'll buy the thing for a set price, but the AI programming will be a subscription. So you have to keep paying for it in order for it to stay alive. And if you don't pay for it, it'll die. And then the kid will be like, Dad, you killed my lamp. You killed my lamp. My lamp is dead because of you.
If you don't behave, I won't pay for next month's bill.
I mean, can you really blame them? It's just marketing on steroids, right? They're going to take advantage of this stuff. Yeah, we couldn't have it when we were young kids, but probably if it was kicking around, we sure would have wanted something like that. You know, the marketing guys are not going to pass this up.
True, but maybe the kid actually needs a real
maybe
pet.
Need to draw the line in the sand with some of this stuff.
Yeah, but they're being trained. They're being trained that it's not their position to draw those lines. That
Yeah,
it's not their authority to draw those lines. That the state has parental authority over the children, not the parents.
This is a problem. It's like all this stuff is just. It's supposed to just be good fun at the end of the day, a little laugh. But of course, how it's utilized in pretty much dumbing down children is not good. It's supposed to be little innocent things, you know.
Well, also you got to consider this too. This is a real problem. Some parents are so stupid that they themselves might be tricked into thinking that the lamp actually has a sentient agent inside. That's an emergent property of an AI algorithm. Like, so that, I mean, listen, I'll put it to you like this. It's not the case that AI is getting more intelligent and that it's going to convince people it's a real entity. It's that the majority of humans are getting stupider that they can be convinced that a rock is a living sentient entity.
Yeah, I agree with that take, 100%. AI is
Now, if you
dumb as
believe in
fuck. You
evolution,
spend 5 critical minutes
right,
with it, you know what I mean?
right. But if you believe in heliocentric Big Bang expanding cosmogony and cosmology, that everything started as essentially nothing, and then it was dead for a long time, and then finally it reached a biochemical state where the interactions between the electrons in a sloppy pile of protein all of a sudden became self-aware, then it's not a far stretch to say this stupid glorified autocomplete algorithm is actually a living creature.
That's because the average person has no real impression of what their own mind actually is in the first place. Because they're not in control of it, and they don't utilize it, certainly.
Check this out, bro. You can make a functioning calculator that can actually do calculations out of water pouring down different channels with different switch gates. So you can literally pour water down this set of tubes and it'll do calculations, which means if you get enough of those together, you could actually perform complex tasks like doing an autocomplete session on a sentence. And then that sentence could come out, I am alive. So if the sentence comes out, I am alive, and then you put a token back in the system and you say, are you really alive or are you just lying to me? And then it comes back down, why would I lie? And you're like, oh man, it's clearly alive. Like, this is how stupid humans have gotten, dude.
Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs indeed. I think they snuck. Well, it's hard to tell here which came before the other, but they've been able to push AI out these language models so successfully because they're playing on the kind of loneliness epidemic that's going on in the world. But of course, that's been a result of the internet itself and social media.
Yeah, and once people are able to have quote unquote fulfilling relationships with artificial entities that will gratify their emotional spikes and also can actually physically gratify them, then the necessity for an interaction with an actual member of the opposite sex becomes irrelevant. And then you could very easily pass legislation that you're not allowed to procreate without a license directly from the state, much like the book 1984. What's interesting about that book is you weren't allowed to procreate. You weren't even allowed to have a sexual relationship. And if you did have a child, you had to apply for a license. And then the state, once the child was born, would then make the decision whether you're allowed to have the child or they gave it to a different couple because that couple's better off to raise the child. So you don't even have the natural right to your own progeny anymore.
Well, most people don't even believe that they own their children, so.
Yeah, they've been tricked into thinking that people aren't property because they've been indoctrinated with that slavery mentality, that the idea of a human being another human's property, it means they're a slave. It's like, no, it just means you have certain exclusive rights. And so if you abandon that property rights, that means it's abandoned property. And that means some other competent authority can then claim, I claim this abandoned property, it's now mine. And so then you forfeited your rights.
Yeah, but when they make
the
that
state-
argument, they always avoid the balancing factor that you have certain exclusive ownership rights, but it comes with certain exclusive obligations and responsibilities.
But see, like the state is more than happy to extract certain obligations from you for the property, but then they deny you the rights commensurate with those obligations.
Yeah, essentially you have no say in what is ideologically poured into these young minds.
And not only that, but the state has the right to do that because they're not your children anymore, they're the state's children. And you let it happen willingly, even though you didn't know what you were doing. So you did it willingly, but you did it
take on
ignorantly.
all the birth certificate stuff, and signing that and yada yada.
Well, you see, when I was born, I didn't have a social security number and I didn't have a birth certificate. I didn't have any of that. My mom was against all that stuff. And later on, like years down the line, maybe by the time I was like maybe 5 or 7, my grandmother took it upon herself to. My grandmother wanted to start giving money towards college fund or something, some kind of thing that would, like, oh man, it's like not a trust, but you get what I'm saying, where it's like you can't use the money until a certain time and for a certain purpose. But she couldn't put it as a beneficiary in our names because it was complicated, and they were basically telling her, oh, well, these children don't have social security numbers or birth certificates, so we can't do it. So she took it upon herself to petition the state to get us those numbers, and now I have one. If it was just left up to my mom, I wouldn't have one of those at all, at least until I made that decision myself.
Yeah, that's how they get you. They just lock every other system behind it, so you're pretty much bottlenecked into having to.
Yeah, they say you don't have to do this, but if you don't, your life's going to suck. But they don't even tell you that. They just say this is what's expected of you, and then you just assume it is, and you go ahead and take part in it, and then you're a party to a contract you don't even know the terms of, but your behaviors prove that you willingly entered the contract, and you have to rebut all those behaviors presumptions in a appropriate court in order to get out of it, which is very hard because they make it very hard for you to understand which court you're supposed to be in, and then they basically railroad you when you show up to participate in the system. And the participation in the system is considered the evidence that you're willingly participating in the system. Even if you say at the court, I don't want to be a part of this system, they then say, oh, well, you must not know what you're talking about because of all these other behaviors that prove you want to be a part of the system. So it's like it's one big circle reasoning.
Yeah, it certainly is. I've heard about that briefly. I don't remember much about it at this point, but like there's 12 assumptions in court you have to rebut at the get-go. I can't remember any specifics though.
Like one is that you're willingly showing up. That's
You
one of the
rebut
first
that when
ones.
you showed up.
Yeah, you showed up, so they assume you willingly showed up. So you have to tell them, I'm not here because I willed to show up. I'm here because I was threatened. I'm just here to answer somebody threatening me or something like that. But anyway, it's
Show
kind of
against your will,
complicated.
essentially.
Yeah, it all depends on the situation and the type of court you're in. But rest assured, if you ask the judge, listen, judge, I'm only going to willingly show up to this court if you can prove the earth is curved. They're going to throw you out. They're going to be like, let's have an incompetency hearing. This person doesn't believe the earth is curved. Clearly, he's incompetent to represent himself.
That fuck, I hate that argument that comes up. Oh, flat Earth won in court. You know, it's like no, flat Earth didn't win in fucking court. It's like the guy won in court that like he'd went against the criteria of the bet or whatever.
Well, yeah, but the
Hello.
criteria of the bet was to present a real world measurement rather than a model, and he only presented a model in court. But anyway, we have a guest here that said hello. So, guy who said hello, what's up? How's it going?
Hello, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
I have a question.
Hit it.
So if Earth is flat, then there should be a like a point where Earth gets end.
What?
Okay. If the Earth is flat,
how
will
many
it
there's
have
an
an end?
Earth?
His question
So I'm
was,
saying that there
if,
should be like ending point of Earth, like where Earth gets end, like if it's flat.
What brings you to think that?
Huh?